witamy tutaj na Day 3, czyli dodatkowym dniu, który zawsze jest w turniejach rangach International, czyli właściwie dodatkowego dnia, gdzie odbywają się po prostu wszystkie finały. No i one głównie odbywają się, rzecz jasna, na właśnie na oficjalnym kanale Pokémon, tym normalnym. No, tu mamy oczywiście przypomnienie, co było w zeszłym roku. No i tak, w finale, jeśli chodzi o Mastersów TCG, będziemy mieli Natalię oraz Ryukiego. A właściwie to Dragapulta i Klofa z Terapagosy. Czyli, no, jakby na to nie patrzeć, dość niespodziewane troszeczkę, jakby na to nie patrzeć. Matchup. No, swoją drogą będzie to też o tyle interesujące, no bo będziemy mieli oczywiście kobietę i chłopa właśnie na jednym stole. Tak, no tutaj jeszcze dodatkowo się odbywają turnieje United. Co było w zeszłym roku. Więc tutaj zdarzają się reprezentanci Australii i Japonii. Nie wiem, co będzie na razie w junior senior. Akurat. Ale to się zobaczy. No, Pokémony TCG będą gdzieś na środku, tak? Drugie w kolejności. Najpierw będą Pokémon Go. Jak ktoś chce oglądać Pokémon Go, to mam nadzieję, że się kontroler naładował. No chyba, że nas zaskoczą, ale chyba raczej najpierw jest Pokémon Go.
Hello.
Dobrze pamiętam.
Welcome everyone to Championship Sunday.
Tak, witamy oczywiście w trzecim dniu.
Today is the day that trainers from around the world dream of. The pinnacle of competition here at
tak,
the European
a mecie
International Championships 2025.
Nie znam, no.
Weekend of hard battles, unforgettable
No może
moments,
przejdziemy do figurek.
tons of action. It all comes down to this.
We want to take a moment to thank all the incredible trainers we've had here this weekend. Your skill, your passion, your dedication is what makes this event truly special. And to all of you watching from around the world, thank you for
Strumieniowanie
your
jest trochę
excitement
niemożliwe.
and cheering on your
Znaczy,
favorite
mogę
trainers.
to zrobić.
Today we will be celebrating and
Tylko ja to muszę mieć
crowning
pod
not one,
kontrolą,
not
tak?
two, but eight
Jest jakieś
international
urządzenie.
champions
I to
across
jeszcze w
Pokémon
pełni
Unite,
naładowane.
Pokémon Go, the Pokémon trading card game and the Pokémon video game.
Kicking off the day is going to be the amazing EOS Cup Finals on our Unite stage. It will be defending champs, Peru Unite, battling against two-time world champions, Luminosity Gaming. A lot on the line, of course, that coveted EUIC trophy.
A tak,
but
jakby
also
ktoś chciał
our first
Pokémon Go obejrzeć,
spot
to
at
na
the
wyjściu
World
polecam.
Championships.
All right, trainers, let's not waste any more time. Let's dive right in.
Well, before we get into all that stuff, we do want to remind everyone that if the casual stream is going to be more your vibe, check out the official YouTube channel for
No,
a
jeszcze
coach
będziemy na pewno oglądać też jeszcze młodsze ligi, żeby nie było. No, znaczy, wiadomo, że te ligi brzmią inaczej. Okej, to są już chyba prezenterzy Pokémon Go. Wow. Ten to na gigaczot, no trochę tacy widać urwani z filmów z lat 80. A może przyznać,
won this event last year. Luminosity Gaming won LAIC. Coming into this event also have 2 world championships under their belt.
czy będziemy potem zmieniali kategorię?
Yes, we absolutely are. Let's take a look at how this all played out and the format for today.
I'm assuming there's a graph.
Let's do it.
Let's do the graph.
This is the 2025 European International Championships, broadcasting live from the Excel Center here in London, UK.
Czyżby zaczynamy inaczej trochę?
Pokémon Unite trainers have traveled from
O,
around the
no
world
chyba będziemy zaczynali od United, co mnie to zdziwiło. Jak ktoś nie wie, United jest takim pokemonowym League of Legends, znaczy moim zdaniem lepszym. Nie jest to idealna gra, żeby nie było.
2025 in Anaheim, California. Plus, the winner of this event will automatically qualify for Worlds 2025.
No tutaj United oni...
Three-day tug of war that got started with the group stage, where up to 64
No.
teams entered into groups and
Znaczy jakby ktoś nie wiedział, że to się gra tak United... No bo to jest MOBA akurat, jakby ktoś nie wiedział. To są raczej drużyny.
a single elimination bracket until we were left with our two best teams. Today is the finale, Championship Sunday.
Hello and
And
welcome
our
to
two
the Four
finalists will
Cartridge
go
Shred-a-thon. We
head-to-head
got
to see
the
who
first-
claims the EUIC trophy.
Co ja zapisywałam to? To się, że się okaże, że nie za nic.
Takes all.
Stay out of the ball.
Winner will automatically earn an invite towards Worlds 2025. So let's deliver this
Woo.
together and get right into the action.
That's right. We're taking a look at the prizes this weekend. $50,000 up for grabs in our game alone. Over $500,000 all
So, wow.
this weekend. And of course,
A
one
możemy
of the
waleć.
biggest, I would say the biggest reason these teams are competing this weekend, of course,
Tutaj jest
is the
przypomnienie,
winner of this whole thing is going to get that first guaranteed
wygląda.
spot to the World Championships in Anaheim, California this August.
Anaheim, California, home of the world's largest marble, and something that Peru earned last year, a ticket to the World Championships in the halfway point of the season. Let's take a look at our bracket from yesterday here. Peru coming all the way through, beating what is really the salty runbacks against the
No
Orange
tutaj
Juicers
właśnie
from
zaczynamy od
Worlds.
United,
Them
co
3-1
ciekawe,
to get to the
więc
grand
mamy
finals.
Peru
Luminosity
United versus
having
Luminosity
one of the most
Gaming,
tumultuous
więc
runs to a grand finals we've seen
można
this team have. 2-1
zobaczyć, co tam się odwala.
against DreamMax. 3-2 all the way down to game 5 to the wire.
Whoa.
For my eSport EU squad, we used yesterday. Last hope, not last hope. Last hope yesterday, and of course, now squaring up in the grand finals this morning to kick off Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be incredible, Doob Snacks. Peru Unite won this whole thing last year, going up against the team that won the first international event of the season, Luminosity Gaming.
Whoa,
Not only
come
have they
on,
won the first
everybody.
international event of the season, they've also won the World Championship
Ow.
two times in a row, in fact. So
Ale
you couldn't have
czyżną
two better teams
glebę.
in the grand finals. If you've never watched Pokemon Unite before, these are some of the best to ever play the game.
They really are. Peru specifically
No teraz
last
może,
year at this
teraz
event,
trzeba nie przerżnąć.
from Japan lost Rayquaza 3 of the 4
To
games
jest
they
tak,
played
zaczynamy
in
od
the grand
United.
finals and won
No ja pamiętam, że poprzednie zaczynanie
That
od...
was a heck of a show of tenacity and resilience by them. I know people say where there's a Ray, there's
Ah,
a Ray,
gleba.
but not necessarily against Fusion. On the other side of the coin, I can't remember a time.
Yeah, the other side of the corn.
Ah,
Okay, it sounded like corn to me. I'm sure for production it was in fact corn. Keep it rolling.
It was not corn,
On the other side of the corn, there's
o nie, gleba, nie.
but also Luminosity resides there. And I don't recall grand finals where they haven't 3-0'd their opponent in the most vicious fashion possible. So it's interesting how we're going to shake this thing out. Peru used to being in this position, but so is LG. And LG, like I said, one of the hardest runs they've had to a grand finals.
Oho. Widzę, że meta zdominowana w United przez Urshifu.
We have Urshifu, Psyduck, Teleon, Zoroark,
O,
and Mew. It's interesting because as the event
Sticky,
goes
dobry.
on, you can see which of these Pokemon have been
Proszę, w
played by
bowlu
your top
też mi się
team.
łatwiej, mi się wydaje,
Is
tak
a staple
robić.
supporter, interestingly enough, pick for the side of Luminosity. A lot of teams grabbing Urshifu, and if anyone can actually get Psyduck
Nie.
stand out, it has been a force in these matches.
A ty tam Zorak
Teleon
jest?
on there as well.
Co
There's
ciekawe,
a
dominuje tu
all-stars
też nawet
that
Psyduck, ja nie
have
mogę.
done so well with Inteleon that actually garnered target bans just to limit that player's individual ability to leverage it.
Czemuś pan
because it is
utknął,
such a
no.
game changer with that snipe shot, that massive amount of burst damage.
And then on the flip side of that,
No i
there's
przerw.
Zoroark, right?
And a
And this
No i
has
cały
been a-
misterny
this is
plan
a
poszedł w
Pokemon
pizdu.
that makes it through near the
Tam
end
były
of some of our draft phases,
dominusy.
and when it does, it's kind of strategically thrown in right at the bottom so your opponents can't counter it. I think
No,
it's
to
a
ja
big
nawet na
reason
easy
why
widzę, że będzie
you see
trudno.
such a high win rate. Also, one of the most skill-intensive Pokemon in the game. So you see all of these top-level players would love to show off on the big stage how good they are. Zoroark is the
A
Pokemon.
tak mi dobrze
It
szło.
really is, because here in the land setting there is zero ping, which means your input's executed immediately on screen. And we'll see perhaps LG go into their traditional strategy of banning a slow bro with its slow beam unite move, able to lock down a target and allow the team to kind of collapse on top of that.
No, zobaczymy, no bo trochę no, tego Lola to, no ponieważ to jest gra podobna do League of Legends, czyli to jest MOBA, to warto zaznaczyć, że wow, chłop,
and Overlord, the two players on this one.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how these two teams decide to draft into each other. A lot of games we find are won on the draft phase, and we want to give you a
no,
shout
bo
out
właśnie
to
można się też po
Twitch
prostu
right now.
obracać.
We do have Twitch drops available for Unite, so if you are there, you are getting stuff just by checking out what you're doing. On the other side of the court, we have other drops for other games.
I love this point that we're doing here on Championship Sunday. It's so awesome considering I said points. Somebody clip it and ship it and prove me right because I've never been wrong. EUIC
Trzeba kupić jeszcze Skate'a 1 do kolekcji.
there and EUIC 25 sunny day to get yourself a jump club and start it out.
Yeah, so some amazing drops for checking out what we're doing. Of course, this broadcast is live all day. We've got Pokemon Go, TCG, VGC, and right now you are
Stay out of the
watching the
ball!
grand finals for
No co, wyśleliście, że nie? Ała.
very exciting. And if you haven't seen Unite before, because this is kind of new for us to be on the main channel here for Championship Sunday, don't worry, we're going to walk you through some of the stuff you are seeing here today. One thing that some players may not have seen next is the draft screen. You know, if you're new to Unite or if you haven't made it up to the master rank yet, you may not have seen this draft screen where you are choosing what Pokemon the other team can't play and then picking.
No trzeba przejść przez te wszystkie kategorie.
Exactly. So if you start on the purple side, you'll get the first fan, select a Pokemon from the pool that nobody can play in the game, and then you go back and forth.
Whoa.
And we start our draft phase. The team that bans first also picks first. They choose one,
Lewa!
then two, then two, then two, two.
Somehow.
I've never been wrong on broadcast, but somehow it's 5v5 in the Theosky Ruin, and I got a little too lost in the
I
sauce.
think we just kept adding twos there at some point. But you know,
I was really hoping you'd help me out, but you just
I got lost
no
too.
sold me.
No się uda. Shut the fuck up!
Ready to face off before our grand final, so we are going to send
Yes.
it up to them right now.
Może nie przerżnę.
So much Spraggles and Duke Snacks, and yes, I have the chance to be here on stage with the two of our competitors.
Okej, tutaj już zaczynają mecze w United. A! No i cały misterny plan poszedł w pizdu.
Defending EUIC champs, but Luminosity no strangers to winning either. So Overlord, you have a championship mentality. You've achieved it before. How prepared are you for this match specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say we're definitely prepared. You know, we took a lot of time last night to prepare. You know, Fusion are a very talented team. Obviously, they won the US draft. But yeah, we're pretty confident in this matchup.
Okay, all right, a lot of confidence out of this NA squad. Now for you, Anemo, you're the
Ja
defending champions
pierdolę,
of this
puściałeś
tournament. What
gleby
makes your team so strong and
wyżynać.
so consistent throughout the years?
Ustedes como defensores de este juego, ¿cómo se ven de fuertes y consistentes para
O, udało mi się. No. Nie wyrynąłem gleby, yeah. Okej. Aha, Team Q.
Just confidence,
O,
channeling this team.
dostaliśmy nową mapkę.
Question for Luminosity.
A, jest tutaj tak jak oryginalnie w Tonem Hołku. A, all your best areas belong to you.
Do you view
A.
Peru Unite as one of those hurdles that you have to get over to prove
Ale
that
tutaj
you are
gry
the
jeszcze
best team in
żyją,
the world
chociaż
right now?
Yeah, I'd say definitely.
Skate miał dużo.
They're widely considered by a lot of, at least a top, contending team in the world, especially.
Ale odblokowaliśmy sobie też edytor też tym samym. No jak ktoś nie wie, to tak w tym połku też był właśnie taki edytor.
Luminosity Gaming has this habit of
Ała!
3-0 sweeps in grand finals. Are you going to stop that today?
Preguntan que al haber ganado
No, to mamy tą mapę.
el resto de partidos, que cómo les van a parar.
No, to ja mówię, no tak. Ciężej one, te komby wchodzą właśnie trochę ze względu na inność
Okay,
troszeczkę.
so surprises could potentially shift up our matchup. EUIC, please give it up one more time for Luminosity Gaming and Peru Unite. Spraggles, Tube Snacks, take it away.
Dobra, chyba zaczynają United.
Amazing, and you wouldn't
To
know
będzie
it from
nawet
listening
TCG,
to
a
them on
tu
stage,
United
but those
leci.
two are absolute demons in Pokemon. They're very calm, cool, and collected up there. You know, my opponent's really great. It would be nice to beat them. They are some of the most
Oj,
monstrous players you will ever play.
Skicior!
Yeah, if you tap into the comms, which probably can't, based on some of the language that's fired around, there is tons of intensity between these two squads. Let's talk
Chyba,
about the stylistic
weź
matchup
może
between these
mapkę,
two
bo
squads.
nie.
Luminosity Gaming plays a little bit
Exit.
unconventional this year. That's kind of been their bread and butter. You see Overlord / Curios Trainer and Otter. Otter playing a lot of support for this team, but playing attackers in that role, giving unique looks.
No
So
tak,
sometimes
tu mamy
Slash
oczywiście
actually
profil
pick up
tego
the
Lumen
support
City Gaming.
Pokemon on this team as well. Curios will play melee to range and everything in
Tutaj
between.
mamy
And then
esport.
Overlord Trainer, whatever's left, give them what they ask for.
Yeah, you really are
Free
just trying to give them
play.
the strongest carries that you
This-
possibly can.
no,
I
to
remember
mamy
hearing
jeszcze-
Slash say that they're kind of looking
No, bo
at
tam
this
jest
game
te
in a
przecieżowe-
different way right now. It's
Ja
not
wiem,
just
że
about
też
finding
Skate
a
3
Pokemon
ma
that's
jednak
good
jakiś
in that
oddany
role.
fandom,
They
bo
wanna broaden their horizons a little bit and just look at
Nie,
what is
bo
a
jest-
great Pokemon in
no, ostatnia
general.
część i warto zaznaczyć, że ona jest uważana za najlepszą.
Which plays what I'll call a
Nie ma
little
się
bit
co
more of a
dziwić.
classic Unite, right? A true healing support, a tank, 2 attackers, and then a ranged attacker as well, right? So when I say attackers, I mean maybe all-rounder and a speedster, 2 speedsters, something like that. So Zani's usually on range. Dragon and Kea make that support core, so support and tank. And Nebo and Tempo really look to take over the game. The support of the other
Udało
players.
mi
So
się
on
przeskoczyć
range
przez
shots,
płotek,
that brings some early damage, and then
nie rozwalając ryja.
make sure that when
Mamy jeszcze to
Tempo
Peru United, czyli właśnie Lumen City Game i Peru!
Yeah, we talk about this a lot, and you mentioned this a ton, is how
Uh-huh.
you'll see Tempo and Anemo really get out there.
No nie, no nie trafiałem
They
w
have this
rampę.
amazing support crew behind them, making sure that they can go in for these huge plays.
Możemy
It feels
spróbować
like
w tą
every
rampę
single
strzelić.
game they are limit testing, and they've done this so much that now their opponents have to deal with the fact that they are playing at the height of every single character they throw at them. Even bringing in Pokemon that traditionally
No,
aren't
nie,
huge
nie,
winners,
nie.
like Scyther or something like that, and absolutely dominating games with it because they have reached the max potential that this has out there on Thea Skyward.
Now, again, stylistic matchup-wise, we have the unconventional approach that Luminosity takes, and
Ale
the more
starość.
traditional approach that Brew takes. Now, over this last season so far, internationally, LG performed stronger against teams outside of their region than inside of their region. And the other thing there is LG has also found themselves victorious against teams that play a traditional style of Unite.
Yeah.
So, how is Peru going to contend with that? We heard up there on the stage in those interviews that
Set.
they got a couple curveballs to throw at LG to keep them guessing, and hopefully, maybe they learned something from that best of 5 we watched between LG and Komai last night, because Komai was doing very, very unconventional things themselves.
No, to jest
LG,
autosave,
to be
więc
quite honest, looked a little lost.
Here we're taking a look at some of the top Pokemon that have been picked over the weekend. So if you're playing at home,
Aha,
and you don't know what
widzę,
the
że
pros are using,
58
here it is.
pików to jest właśnie
Eldegoss is kind of that number
Eldigros,
one support now. I think
Eldegoss,
Blissey would
potem
be
mamy
in this
Ambreona,
spot.
Miraidona,
Blissey
Edgy
was
Slash,
banned out so
Upside'a
often, it was
i
just so
Mewtwo,
incredibly
Falkę.
powerful. Umbreon is that incredible defender, followed by Miraidon, probably the premier attacker. It's Miraidon and Inteleon battling it out. The big standout this weekend, not banned a ton, picked so much and winning a lot. Aegis Slash has been amazing.
Yeah,
Edgy
it's
Slash.
absolutely terrific. There's something I want to
Wy
point out
widzieliście
about
jeszcze
the first
tego
three
Edgy
Pokemon
Slasha,
you see on that
to
list.
wy...
Eldegoss is there by proxy because
Z
when
butów
all, so many
takich.
good supports are being banned out, it naturally rises to the top.
To jest dopiero
Umbreon can
ciężkie
also
do
be played with
ściągnięcia.
support using Wish, which has a healing factor to it, even though it's tagged as a defender. And lastly, Miraidon, great attacker in the game, but also fits into that ranged role while also being able to jump into the fray with the electro drift moveset. So something that you want to keep in mind is picks that are powerful but also have malleability. They can fit a certain thing depending on what your opponent is doing.
Yeah, that's right. Maridon has that really interesting kit, right, where you're able to have the long range, but also almost a sort of speedster dive style of gameplay. You have electro drift, you have charge beam, and I think because of that, it's just found so much success. It can fit into so many compositions, and you really do have to wonder how a grand finals like this is going to shake out. Luminosity does very well at an international event. Again, they've won the World Championship.
Okej, tutaj jest ta gwiazdka.
They have won LAIC, and now they are here at EUIC. And then, of course, you have a team like Peru here. Formerly last year, you may have known them as Fusion. They came here and they beat the entire world. We are heading in to our first draft
zobaczmy, co tu
right
się
now.
dzieje.
Luminosity Gaming is going to be on your purple side. Peru
Okej,
Unite is going
tutaj
to
chyba
be on
gość
your
jeden
orange
wybrał
side. We can see our
Sajdaka, no
bands
bo to
up
będzie
here.
ten
We have
Guldek.
Talion band out, Blissey, we were
Traka
talking about
jest,
this earlier.
dużo się
We also
zmieniło.
have Mew and Urshifu. Now Mew, that's a targeted ban. You're not going to see a lot of teams ban out Mew, but they do not want to deal with Otter on this Pokemon. It's one of his best.
It really is. Grabbing Zacian early.
Jo, tutaj chyba widzę, że Peru wybiera mojego ulubionego grubasa. Raz grubasy z rząd. Ale akurat miałem całkiem spoko skille, co ciekawe to nie jest przeciwieństwo do Loela, czy nie jest to raczej. No, to jest właśnie ten Mew.
Yeah, it looks like they're adapting to their opponents already. They know what they want. So Curios on this Mewtwo. Why? I think a huge reason for that, of course, is we've seen Sinus play
No,
this
bo tutaj
quite a
jest
bit
już
on the side
etap.
of Peru. Mewtwo Y is just incredibly powerful, right? In general, Psystrike is
No,
amazing,
tak,
able
to
to do
też napis.
absurd damage at range, also making you unstoppable, while also knocking your opponents up in an area incredibly strong with a global Unite move. That's its strongest move in the game, able to hit everyone.
A, Greninite, Snorlax z Nanento.
But also, Ninetales is specifically strong into Zacian, so you're grabbing that so that the other team can't happen and cut off your first pick. Good look by Zacian.
Gwiazdkowaty.
Oho.
Oho.
Decides to round this
Whoa.
Overlord grabbing Blaziken, and of course, in the last spot, Mimikyu, which is something Trainer has been on ad nauseum.
Yeah, Trainer has really made Mimikyu shine. But if we want to talk briefly about the Blaziken pick, last night, final game of the night, final match between Komai and Luminosity, we saw one of the most incredible Rayquaza steals of all time with Overlord. Overheat for Blaziken is
Zatrupia czaszka, co oznacza, że będą ragdolce.
quickly dive into the Rayquaza pit and just tap it briefly to take Ray. Otherwise, Komai would actually be here right now. It was one of the craziest steals we've seen in the championship
No
series.
właśnie, zobaczymy co tam, nim zacznę. Ja wiem, że zaraz będą rachunki za produkt. No, opcjonalnie też przypominam o opcjonalnej oczywiście wpłacie na Tipli. Nie jest to oczywiście obowiązkowe. To jest tak woli przypomnienia. Na ten moment mamy 33 złotego.
It's a really strong choice, and again, yeah, it really hasn't hit anyone's radar as a band just yet.
No,
Teams are locked in.
W United trochę grałem, ale nie za dużo, żeby wiedzieć. No Lola też miałam przeżygotę, ale bardzo szybko się skończono. To w sumie... Chyba faktycznie chyba kolega wtedy miał rację, że nie powinienem grać w Lola, tak? I faktycznie... I okazuje się, że Milusi kolega miał rację. LOL to jest też ta rzecz. Czy ja też tu mogę grać United też mam. Tak, tutaj chyba rozchodzi się 3 wygrane. Tak, mamy oczywiście Psyduck, mamy do tego Torczyka, oczywiście z chyba śmiesznym bandem. No, tutaj zaczynamy tak klasycznie, typowo ligowo, czyli ligowo, czyli oczywiście zaczynamy najpierw od oczywiście zdobycia pewnych źródeł mocy. Nasz Pokémon potem mógł atakować dużo lepiej. I to wiecie, no najpierw idziemy na dżunglę, chociażby, no, polujemy na jakieś mobiki, zbieramy oczywiście resurs, żeby levelować, żeby oczywiście potem no, tutaj ewoluować faktycznie. No. O Boże, ten Snorlax jest cudowny. Ja muszę się z nim niestety ze swoim pożegnać.
If Kea notices that Slash moves up, they can move up to counter as we have 3 members of Luminosity pressuring this tier 1 goal zone here from Peru.
Now Otter is coming up to support. Nice little surf into a Nimmo to cut them off. The double A going back in. They're low on HP, and now they're gone. The K opener to LG and Trainer specifically.
Yeah, that's massive, especially taking that central area Pokemon, right? The higher the level, the more
Ty,
experience
ale
you're getting.
też podoba to trochę związane, no bo mieszkania są ciężkie do faktycznie kupienia, przez to oczywiście jest to, że no właśnie potem ludzie właśnie zaczynają zbierać te Pokemony, no bo to jest chyba taka jedna z mniejszych inwestycji. No na razie jest w stanie. Powiem, że też trzeba mieć pieniądze i pracę.
Peru, sensing that, didn't quite take the bait.
You can see we have the 8-minute mark right here, meaning there is a fight happening in the center, but it looks like Tempo actually tried to put some pressure on Slash right here. Zynus making it down to the center, but just a little late. They would love to stop this Blaziken from evolving if they could.
Yeah, Overlord taking a look at Zynus, forcing out the eject button, going over the wall. Here we go.
No, to tak sobie pójdę do
Slashkin putting good pressure on Tempo,
No, ale to zaczynamy uczelnię, więc trochę będzie, no niestety materiało mocno się opóźniają. A właśnie, bo tutaj mamy... A tak, i tutaj jest bardzo istotna rzecz, bo tu się różni, bo zamiast walić w te wieżyczki, bardzo istotną rzeczą jest to, że zbiera się te poksy, aby właśnie, jakby ktoś nie wiedział, tutaj trochę to działa inaczej, bo zazwyczaj prowadzimy te moby, ale tutaj możecie zauważyć, że nie ma tu takich małych żołnierzyków w United akurat. No więc tu nie prowadzimy jakiejś żadnej armii, która mogłaby na przykład wieżyczkę rozwalić. Tylko tutaj chodzi o to, że zbierając właśnie te Pokemony, możemy na przykład no, rozwalić właśnie ten teren. Aha, widzę, że Slash rozwalił Reggie Ice'a. No, czyli tak, zbieramy sobie te kuleczki i potem właściwie je później sportujemy, aby zniszczyć te takie kółka, które potem pozwalają na dalszą ekspansję, aż do bazy przeciwnika. No i tak, no i te kulki właśnie są pyszne. No dobra, tu mamy oczywiście Reggie Lekiego. Czy tam jeszcze sprawiają na przykład Reggie. Aczkolwiek w karciance na przykład, co ciekawe, został dużo lepiej ograny. Na przykład te ostatnie karty, które dostał Reggie Gigas są bardzo fajne. I one pokazują trochę power tego Pokemona w lorze. No bo w Prismatiku dostaliśmy właśnie bardzo dobrego Reggie Gigasa, który za 120 wiecie, za 100 wywali, ale jeżeli Pokémony steratowali 330, co pozwala na one-shot Charizarda i właśnie
secured by LG, they let it hit their goal zone, and that's the only 20 points that thing has away from it, and LG was unable to scramble up and score. Now they're putting pressure on Tempo very quickly. Tempo grabbing both berries to get their HP. There's a Mimikyu Unite, now they need to get the KO to make sure that thing
no, Mimikyu, no niestety zwłaszcza do takiego.
They don't even try it. Otter caught out, they try to surf back, and the Mimikyu gets out of there with a Shadow Sneak on the wild Pokemon.
A, ale United fajnie się ogląda tak swoją drogą. Wiecie, było też kiedyś dawno temu na IEM-ie.
Right? You're trying to not give up these high-level KOs that some of your carries have right here. So when Psyduck goes down instead of the Blaziken, instead of the Mimikyu, that is a really smart heads-up
tylko ta
play
gra
by
ma tak naprawdę,
Luminosity.
że ma
If you're
okropne
gonna give something,
mikrotransakcje.
that's what you're
Aczkolwiek
trying
z
to
tego
give
co ja
as we get ready
zauważyłam,
for Reg Ice.
one nie wadzą tak jakoś mocno, o dziwo. Nie wpływałem tak jakoś mocno na gameplay. Więc to jest taki bardzo daleki pay to win, że jest pod tym względem dużo lepiej niż w LoLu, bo w LoLu, kurwa, to co to trzeba zaglądać do portfela dosłownie. To nie miałem jakiegoś problemu. Wiesz, takie hardkorowe nie są, ale wiem, że są.
As we're slashing through, and finally the sword is broken.
This is absolutely relentless. These teams will not let the other breathe. Luminosity moving towards this goal zone, but Zinus is there. Draken moving back down. They're trying to stop them from scoring with another Mimikyu Unite move, and it looks like Luminosity is finally going to need to peel back so everyone can take a breath.
O! Widzę, że to już chyba zaczynają rozwalać od środka. O! Widzę, że Luminosity chyba rozwaliło już pierwszą barierę. Znaczy oni jak na razie prowadzą 111 do 82. Ale to widać, że to się różni od LoL'a, więc niby jest to samo. O, teraz widzę, że pokonali Reggie Leki i będą go prowadzić. Że mają go jeszcze chronić, tak? Tak, bo Reggie Leki już należy do Luminosity. Ten Reggie Leki zaraz wejdzie do tej...
LG is up on the scoreboard, but it is insanely close. You do not feel comfortable with a lead like this, but in 1 minute,
No tak, i oczywiście później się...
The rest of the match is any indication as to how this is going to go. These two teams are going to be brawling for it right away.
Slashcan stepping up, getting vision, of course. Peru with
Czy nie spodziewają się, że... No, ale to kanony TCG spokojnie będą, tylko to trochę zajmie. Bo to będziemy się bili o jakiegoś Reggie Ice'a czy innego Reggie. Tak, a Reggie Rock teraz jest, kurde. Tak, już wiem, że będzie to walka między Naktali Miller a Rookie Okado. Czyli ktoś chce wiedzieć. Niby tak meta, ale nie do końca taka meta. O ja, no widzę, że... To są... Raczej będą dwie wygrane.
Peru setting up in the tall grass right here. This is a big moment for these two teams. The winner of this game is going to create some huge momentum. Ray is on the board. Snorlax moving in. We have the side strike here from Mewtwo. And here comes the Zacian, but it doesn't look like anyone wants to engage it yet.
This guy's Eldegoss is going to land right in the middle. Rayquaza's getting ripped up. You got to charge the overheat. You got to get in there. Snow Globe is out. Taken by the Mewtwo Mega right there. Cure Luminosity Gaming putting them forward. 3 players down. Zynus is trying to hang tough, but they ain't new kids on the block. They can't. Now scramble and get some points.
Amazing stuff from Luminosity. It really feels like
O,
Peru
ja
was
się...
moving in there, and I think maybe unexpectedly they did start ripping
Luminosity chyba robi łubu-dubu i ja cię, miażdżąca przewaga dosłownie. I tu już mamy tutaj kuźwa przewagę tu pograniającą. A, właśnie, bo to Linktree trzeba zaktualizować, bo tu już zmienią nazwę Instagrama na właściwą. Więc tutaj jest do aktualizacji link. No i ja nie mogę. No to pierwszą, no to tutaj chyba raczej nie musimy mówić kto wygra. W tym przypadku, no tutaj to już jest masakrująca po prostu przewaga. Luminosity z...
and you're running into a team with, you know, a Blaziken on it, ready around a Rayquaza pit. The only reason I can assume that you would even start hitting Ray there is you think you're going to catch your opponents by surprise, because they have one of the best secure tools in the entire game.
Że widać, że też się rozwinęło, bo tych Pokemonów jest więcej. No i tutaj pierwszą rundę wygrywa Luminosity, więc no tutaj nie musimy nawet komentować, bo to była miażdżąca jednak przewaga w tym przypadku, dosłownie. Znaczy by poszedł, to wtedy... No. Ale też w międzyczasie... Ja mam kolejnego wesela w polu. Co mi tak patasi?
Without a doubt. I mean, right here we saw a great 4-player push, and all of that was really so Overlord could score and evolve into Blaziken. However, Peru makes them pay for that with a nice KO. They push back the other way, and Luminosity has a great defensive stand here for V2 to make sure that this goal zone doesn't have points put into it.
Yeah, and here we're taking a look at our two squads up on the big stage. These are two teams that are very used to competing in this environment. At Worlds, at EUIC, at LAIC, they've been up on this stage many times, and I know some teams make it to the big stage and it seems like they shrink. Other teams, you know, they get bigger, and these are two of the biggest titans in the game right now.
Yeah, really elevated by playing in this environment. Again, the LAN environment on 0 ping. They are showing their skills off here, and we saw it over and over and over again. Believe it or not, we were actually talking about this last night. The Aegis Slash Unite move, the coup de grace, looks like it's incredibly massive, but the hitbox on it is very, very narrow.
Yeah.
And being able to hit that as consistently as Peru was in that game for knockouts is very impressive in and of itself. And again, showing that these players are truly on a different level.
Now, this is interesting because it's a position, you know, I think you would hate to be in as Peru, right? Down one game already. All the momentum with Luminosity. A team that regularly will come to a situation like this, Worlds, LAIC, and they will win in dramatic fashion. They will beat you 3-0 in a best-of-5 grand final. So you definitely don't want to be down one game. But if you look at LG from yesterday, I mean, they went 3-2 against Komai, and that match was razor thin. So this is maybe not the Luminosity Gaming that is going to beat you 3-0. Peru could still be in this thing, but that is a tough way to finish off your first game.
Yeah, I tried to mention at the early parts of the show, stylistically, Luminosity Gaming loves to play against the type of team that Peru is. Again, traditional frontlining with the Eldegoss, with the Snorlax, right? 2 attackers and then a little bit of range mixed in with that Alolan Ninetales. Luminosity has seen that for the last 4 years. They know how to play against that cookie cutter strategy, and we just see them win another game 1 here because that's how Peru Unite is playing. I'd love to see one of the mix-ups, one of the change-ups that they were talking about in that on-stage interview here in game 2 to try and snag back some of that momentum.
Now, the draft screen that we saw earlier, obviously, that's that in-game draft screen that you're probably pretty familiar with. What you're seeing right here is the Unite Championship Series draft screen. Gives us a little more information about these two squads as we're going through it. We can see our bans here once again. Blissey, no shock. Slash on the side of Luminosity has won Worlds with this Pokemon. Mew, of course, that's a targeted ban, making sure that Otter can't get their favorite Pokemon. On the other side, they're worried about a couple attackers here, so they're making sure that Inteleon and Miraidon are not picked. Peru taking that Psyduck. It did really feel like Otter was pretty quacked on that thing, so I'm not surprised they did take it. Sorry, pretty corned on that thing.
Pretty corned. Just like that joke. Kea, great on Psyduck as well.
Bany, to jest Inteleon i Miraidon zbanowany. Ale tak, widzę, że tutaj mamy Mewtwo, tutaj mamy
Overlord with that rapid strike, that blue bear style, ready to schmoove and groove through the opposing squad.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how
te garki to są tak zbawienne kuźwa w kolorze.
I've seen Otter on Hoopa this weekend. It's interesting because one of Hoopa's movesets, Hyperspace Hole, is not available for competition, but Trick has been played by many teams, and it's been pretty phenomenal. It allows you to make some really interesting plays where you give an ally a shield, they also have increased stats while they're going at it, they have, you know, better move speed, and you have the ability to pull them out of an encounter in some really interesting ways with Phantom Force.
Yeah, and you get a heal when you go back through that
Widać, że
portal,
się
so it
coś
does
zmieni.
offer a healing factor in that sense. Slash, grabbing Aegis Slash, I doubt they'll be the person on that. We'll see how Peru rounds this thing out. One of the few teams that does play Candle. Chandelure locked in, and you see that
To jest
pick
taki
rate,
pik,
only
widzę, taki
2%.
bardzo rzadki, bo tu widzę, że to jest 2%, kurwa. Jakby na to nie patrzeć, więc no trochę niecodzienne.
Select their Pokemon, they're able to swap them amongst each other so that you can pick the Pokemon in the order you would like. However, it is a Cinderace, so we have two attackers, two kind of more stereotypical auto attack Pokemon. You've got Mewtwo and Cinderace, and it looks like Slash is going to be playing sort of a support defender-ish Mewtwo, and then we have Otter on Hoopa. This is what we were talking about earlier. Luminosity Gaming is playing this game on another level. The only question is that level above or behind Peru? Are they the final boss, or is Peru going to take them out here?
Well, you can literally see stylistically the differences between these two teams that we've been harping on. A support, a tank, two melee attackers.
No, well, that's
on the other side of Luminosity Gaming, absolute chaos.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see some of these picks. You know, we saw Luminosity win the North America tournament last month, I believe it was, with Charizard, a Pokemon that you don't see that much anymore. Now they are bringing out Cinderace, another Pokemon that you just do not see played that often. In fact, the entire sort of category of these auto attack Pokemon has not been super popular here on the Thea Sky Routes for a while. I'm talking things like Decidueye, Cinderace, Greninja, Dragapult. Well, we are seeing one of them here today as we are getting ready for game number 2. Luminosity Gaming up 1 right now in our grand finals. This is a best of 5 Doob Snacks. The winner of that best of 5 will win the entire thing, and they will be our first team guaranteed to be heading to Worlds in Anaheim.
Here we go, heading into game 2 quickly. Peru, unite your purple team. Luminosity Gaming, your orange team. Game 2 underway.
That's right. Overlord heading to the top path right here, while Urshifu, the Kubfu, heading into this central area. Now, this is a Pokemon that needs a lot of experience, that Kubfu, because as a little Kubfu, it might just be one of the worst things on Thea Sky Ruins. But once it becomes Urshifu, it's an absolute force. Overlord going to be up here in this top path.
All right. Quickly trying to get and actually splitting the central area from Luminosity Gaming, because Cinderace is pretty experience hungry in and of itself. Tempo taking a ton of damage. Hoopa, no slouch on the A presses early. Draken kind of seeing, taking inventory of what's going on here on the orange side of the map. Slashcan stepping up again as this kind of tank-ish Mew.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how exactly this all plays out. If this works out, I mean, solo queue players, don't take note of this. This is the best of the best. I don't know if we need to have Cinderace and EXP share Mewtwo Y. Maybe Luminosity can handle that.
Yeah, maybe they can. You and I certainly cannot.
Nope, 0-5 this weekend, you and me, buddy.
Yeah, not great. We haven't touched the game since because it was so sad. Wicked Blow charged up, bang, straight through Mimikyu, tons of damage. That's a knockout. Hey, press him down. We already have a reboot. Overlord, the Pirate Bunny, moving forward here, trying to just kick the soccer balls of fire right into Tempo's grill, and they are very successful. Tempo can't even step up. Now they might be able to with a berry. Kea, level 4, might be able to surf forward and open up an opportunity, but no, all those birds that materialize go to Luminosity Gaming and another stack for Overlord.
Now here comes Zainus up to the top path right here. Trainer in some trouble, trying to get away from this situation. The Wicked Blow charged up. The trick from Hoopa, pulling them out of this fight. Actually, I can't believe they made it out, but of course the incredible support right there from the Hoopa.
I mean, Wicked Blow, bang, right into the Gabite, and that's an easy combination to get a knockout here. Slashcan with the early rotation, helping them put pressure on the top path. Doublade downstairs, Curios left to their own devices. We'll see how Peru adjusts.
And here we have Overlord, as you mentioned, the Pirate Bunny. Sounds like a One Piece character, taking some of this experience here in the central area. They are now evolved into Cinderace.
Going to have to A-press the opposing team. We're certainly looking forward to that. Nice little wide guard to keep Mimikyu, meanwhile, taking out Slashcan upstairs. KO Streaka 2, taking out Otter as well.
Yeah, here we go. They're pushing towards this goal zone. Overlord in some trouble right here. If they get caught by this Shadow Sneak, this is going to be a difficult fight for them. They are caught.
No tutaj jeszcze myślę o poprawie trochę konsystencji deku.
That was a possibility. It's really hard. They don't want to give up this goal zone, but at the same time, that Shadow Sneak is coming.
Jakieś bulko, rzeczy.
Putting tons of damage on tempo, really limiting the ability of Peru to push forward. They were retreating a hair there. Slashgang going to try and go for some secures. As K is putting some great pressure. Hits him with the psychic and the serve. Here comes the Chandelure. We actually have that disable kind of coming out, and that's going to be able to help shut down key abilities on the side of Luminosity.
That's right. When you're in that zone, you are not able to use any of your moves, and it's pretty devastating. While at the same time, you know, they have a lot of Pokemon that just want to press that A button over there on the side of Luminosity. So Cinderace in there, maybe not too stressed out, but some others could be devastating to not be able to use your Wicked Blow on her
Te
cheek.
trzy
You
lance.
just saw that, but Curious accidentally used their coup de grace on a Bunnelby and was unsuccessful in securing it, and now they have to fight from pad without it. So Curious, a little bit of a misstep. Wide guard, they can see if they can at least get a KO. They do. Mimikyu
No
goes
właśnie
down.
też poprawia
Quality
takie
knockout there for
konsysty.
them.
No,
Regieleki
czy
getting
2,
caught up
3
by
to
the
są
sword,
takie
and Hoopa in tandem. Luminosity rotating downstairs.
Yeah, Luminosity gonna head towards
No, ale to jeśli chodzi o pryzmatyki, to puszki mi dają akurat może nie jakieś super dropy, ale akurat ja dostałam Crispina tak swoją drogą w Pokeballu, co prawda, ale zawsze coś. To jest takie such like zawsze coś.
Oh, going straight forward is
Lancey
Slashgang,
tak
identifying
atakuje,
where Draken
więc
is. The Chandelure throwing in some fireballs, but
to jest
they are not
większe
finding their mark.
consistency,
There's 4
tutaj
players
raczej nie
from
ma.
Luminosity Gaming looking to make a move.
Trzech
Nice,
duchów,
Unite
tylko
in
tu
the back
trzeba
line,
uważać.
blow KO, and now they have a real opportunity. They're trying to
Proszę,
get on top of
żeby
Nemo,
nie
who's
było,
just
nie
throwing
było,
all the claws forward that they can. We've got a mega Mewtwo here. A pressing everybody down, tempo low on HP. A press through with Overlord as well. Two KO
że niektórzy grają 3,
No chance
dodałam...
to pop them up, but Curious is there to cut down the trash.
I want to call out an amazing play. When Garchomp went into that Unite move right there, Overlord had the trick Phantom Force on them, popped back into the tall grass away from where Garchomp was.
A ten
Blaze kick
butter z
over his
Crispinem
head
jest
and then moved in
zajebisty.
with his Unite move, absolutely breaking the ankles of the Land Shark right there. That was incredible. Luminosity having an amazing fight here in this bottom path. But again, look at the scoreboard, 118-80. That's how well Peru is playing this. They didn't give them an inch score-wise.
Incredibly close this game is. Again, you mentioned that Land Shark looking like a shark on land right there, and they're going to have to materialize back into this. Typically, nice. This is an easy catch right here. What you want to do is convert it into a KO to double teleport Slashgang. They're wasting a lot of time on the clock. That took way more effort than it should have out of Peru. Now, Luminosity Gaming using the Rings Unbound, that big Hoopa Unite move, and Otter just running right at him, going for the stun. Coup de grace secure, Cinderace secure. Coup de grace secure on Chandelure knockout as they're sitting on this goal zone, and they're looking for more action. They didn't want to put points in.
We need to get some better coup de grace secures, right? It didn't get the Bunnelby here. It still doesn't got the objective. I think Curios can make it happen right here. Kea in some trouble as they are going down, but this objective in the top path, ripped down by Peru, that's that Regieleki. It's going to be walking towards that tier 2 goal zone. Massive shadow sneak, and it looks like Mimikyu's going in right into Unite move. They're looking for the KO Dragon Claw combo, and Overlord goes down.
A press victory here. Shadow Sneak does hit Otter. Stepping up is Trainer. Nice Wicked Blow using their Unite move back the other way. Garchomp Unite is down, but we saw another escape, I believe, through the Phantom Force, and now stepping forward is Trainer. Dragon Rush goes right through. They can't quite nail their target. Now they're on the chase springboard. Boing, trying to get out
Dobra,
to
jak na razie Luminosity tutaj prowadzi, tutaj ta przewaga aż taka nie jest ogromna, bo widzę, że chyba przeciwna drużyna się tam ogarnęła.
Beautiful stuff there from Luminosity, really punishing them for making their way into their central area, and I gotta say, incredible sound effects, my friend. As always, 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10 sound effects. I'll be doing no more. And
Zresetuję
retiring
ten
on top.
challenge.
Huge. Wow.
Już
This
tak
is
trochę
last day doing
pad
sound
może
effects,
być.
everybody. Give it up for Doomstacks, everyone. His last sound effect of the broadcast.
Okay. All right, thanks guys. Appreciate all the support. Here we go. It looks like I am going home after this. Perfect. Can't wait. 3 minutes left on the clock. The scoreboard is now in favor of Luminosity Gaming. The levels are as well. So they're in the position that they would like to be. They just got to tactfully maneuver the back end of this game and find themselves a game 2 win.
Here we are, 168, 218, and some of these fights have been going really well for Luminosity. We talked earlier about this Trick Phantom Force combination that Koopa is able to provide their team, and they have made some amazing outplays because of it, right?
Nie ta strona, ty
Stuff
kłamie!
LG as we are walking towards this bottom objective. And look at Peru. They're all making their way towards this tier 2 goal zone, which is going to give them a possible score advantage. And it does. 288, 218, 30 seconds left. They are up and in the top half. Reggie elected to spawn,
gleba.
which means if they take this, they unlock another win condition, Noob Snacks. It would walk towards their own goal zone. However, they all peel back away from it and get ready for Rayquaza because they know how fast Luminosity could rip this off the map with Cinderace.
A 70-point advantage, and Peru Unite and Luminosity are looking at each other. This might be an early engage straight into the action with the surf. And bounce the slow beat. New to Unite comes back the other way. Into the back line is Trainer. They find a KO on the candle. Now we're moving forward. We're pushing back through surf. Gets 2 players down on Luminosity. Otter goes rings unbound, and they're going to have to try and stun down this team. We've already got Tempo working on Rayquaza. The Garchomp is great at shredding. We have the Cinderace on the backside, still staying back in their Unite move. If there's anything we learned from Solo Q is they got an opportunity to steal. Side strike hits the side up right there. Overlord is getting chased. They try to get into the mix. They can't. They can find a KO on Draken though. Rayquaza's getting low. Still standing as the Mewtwo. Why? No. They are down as well. And now the Aegislash can't make it in time. And Peru Unite grabs a Rayquaza.
And it looks like Peru is evening up the score right here as they are heading towards Luminosity's side. Now, of course, Urshifu able to do some damage
United.
to Rayquaza shields, but Urshifu is not at that main goal zone as 100 points reigns in. No, 200 points for Peru. It's going to be tough for LG, but there's still a minute left in this game, Duke Snacks.
Yeah, I mean, 2 players down with huge titles. They got to move. This is the opportunity to go. Psyduck peeling back. They're trying to sit on that goal zone. Everybody's trying to nab back as many Unite moves as they can for this push.
Yeah, and here they go. They're making their way across the map right here. As you talked about, big timers on the other side. Chandelure back in 10 seconds. Mimikyu back in 20. This is going to be a 5v3 at this goal zone. They have to take this fight, and they need to win. They need to KO every single member of Peru, or they're going to keep landing on their heads. Garchomp waiting to go in, and now they land. Big-time Dragon Claw combo as they are moving forward.
There's the Garchomp Unite. Finds a bunch of targets. Everybody's low on HP. Eject
Jak na razie to Peru United prowadzi.
Moving forward, finally. Trainer used their Unite move back to try and get the Garchomp. No, they're dispatched of. Rings Unbound is way too late. And despite being the big space monster that Hoopa is, it is not enough to change the tides of this game.
They tried, they pushed towards that tier 2, but it was over for them. Peru with a massive defense. I have to give it up to them. The patience to let Garchomp sit on the jump pad for as long as it did until it was the perfect time to land.
Game
Stop
free.
those scores from happening and then move in with the
Just
Unite.
1-1.
Peru tying it up here 1-1 in our grand finals. This is not going to be a blowout. This is a brawl, my friend.
Well, it looks like Luminosity Gaming may have flown a little too close to the sun with those wax wings that they built for themselves in that draft. Was it unconventional? Yes. Did they deliver on the result they were looking for? No. Does that scare them away from trying to
Yeah, that is the question. What will they throw at the next game here? It does feel like they're playing very well throughout this match. I love a lot of the counterpunch choices that were made there by Peru. That was the moment I was talking about when Cinderace just absolutely, broke the ankles there of the Garchomp, making sure that he couldn't hit any of that Unite move.
No tak, potem już mniej trików robimy, tylko po prostu ciśniemy! Ciśniemy! Że to jest niski lot.
Luminosity Gaming to make a preemptive move here. Early Rayquaza fight this time, despite last time being Seaboard. They took the battle to them. Peru surprising LG maybe with that aggression and able to turn it.
You can also see a Nemo right there just catching over, and I'm not surprised the player of the game. You saw that shadow sneak over and over and over again at Rayquaza. They catch, they hit the they close the gap. They're moving with the Shadow Claw and pick up.
A nie, można taką podwózkę.
Starting it off, slash, moving in for the fight, and it looked like Mimikyu also got a really nice big chunk of damage onto Urshifu.
Yes, udało mi się.
Amazing combination there from Peru. They were extremely aggressive at Ray. This time, not dealing with Rayquaza at all, dealing only with LG.
No, and dealt with them they did. Always looking for a good fight is Peru. It feels
O, Massive Banda też mają.
all weekend long right there, no exception. And again, Nemo, great game here, 10 KOs on this Mimikyu. Very well facilitated by the support players on Peru. Kea and of course Draken in that defender role. Kea on the duck was a problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
O, babuszka.
Psyduck's game
Żaden, żaden.
game too. This could be a Pokemon that you need to ban out. One thing is for sure, Luminosity is playing in a style where you can't ban out enough to stop them, right? They have a lot of options, but that game did not look amazing, so we're going to have to see how they want to play this next game right here. I'm showing them the text from me. I'm just saying, keep it up, boys.
Keep it up, boys.
I text both teams between the matches.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think the thought process was behind that synchronous?
Well, it rips fast, it's unconventional, it does have decent secure,
Challenge
they
mode,
don't
dobra.
expect it, and it plays pretty well with Trick Hoopa, right? The additional mobility that they're able to give it, as well as the plus version, I believe, giving it a solid amount of, it's either attack speed or life steal. I feel like it works really well with a Pokemon like that, and I also do think after you're up a game, you probably can throw a curveball at your opponents, do something odd, knock them off balance, do something they wouldn't expect, and then hopefully take a surprise game too.
You know, maybe I'm a little less creative than you, but I would have rather seen that first pick Urshifu that they had drop down to the hands of Overlord and gutter pick the Leafeon, put that in the hands of Dragonite. Because they obviously didn't have access to Mimikyu, and maybe that's just because I've seen them run that before, and they have been incredibly successful with it, so it's an easy thing for me to point out and call out.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's something that they saw that made them shy away from that, and I don't know if they're going to go back to that well now, because, you know, all things considered, the script went pretty well until the final stages of the game, but if you can't take a team fight against a team fighting team, that's going to be an issue.
You know, one thing that they ran into, that they always run into, and it's honestly, it's a kind of Luminosity's kryptonite, is slow beam on Slowbro. They ban it out against certain teams.
Correct.
It really is just a shutdown factor, locking down one of the best players on their team for a moment so that they can, you know, have, so that their opponents could have an advantage in that Rayquaza fight. And they've banned it out a lot. I wonder if they want to ban it against Peru, because the slow beam on Aegislash there was a difference maker. It changed the dynamic of Rayquaza. It let them start to snowball and KO over and over again in that fight. As we can see, the shaky cam up to the big stage. I love it. It's becoming a reality show up there.
Oh, it absolutely is. The intensity cam. Blissey and Teleon banned on the side of LG. We'll see where Peru goes. Again, targeting down Otter right here with both picks, Mew and Psyduck, saying your Hoopa was not that impressive. You got to beat us with something else. However, Otter, I'm sure not going to shy away from this opportunity.
Yeah, I guess what are they going to start with here as a first pick for Luminosity? They would love to take something away, but no, they actually want Urshifu right away. It has been a very powerful Pokemon for them. We saw an amazing goal zone defense yesterday from Trainer, fighting off multiple Pokemon with Rayquaza shields at their tier 2. So this doesn't surprise me here. On the other side, Xynos would really like to play that Mewtwo Y.
All right, well now the Slowbro, yeah, I mean the Slowbro's there, Draken's great on it, and again, the Slow Beam seems to be LG's, as you mentioned, kryptonite. How will they react here? Umbreon still available, quality pick. However, would Peru even go into that well? Maybe, because you can actually slot Umbreon into more of that support role. So it's something that they actually have to grab now, and Miraidon, a solid pick for Cheerios, who's most likely going to be on that.
Yeah, oftentimes when you see Miraidon, it is going to be playing in that sort of typical attacker bot path role, trying to get a ton of experience. Miraidon has a lot of different options. Anemo on that Mimikyu was brutal last game, and here we go, looking at game number 2 with it.
We really need to find a solution here for Luminosity Gaming, because they're facing down 2 Pokemon that just iced them out last game. Mamoswine quickly hovered, and Wigglytuff as well. Curios going for a quick switch up. I mean, all bets are off right now. I'm not too sure where we end up.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how they finish. Curious on the Charizard. Slash on the Mamoswine, obviously. I mean, Mamoswine did really well at Worlds, and they've been playing it this weekend, so I'm not surprised. We do have Overlord possibly hanging out here on the Umbreon as more of the carry Umbreon. It would be that double stacking play with Umbreon, and now Tempo grabbing the Buzzwole. Buzzwole, also a Pokemon that I feel like Luminosity has a lot of trouble with.
Yeah, really. Yesterday they had to pick Blissey and go Safeguard just to help mitigate some of the impact that Buzzwole has. That's not an option for them today. Curios grabbing the Umbreon. Slash on the Mamoswine. Otter going to stick as an attacker. That's a support Miraidon. We've got 3 EXP shares queued up right now. We better see some held items switch.
It looks like, I mean, Curious is talking to the staff behind them. I can't tell if he's saying how do 3 EXP shares work, but I don't think that's what he's trying to figure. Yeah, not exactly how you would want.
Terrific.
But we're going to see what exactly they would like to do right here. This is an odd setup here from Luminosity after an odd setup last game. Overlord, though, once again on that Charizard again. We saw them win last month with it.
Yeah, if the jokes out there are true, Overlord didn't actually want to play Charizard. Trainer just kind of zoned out in the pick phase, and it was selected for him, and they ended up making a little chicken salad out of chicken scratch with that opportunity here. But it looks like LG is going to have to lie in the bed that they've made with these 3 experience share Pokemon.
Yeah, this is really interesting. If this is what we're running into this match with, I mean, I cannot wait to find out how this is going to go. Luminosity Gaming 1.
Okej, co tu tak widzę? No to jak na razie jest 1-1.
Again, the winner of this whole thing, the first team qualified
Wiem, czy to był dobry
for
pomysł.
Worlds.
No, muszę
Last
poczekać,
year,
aż
it was
Pokémon
Peru
Go przeminie
Unite. They are
jeszcze.
back here up on the
Przeminie
big stage to try to figure
właśnie
it out
United,
right
bo
now.
się nie spodziewałem
With the word
Uniteda.
that the game is paused here, it's possible that we had an issue picking one of the Pokemon in draft, and given how their draft looked, that sounds right.
Yeah, that is unsurprising. And you know what? If it was intentional, I'd try to get a game pause too. Try to see if we can get that sorted out, because that is not the best look going into Game 3 of a Grand Finals. We'll see how this gets shaken out and resolved as you and I get to talk a little more.
Yeah, we get to talk a little more about what we've gone through here this weekend. I mean, some of the best teams from all over the world converged here at EUIC to try to fight over this coveted Worlds spot. It was huge for Peru. Last season, they made it deep into day 2 of Worlds with that invite. So the team that leaves here really does start to look like one of the best in the world. They're absolutely in the conversation. Now, here's something interesting. Coming up, ACL, the Asia Champions League, will be happening. Luminosity Gaming, by winning LAIC, is the only Western team qualified for that event.
Exactly, and they're going to be just a shark amongst sharks over there, as I was able to catch some of the ACL action leading up to the finalization of who qualified for that happened this weekend as well. Tons of phenomenal teams over there, and really, as the only representative of the West, you'd love to win this and go into the ACL with gargantuan.
A Crispin też jest tak dużo.
Yeah, that would absolutely be huge. Right now, of course, Peru is looking to two-peat right here, get themselves a two-peater, win this thing, head to Worlds again. They're already crushing it in their region, but having that spot locked in, I feel like it really opens you up to expand your gameplay, figure out exactly what kind of team you're going to be this season, and, you know, set your eyes on sort of that bigger prize, playing not only against your competition around you, which, you know, for like North America can be very, very stiff. It feels like NA is really tough into NA, but you have to figure out how to play against the world somehow.
Yeah, credit to Peru last year. Won this event, did not rest on their laurels, kind of went into dumpster everything else that they played in. I mean, they were absolutely dominant throughout their region for the rest of the year, Cowboy. And a lot of times, you know, you think this, you qualify early. Like I said, you rest on your laurels. Maybe you, like you said, test a bunch of stuff. Maybe you set the game down for a bit to give yourself a break. Not these kids. We played against
Pokeball
them
Reverse
after
41
they
to
won
zawsze
last year,
coś.
where they had just a side setup where they were just taking on any 5 players that would step up. Not us, close. But there was a team that they beat 1,300 to like 4.
Yeah.
It was the most vicious. They don't care who is sitting across from them. They will play you to
No też
maximum
zamiast
effort.
polskiej,
They're
żeby
not
się
gonna
dała,
play
nie, to
goofy picks or troll picks. They're going to absolutely rinse you. This team wants to win. This team loves this game, and they
Przemęczony.
love proving how good they are.
Yeah, they are incredible.
A, on ma
You're
te
right.
śpiochy
They're
takie
playing a
szarawe.
side event here, as if they're playing in the grand finals. Just absolutely. I mean, keeping the pressure on, continuing to score, running up that scoreboard. I do think we also did play them, and I can't remember who won that.
It was not us.
Oh, it was not us?
No.
We need to get a story where we won a game.
We do.
We got to win one first.
We've got to win one. Again, 0-5 here is the Snack Spraggles combination when duo queuing.
No, szybko, że...
Is that our fault?
No.
No.
No to
Well,
jest czasowa inne.
It is not
not our fault. We're part of the squad.
we are responsible for the loss, but not the cause of the loss.
There you go. I like that.
Yeah,
We'll take responsibility for it, but let's face it, it's not us.
but it wasn't us. Like, we're like a coach. We didn't really execute our game plan today. We weren't able to deliver the result we wanted. But it's really the people on the field that are making a lot of mistakes out here. Like, we were calling the right things. They weren't just executed correctly.
I love that attitude.
There you go. We did it.
Tylko czemu Brown
Here we are
odszedł
getting
z...
ready
Nie
for
wiem.
this huge game.
Ale dobra,
Peru having an amazing game too. They had that opportunity to go for the Reggie Alecki right there at the end, but instead they just took the insanely aggressive positioning at Ray. Really went in for the fight. As soon as Luminosity even kind of poked their head out, boom, slow beam, caught him right away, moved in and took the fight.
And that might have been part of their strategy, right? The assumption would be rip that, take down the goal zone, go rip the objective, and cause that kind of double-edged victory path, right? Either through the home goal zone with your Reggie Alecki hitting or the Rayquaza. However, because of that kind of wonky situation, they were able to put Luminosity Gaming in, weren't quite sure where they're going to be. They were able to jump on them, take the initiative, take a great fight, get early catches, and ultimately win in spectacular fashion and taking this thing to even games.
Yeah, something that's interesting that we just saw on stage there, one of our players' mobile devices, obviously, they had Dodrio, the three-headed bird, my absolute favorite in the game, as their favorite in Pokemon. One thing that I get asked a lot is it better to play on mobile? Is it better to play on Switch? You have both options here for Pokemon Unite. I find it fascinating that World Championship teams have players that run both mobile and Switch. There's clearly no distinct advantage. Like, your play style matters so much more.
What's
już
insane to me is the players that play with
pokazuję.
Yeah.
That's legendary. That is like playing in hardcore mode. That is wild to me. But hey, whatever suits your style, whatever gets your team wins. And we were seeing players on the World Championship stage playing in all different sorts of setups. So, play however feels comfortable. Just play.
As we're taking a look at some of our audience here, I know that the guy who's playing 5 different Game Boys is in the audience right now, still shiny hunting for that Charmander. I just met him before broadcast, so if we get the opportunity, we got to find him again because it's very impressive.
Here we go.
No dobra, mamy
With
tutaj...
the cross
The
hands.
fancy piano hands going across 5 Game Boys, hard resetting. I hope they are successful.
Medic, I think we need an ambulance.
While we are trying to be successful in getting this game remade. Now, Spraggles, when we go back into this draft, it'll follow the texture of what it had until we had the issue.
My mamy grida zrobić, o ja.
Switch up. It's going to go through until the issue needs to be resolved, wherever that happened in the process, correct it, move on from there, and then we'll get ourselves...
No i będziemy na tym robili 5 razy grida, aż się uda. Do usranej śmierci.
Hit that final pick the way they wanted, so we will see. It could be that they were trying to move their items around, not have 3 XP shares on one team. I don't know.
Have 3 XP,
boys. I think we made a mistake. So we'll see. We'll see exactly where
udało mi się, ja!
be remade from, because if a player does disconnect, we want to make sure that the match is brought back again right to where it was. They're not able to remake any of their decisions, change some of their minds about what happened in draft, but that issue is where we're going to start.
Okay.
Mamy proste zadanie. Zrób grida.
Right? Despite being again behind the scoring levels, they found themselves in an opportunity to win. They took it and delivered on it. Luminosity Gaming, okay, momentum that they had from game 1, it's now brought back to parity, and we'll see how they have to adjust. They cooking a little hard in game 2, and we're cooking a little bit there in game 3.
Oli.
A little overcooked. It looks like, especially if we've got the 3 EXP shares. I mean, they really are cooking at this point. Throwing a lot of different looks at Peru. And I think Peru would be fine with them. Yeah.
O Jezus, on ma tyle gameboyi? Azro! Kurde, chłop ma tyle gameboyi, no ja sam chcę. Yes! Dało się.
Hey, pretty sick. Hey, here it is. Here it is.
It is amazing. I do feel like I don't know if I could even handle 2 at once. I gotta be honest. The second two are coming up. I think I'll miss the shiny. You give me 5 at once, there's no way I notice the shiny Charmander coming. As we get ready here for our game, we are heading into game number 3. Luminosity Gaming, your purple team.
Dobra.
Peru Unite, your orange team. I see an
Chyba się
EXP
zaczynają
shirt
już
up
te
there on the
Pokemony.
Mammoth Swine.
Yep, I saw Otter as well. So really, it was the players switching between characters. Curios is on the Miraidon, not Otter here. Tons of damage in. Tempo is getting very low. Overlord as well. Who's going to come out ahead? Overlord on the chopping block. Bang! Whoa! And look at the little fuzzy Roomba getting it done. 2 players down.
Beautiful stuff right there. That is the official name until they changed it. Made no sense to me. I think they should have
Dobra,
kept
przejdźmy
it.
już sobie
And
do
now we can see,
United, a tak
Curious in the
znów.
bottom
Aha,
left.
co my tu mamy?
They do not
Mamy
have-
Charmandera, Miraidona, chyba mamy jeszcze Manuswaina i Urshifu i do tego jeszcze raczej Umbreona.
Like 3 EXP shares, not
Mimikyu,
optimal, but you
Mew,
can deal with it.
Basil,
Having your players playing the Pokemon
Slowpoke
they want to
i
play
jeszcze
may be a bit
Sutkiem.
more, important.
Yeah,
Cieka,
absolutely
którego
right. This is the
totalnie nie
strategy
będę.
that they are looking to deliver here. I don't think they're ready to start playing
Kiedy
each other's
rokowi.
picks right away. Draken making their way to this bottom path. 8 minutes, 50 seconds here. So the Swablu Altaria are spawning between these two paths. Charge Beam looking to try to take some of this while up in the top path. We have KO already.
Okay. Moving forward, we do
No,
have the
trzeba
Wicked
było
Blow
na
issue,
razie
that's
będzie
Trainer
też pod
Ice Fang
technikiem, czyli...
reposition, and now that Mimikyu's in a lot of trouble.
może
Having
już
to get
muszę-
to the very low on HP. Charmeleon sorting him out.
Beautiful stuff right here from Luminosity. Mewtwo coming up to the top path, but in some
Oh,
trouble
no.
right now. Huge
Oh,
bean
no.
hook into a wicked blow, and another KO for LG.
I mean, that's the thing between these two teams. You know, like sharks, they smell a little blood in the water. They want to try and find that target without realizing that it's a trap. And there was more players, or more sharks in this case, waiting for them to counter the shark attack.
No,
Sharks
Luminosity
counter shark
prowadzi
attacks in a
50-0.
game with no sharks.
That's right, just as Diamond sharpens
No właśnie, bo tu trzeba te Pokebola zbierać, tak?
Sharks counter sharks.
Diamonds sharpen diamonds.
Of
You
course
heard it
they
here.
do. Of course they do. What are you gonna sharpen them
Okay.
with? Not a diamond? Get out of here.
Get out of here. Maybe that's true. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not really seasoned on any rock or diamond.
No, you're the shark guy.
Cool,
Little
wow.
did you know that much
Zbiorowe
also
trochę,
shark
powiem
guys,
szczerze.
Luminosity Gaming, as they attack that goal zone.
And here we go. KO, really nice sneaky goal right here. Now, of course, they're probably going down for it, but it's a low-level KO. They got a ton of points, wasting a little bit of time here from LG. 7 minutes, 20
będzie nasz
seconds, almost on the
Manus
board. We've got
Wayne.
Texas spawning top and bottom here in just a moment, Doob Snacks. And we've seen extremely aggressive plays from LG. Feels like they're taking a lot of amazing fights.
Yeah, Slash specifically has been incredibly impressive.
Ale grają 4 rundy? To w Pokemonach te rundy są jeszcze szybsze, że aż 3 się wygrywa. Jak tu jest?
No,
mamy tu Reggie Steela. Reggie Steel, ogromny,
Wicked
potężny.
Blow, one of the best in the game. Nice big move there from Slash. They pull it back, easy secure for LG.
Draken able to eject button, get back to pad, and put some pressure back on Slash. Slash, again, very aggressive, getting straight up front, grabbing the berry, and now eject buttoning out, making it back, and has an opportunity to put a couple points in if they want to iframe out of some damage.
Whoa.
Nope, they're going to waste
No,
all the time in the
kolejne.
world, so that 32 points goes in. Trainer, gonna get it.
Beautiful stuff right here, 147 for
No,
Luminosity. We can see the top
finish him. No
path.
to mamy.
Peru was able to secure Reggie Alecki, pick up a couple of big KOs, and Nemo already level 10. Tempo about to hit their Unite move at level 9 on
kurde,
this
te
puzzle.
Magnetite są
Charizard
takie
on the other
urocze.
side, level 10. That means they also have their Unite available. Looks like they already used it a little earlier. They're going to need to charge that back up.
Well, now Buzzwell getting sussed out here, trying to pick
Szczerze
up Otter,
grałem
but
2-0.
now forcing out the big slam. Mewtwo Unite is there, and their chase is on. They do get Overlord. Tempo going down, getting out of dodge. Otter buckled as well by Anemo, as they're going to keep moving forward.
Yeah, beautiful combination
Stać
there
ustalone
by Peru,
albo-
right? Like using their Unites in kind of perfect harmony.
No, nice.
Another Shadow Sneak grabs a KO there, and Anemo is just moving through LG, picking up multiple KOs one after another.
Otter going to try and protect this goal zone. There's 3 players from Peru here. How Luminosity is going to play around this is going to be important. They are up on the scoreboard, but really the team fights have felt to be all Peru.
Yeah, it felt like LG had a lot of really strong team fights early. We're going to see how that changes once Charizard makes it to a battle with a Unite move, though. It's a devastating Unite, picking up one of their opponents, slamming them down with that seismic slam, and then taking to the skies. But, Charizard takes to the skies in a few different ways, and Buzzwole picks you up.
I mean, Charizard dispatch of quickly. Trainer's going to go down as well, just pressing through this entire Luminosity gaming squad.
Kurde, co tam się dzieje? Ach, the left side team
And now
lead.
it's just a boosted up charge beam by Curios and Otter that have to defend this thing in the face of 4 players. Draken just circling around looking for
Co
an
tam się
opportunity.
dzieje?
Here comes Overlord. They need a Nemo.
Kurde, to
down
są
here to get them.
ekscytujące rozgrywki, nie
Charizard
jakieś
getting
League of
that
Legends.
knockout
Muszę...
is important. That experience is needed. Tempo is low too. Chaos Trigger 2 for
się
Overlord.
dobrze
Rotating up. Tempo tries to
ogląda.
hang tough, but they cannot. Now we're on top of the goal zone here.
Kurde,
This
Mano z
Luminosity
moim
gaming, they have the
rycerskie
player
zbroi.
advantage all of a sudden, and they shatter themselves another goal zone. I believe that was an 8 over, so they still have the score lead. Now working on
Umieraj do
Yeah, now
nadal,
they're
ja
going
nie
to take
mogę.
this Reggie Alecki down. Really
Co
nice
tu
fight from
się
Luminosity.
dzieje?
You saw that Maridon Unite move, raining the meteors from the sky, doing insane damage, while Overlord finally gets their Unite off against the opponents.
Slash always playing forward. Look at the time they've bought for Overlord to get some experience and get out of there. A nice Ice Fang on Draken, or excuse me, on Tempo, and then an Earthquake onto the
Właśnie,
birds
no
to help
tak jakby
secure them.
chyba
They go
tutaj nie
down, yes, but a
zepsujemy
worthy
wszystkiego,
exchange as they are only level 10.
Now you can take a look here. Anemo
No,
having
widzę,
to
Reggie
deal with this
Alecki
Reggie Alecki means
został
they are not at this
zdetronizowany.
fight. That's something Luminosity knows. They could take this aggressively, but 2 of their members are away from the action as well. We see Mamoswine and Charizard not here to fight. So 4 members of Peru, they actually have the advantage down here at Reg Ice.
Now Otter is trying and getting spaced out. Mewtwo Unite is there from Zynus. The pressure is forward. Tempo is
Kurde,
going
jeszcze
forward.
ten
And
Manus
Charizard getting a
no
knockout on
kuźwa.
Draken. Okay, Slash can Ice
Mamut
Fang
robi.
on Kea. And now they're looking to push. Overlord using the Unite move, slamming down the Mewtwo and chasing them down is what they're going to try and do. Anemo in the front line, they're gone. Now the push can happen. They've taken down 2 damage dealers. Are they going to push? No, just a casual reset, taking a deep breath, get ready for the next one.
Spinning around a little bit right here. You know, one thing about Sharks, Dupes, next, they can't stop moving or they die. I've heard that. You tell me that every morning. That's the text I get from you every morning about Sharks. And Overlord right there cannot stop moving. Level 14 needs their Unite move. One combination I want to point out that I thought was really interesting. When they went for their Unite move against Mewtwo, a lot of Pokemon can't close the gap when Mewtwo uses its double teleport and then Psy strikes,
Charizard też
so
jest tu
it would slow them,
dojebany.
knock them up. When Char's in its Unite move, it doesn't have to worry about that. It can chase it down pretty well, and then there's no knockup because it's already in the air. So this could be a really great counter into Mewtwo.
Otter taking a ton of damage. The charge beam there.
No widzę, że druga drużyna też już powoli nadgania, tak swoją drogą.
185, 139.
No i tutaj
We only
faktycznie...
have 30 seconds till Rayquaza. Will Peru look upstairs to make a play for the Reggie Alecki? Will LG look upstairs to make a play here? It looks like both teams are content just positioning for Rayquaza.
Yeah, you know what I think has been happening is the team with the more aggressive positioning right here is taking an early fight, surprising their opponents and winning. I don't think Luminosity wants to walk into this Rayquaza pit late, so they are taking an extremely aggressive position in the tall grass, looking to catch someone. Overlord kind of all alone at the top of the Ray pit right
No,
here.
yes,
They know that on the side of Peru.
Good Thunder cover. Slash can actually separating Kea from the rest of the team. They have to cut and Cloud Crash take to the skies. Now we're forcing out the Mamoswine Unite move. They're going straight through the choke point. They actually catch Tempo in the Ice Fang. Thunder is there. The engagement follows. Buzzle has to run away. The charge beam doesn't have the range to get it. I just saw a leaf tornado out of Kea right there as they're going to move back forward. Anemo going for a huge flank. They're kind of lost in the sauce here, and I'm not sure LG knows where they are. Is the flank still available? That's the question. Shadow Sneak on Otter. They decide not to follow through.
Kurde,
Yeah, they
Rayquaza
don't
w
wanna follow
Jelgach.
through right here, so we're kind of resetting in this moment. No great catch,
Ice
but
Fang!
once again a big Ice Fang.
Right into the Fire Blast, and now LG has the
Kurde, oni
initiative.
przytrzymują
Tempo
trochę
being
takie
down is
rzeczy.
huge. Not having a buzz wall is their kryptonite, as we mentioned. They do have a lead. Are they going to start
Yeah,
looking
no.
at Rayquaza? They're looking for a team fight. Anemo has not hit a Shadow Sneak on the target they want. Fire Blast over the wall with the Earthquake is Slash Can. They're trying to get the time that they need. They are just peppering each other with hits. And finally Rayquaza is
Kiedy
approaching
tak
the
zmienili
halfway
trochę
mark.
też
Charizard
tę
Unite
ramówkę,
on Mimikyu.
jak
The
dla
burn
mnie
for the burn down.
ja się
Mimikyu
tego nie
Unite
stykam.
counter back. The meteors are crashing to Earth. Mewtwo follows suit, and now we're putting damage. 2 players down instantly for Peru. KO Shrika 2 for Curios. Oh, we have the big Unite. The Wicked Blow doesn't hit its mark. The Mewtwo Mega stays
Ua,
standing.
tutaj
And now
gadają
Tempo's
prawie jak
getting
w
low,
LoLu,
they're gone.
kurde.
It's the Curio show here at the Rayquaza. Now Trainer's trying to close the gap on Zynus. Zynus is running away. Time is running thin, and Peru needs to
Tak?
make a move.
Yeah, 30 seconds left on the
Nie.
clock. There's not much they can do. Zynus has no points in their pocket.
Nie.
They cannot score right here. Multiple members of Luminosity making their way across the board, and of course,
Dobra,
this
co
is
tu
really
nam się
their
dzieje?
only shot. I
Wow,
don't
ale
even think they get
Rayquaza
enough
tutaj
damage on it right here. I think,
To się
unfortunately for
nazywa.
Peru, they were just completely shut down at Rayquaza. Multiple KO strings from Luminosity. All of them started by
Manos
Slash
Wine
with
wchodzi.
huge catches on the Buzzwole.
And now LG insulating their go zones, protecting that small lead that they have. They're gonna be successful, Cowboy.
Amazing stuff here as Luminosity takes another game up 1 against Peru. I mean,
No to
this
tak,
was
Luminosity
quite a fight.
wygrywa
I
kolejną
think
grę.
Luminosity played this so well, they caught them, but they didn't let their opponents engage on them when they had any type of advantage. So they catch them, and they knew they had time, so they let the time continue
Czy
to
jeszcze
tick down.
będzie?
They
No,
would catch them
tak
again,
jest,
they knew the
tak się
time
zastanawiam, no bo...
ticking down, they were already ahead. Peru had to be the team to make the play, and with one of their weapons gone, one of their tools, that Buzzwole not available to them, they just couldn't engage on the full Luminosity crew right there. Beautiful picks by Slash.
Oh, yeah.
That
Czy
Mammoth
trochę tu
Swine,
challenge
the Ice
mamy?
Fang, I know Wazzy somewhere is pretty excited.
Yeah, I mean, the double Ice Fang, getting tempo twice and putting them in harm's way. That was a beautiful Unite move. Ice Fang, bang, look at that trap they sprung. Barely able to get out is tempo, but unfazed. No longer having a Unite move, bang, does it again, straight into the Fire Blast that was already on the ground. Great positioning. And then from there was actually Curios that totally took over.
Yeah, I mean, look at this right here.
Aczkolwiek,
We have the
no,
Mimikyu
z każdym
Unite,
poziomem
we have
na
the
nie
slow beam,
dojdą.
they're just trying to stop this somehow, but they can't. Multiple members of Peru going
Rzeczy,
down,
dobra.
and Luminosity correctly recognized
Disconnect,
we
to
don't need
tylko...
Rayquaza here. We don't even want to get it low so that something crazy can happen and Peru can come in here and steal. We just need to play smart Pokemon Unite right now, go and defend, trainer, player of
O,
the game
czyli
right
jeszcze
there.
jedno?
6 big KOs, 41,000 damage on that wicked blow or Shifu build.
I really like the priority they've been putting on this Pokemon in their draft. Now we saw it in game 2.
Nie mogę go robić, niedobrze.
Maybe they should use it in the hand of Overlord, but that doesn't undersell the
Gleba.
value of that pick first, because you have 2 players on your team that can play each moveset to insane levels, and because of that, you keep your draft open, you can give the other team different looks, and it's harder for you to solve what you're trying to do.
Now what we saw here was still, some curveballs, I would say, from Luminosity, but it definitely felt like more of a Luminosity composition that we've recognized. This is a
Tego
little
challenge'u
stronger, it
nie
seemed like than our
zadam.
Cinderace choice right here. Charizard
Dobra,
actually,
Singap.
with a few really nice counters to what they had on the side of Peru. I hadn't really thought of it as something that could really keep up with
No,
Mewtwo
trzeba tu
that
zrobić
well.
troszeczkę
A lot of
rzeczy.
attackers go down when Charizard, takes to the sky. It's just really difficult for them to get away.
Czy jest 2-1 dla
One of the
Luminosity
most
i chyba
mobile
dalej
in the
jest
entire
gra.
game, still really
Teraz
can't
one
shake
będą
Shaw.
wybierali i
It really
przejdziemy.
can. Let's get into game 4 here
Będziemy
between
mieli
these two
wyścigi,
teams.
tak.
Luminosity up a game, and of course the Mew ban remains. LG with an option here. They could really go
Jest
after
to
that
zadanie
slow
nie
go.
zrobić. Gleby!
Inteleon, something that a lot of teams will be banning out this weekend. And final ban from Luminosity, what they do not want to see on the other side. Goodness, let's face it.
I wouldn't be upset with that from this standpoint here. It looks like they're trying to
To jest
negotiate.
proste zadanie, nie zrobić gleby.
Decide on the Mewtwo Y, but there's a lot of powerful tools here at the disposal. Kea goes duck. Now LG can
Whoa!
slow blow for themselves if that's the direction they want to go.
Yeah, Psyduck, one of the newest additions to Pokemon Unite, has been absolutely awesome. It is a supporter.
Let's go!
It's by destroying its
Legend Thanos.
It's incredibly powerful. It has an incredible amount of disruption, right? The stuns, the knockouts, which does so much to the opposing squad. It also has this
O, ale gleba.
reposition your
Dobra.
opponents briefly, which is incredible. Luminosity, their first 2 picks, the Urshifu,
Nie
not
mogę
surprised,
przerżnąć.
and the Umbreon. Now, we saw it earlier on Otter, looking
A
pretty
niestety
good, but it
przycisk
also
jeden.
could be played by Slash, who I believe is probably the best Umbreon player.
Okay, Draken is highlighting the game as one.
Kurwa, mnie już X się zapada z sultanem.
However, if they go into
Przez to, że nie no...
some slow blow, it becomes a liability. So Luminosity maybe not banning it, not making it, dodging one here as Otter quickly goes to Coldplay. Curios hovering, something that's kind of been a
Jeden piksel musiałam dotknąć.
not when you catch it
I upaść na ryjca.
Overlord is gonna get just
Jo, piękne.
available in Pokemon Unite to see see how they close this thing out. Zacian is the pick for tempo, and Nemo going to have the opportunity to maybe, as they say, light it ablaze with a Charizard of their own. No, Mimikyu is where they go. Mimikyu is what they lock in.
Now, final pick here over the Luminosity Gaming. If history makes any sense, we would be seeing
Jak ja musiałem glebnąć, tak jakby nawet nie ruszałem ściany, a już gleba. No to już Erik Moc.
Crowd coming alive because Overlord on this pick, Zoroark and Overlord are synonymous.
This is tough. I mean, because
Zoroark,
did
let's
not
go.
grab the Slowbro,
A wszyscy wiemy.
Luminosity knew that they could counter pick. I mean, they revealed their trap card here. This is the Comfey Zoroark. This is one of the most devastating combinations in all of Pokemon Unite. And the most
Dobra, będę się teraz skupić bardziej na tej grze, na naszym skejcie.
This could be really tough for Peru Unite. Now, Peru could win right here. First off, they need to tie up the series. Where they can
Nie dotknij tym razem!
beating one of the
Yes!
biggest combinations that we have ever seen on the Pokemon Unite stage.
They do have a shutdown
Udało się.
opportunity here in the Mimikyu, right? That Mimikyu Unite, throws the big Mimikyu blanket over their target, and face deals them some damage, and the whole team can focus fire down on the protection trap. But unfortunately for Alino, there's a lot of other melee brawlers that are going to be in the mix, going to be in the way, that can do priority targets as well, and it's going to make it difficult for the Mimikyu to pick that Zoroark. One, because of their mobility, it's tougher for the Shadow Sneak to actually get in range, and two, if Zoroark engage, it's usually going to be
Nie.
players on its team, which means it makes it
A najgorsze jest to, że wystarczy gdzieś się
so Nico's gonna
wywalić
their turn of
i
life
już jesteś w czarnej dupie.
Here we go. We're getting ready for our match right here. Quick pause. When players having issues.
Kurwa, trudne to jest, widzę, bo
Peru, one game win. Luminosity 2. Obviously, if LG takes this game, they win the entire thing right now. This is the best of.
wystarczy się wyrżnąć i już całe...
game away is Luminosity Gaming.
No ale faktem, że starczy się... Którędy, kurna, chłopie, nie to strona.
But we were talking about it earlier. This has not been a traditional LG run to the finals. Usually it's 2-0s, 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 grand final, 3-0s, pack it up, let's go home. But they had a lot of teams stepping up in this tournament to face them, taking games off them, and making this track ever more difficult.
Yeah, this has been a pretty amazing series.
Nie wyrżnąłem się. Oj, ale to nie wyrżnąłem. Jeszcze Polska się nie wyrżnęła. Poza się jeszcze nie wyrżnęła. I jeszcze się nie wyrżnie.
Yeah, as I mentioned, this is a great feather in the cap going into that event. Another big win on an international stage that has been the only team that has collected those accolades this year. And certainly as the only Western representative in ACL,
O,
show up with
jak się
as much to brag about and show and prove that you should be.
wyrżnę, to też nie uda mi się.
Earned it at LAIC, but this would make it a no-doubter.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think a lot of people are looking at Luminosity right now as sort of return to form, maybe the best in the world back at it again. But right now, we could be looking at our last game here in our grand finals. Peru Unite, your purple team. Luminosity Gaming, your orange team. If LG wins this one,
Okej,
they
że
will be
zaczyna.
your EOS Cup champions.
O, jaki fajny Zorula, no.
In the middle because Zorua, much like Cubfu, pretty weak early game, so making sure that if an invade occurs, they've got that support that they need to make sure they don't lose the levels. Overlord looks to be comfortably into that level 5 area to evolve and be able to jump into a path early.
Yeah, they're going to head through this central area right here, get all the experience that they need. You can see that they handed over that red buff to Otter. This is going to allow this Comfey to slow its opponents with its auto attacks right here. Kea in a little bit of trouble, going to have to back off. They're just trying to make sure that they can charge that headache gauge before a big fight.
Yeah, we saw the Cub Fu hit the path. Zorark is in the bottom path, or they're looking to drop on top of the heads of Peru. They're coming in. Draken is very low, darting through, and now getting some points in successfully. Are all three players on LG? Anima with the rotation. Curios is going to push on the chopping block, and they're going to be chopped up for certain, as Overlord needs to grab these middle birds. Tons of pressure being put on. Are they going to get out of dodge just in time? Anima with the engage, and they're trying to get through. The surf is there as well. Support KO really wants Overlord to go down. Now we're just shelling in a ton of damage. Draken barely making it out. We're still laying in surfs as Kea. Now we're picking up a Barryu, and Nemo is put back with the foul play.
To się zastanawiam. Jeszcze gdzie by tu?
Every time we cut to one of these paths, every time we see them, they are brawling non-stop. It really feels like they're just trying to show the other team how much better they are at this game.
One thing I want to point out, Peru expended a lot of time and resources to try and knock out Overlord. A 4-player rotation on 2, unsuccessful Spraggles, and actually Animo gets KO'd in that endeavor, which means Peru faltering early in this one, down again. Not out though.
Yeah, not out at all. However, the Comfey is on top of the Zorark right here as they start making their way to the bottom path. We see 3 members of Peru coming down here to deal with it, but
A to jeszcze chyba taka crispy nie tak. Ale to do tej narcy, to tam no jeszcze ten palak. Może...
Landmine called Overlord, Comfey combo. Tempo running down. We see the Vine Whip come out, doesn't really matter. Everybody's getting eviscerated on the side of Peru, and Luminosity Gaming is picking up steam. Overlord grabs the Comfey, and all of a sudden Kea is looking around saying, holy smokes, I thought I had more people on my team here, but no, their HP bar is at half, and they pop that headache. They go, and everybody backs up on LG.
Look at this here. Overlord almost level 9 already. They did tick over to it, so they have the first Unite move of the match. Massive level lead. Getting caught by the Ice Fang right here, but I don't know. I don't know if I would want to bring that towards my team. I'd be a little worried.
I mean, interestingly enough, Slash is actually playing the Wish Umbreon, so they're putting a lot of resources into Overlord here. Curio's hanging out while silently Trainer is up top trying to gain more levels, but Anemo is there as well. We're ripping through this Regirock. Is this going to be a surf play here by Kea? It is not. They don't decide not even to go in. The Psychic locks up the Comfey for just a moment. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is really tough for Peru so far. Obviously, a great start for Luminosity Gaming, and what looks like a great draft for them already. Regieleki in the hands of Trainer here as Luminosity sends the Zorark Comfey back to their central area. Multiple members of Peru heading to the top path right here. We're going to see if they're able to stop Trainer. It's hard to stop a Wicked Blower or Shifu, and they do not.
And now going straight into the back line is Overlord, popping their Unite move, getting more sustained. Umbreon Unite as well, they're looking to push. Surf back through, get space. Draken engages with the Earthquake, and now we're going forward. The push continues. Tempo is chasing. They want this knockout. They at least get Trainer on the hop, but Overlord makes it out, and they're going to put 70 points in downstairs.
Points right into the bottom goal zone, 15-1-24. While we do have the Mimikyu chasing down multiple members of LG, picking up another KO in the center there. On the tier 2, we have Zorark and Comfey continuing to score. Comfey putting 30 points into that bottom path here. Now Luminosity up 160.
I mean, this Electro Drift Miraidon is just taking so much damage every time it goes in. Yes, it's making it out most of the time, but so much so that it can't actually re-engage. We've got the Wicked Blow charged up, doesn't hit the broadside of a barn. Tempo, all the legs in the world to keep moving forward. They got that sword in that mouth, and they're looking to put it through the hearts of LG right now. We're moving through. Psychic is caught. Buzz will Unite straight into the middle. Curios is going to try and help the team out. Zorark Unite is popped as well. Overlord is gone.
Dobra, co to rzeczy?
It's Tempo taking over. Zacian saying, I'm still here too. I used to have that EX tag as well. Mimikyu Unite on Slash Can. They're looking to run and get back towards Pat.
Wow, look at that. Peru coming right back in this game, winning a massive fight, picking up huge KOs. Level-wise, they're ahead of LG right now. 11 for the Mimikyu, 11 for the Zacian, 10 right there for the Miraidon. Only 111 on the side of Luminosity Gaming. They gave up so much in that engagement.
They really did. I mean, when you put all your resources into Overlord, if Overlord goes down, that is a massive experience swing into the hands of Peru. Now, slight score lead here for Luminosity Gaming, but it's even now. Couldn't even finish the sentence before it just got squared away.
Yeah, 162-162. Incredible stuff right here. Now, if there is a draw in United, the first team to hit that point threshold that would win the game, and this has happened on the big stage like this before. It's crazy, but it does happen.
Comfey Unite is out to make sure Overlord doesn't go down. We mentioned how big of a deal that is. Tempo dashing through, going back towards pad, trying to score some points downstairs. Are Curios and Trainer. Shadow Sneak actually hits the wild Pokemon, but it puts them in range of Overlord anyways. They're looking to fight. We're sliding through. Slow Smoke is down. Anemo uses their Unite move. We're coming through. Zorak Unite back the other way. The meteors from the
No właśnie, co tu się dzieje? Luma zdradzi. I co? To raczej jest taka niewielka przewaga. Tutaj się dosłownie tutaj chyba idą w łepetynę. Ło, ale teraz chyba w ogóle...
Here for LG, 3 minutes 30 seconds on the clock, which means in a minute and a half, Rayquaza hits the map. This could be the last Ray that Peru is going to see here at EUIC. They're down one game. They need to win this. Now, they've had some incredible team fights against Luminosity, but if they can't lock down that Zoroark, they will not be able to win.
Slashcan moving in, getting some vision, Ice Fang repositioned, and Slashcan in a tough spot. They make it out of this, that is truly something special, but that Shadow Sneak and another Ice Fang is going to deal with them quickly.
And here we have scores happening still in the bottom path. Luminosity just continuing to extend this point lead. This puts them in a nice position where if your opponents want to run away from Rayquaza to try to get some scores, they can't. And then also, if your opponents decide, you know, to take Ray, you still have an opportunity to defend. Overlord making it out of a very tricky situation right there.
Trainer in the face of Anemo. Anemo can't quite get the right amount of damage in to keep pursuing, and I like them peeling away. We've got under about 35 seconds until Rayquaza, and we've got a basement objective populating in that time. How is Peru going to play this? Are they going to go for a counter score?
Looks like Peru completely running away from that.
Że lepiej, że nawet
They
są dwa.
recognize they can't fight at it just yet. Instead, they want to try to even
Bałaby
up
się
the
jeden.
scoreboard, as you mentioned. Doom Snacks, they're heading to the top path right now to put some points in, while Slash is also scoring the bottom path. 197, 304 right here. Luminosity Gaming taking some really aggressive positioning around this Rayquaza pit, possibly looking for an early fight. You know, they have a game to give. Peru doesn't. So if LG gets aggressive, takes a couple of big KOs right away, they could win this entire thing. The tournament could come down to the next few moments right here. The team that could be heading to Worlds will be decided. Overlord looking for their moment, seeing if they can bait members of Peru toward their side. Peru knows how important this is and recognizes they are behind. They need to make a play. The Shadow Sneak catches Overlord, but they decide not to follow it up.
Overlord looking for
No to no, chyba nie, na razie coś czy Peru by nadrobiło.
No, they're looking to back. Slashcan's there for the cover, and that's a few resources expended right now.
Few resources expended, but Peru not able to make the catch they wanted. They are
Jak
now
do
getting
TCG
pushed back
będziemy
towards
tutaj
their tier two.
zastanawiać, że
Overlord
potem
pushing
będziemy
into
chyba
the
tak
Rhino,
dalej
Tempo
kończyli,
following
żeby...
up.
Overlord's getting low. We have to use that Unite
I
move.
zaczęły
The
go.
Flurry Fields forever is down. Overlord remains standing. Everybody's pivoting back to the middle. Overlord saw that KO was isolated, and they want that KO bad. They keep chasing him down. They get it. Tempo now caught between two. Nice foul play, reposition. The follow-up is there. Urshi for Unite goes in. It doesn't hit its mark. Foul play. Excuse me. Zoroark Unite comes back through to keep putting the pressure on. Finally, the meteors crash to Earth. Trainer uses the throat chop to get out of there. The birds are there. They eat a Unite. Trainer's low. Trainer's gone. Curios is looking, watching my teammate fall. Electro Drift quickly plucked and put down by the Buzzwole on the backside. Slashcan's working through. They finally pop their Umbreon Unite. They're looking to get on top of Anemo. Electro Drift is there. Mimikyu Unite is down on Slash. Curios is trying to come in and cover, but no, the Buzzwole Unite finally comes out, but it hits Draken. Curios gets put up, put down, and they're still fighting down here. Finally, the Buzzwole is dealt with, but Overlord and Comfy are back. Everybody's low on HP. This is Overlord's kitchen. They get them right on quickly. Anemo tries to get them, but they put the slow smoke down. They're going to score.
There's only 20 seconds left. We have multiple members of Peru on Rayquaza. Mimikyu can rip
84
this.
goes in.
84 is in. Rayquaza's at half right now. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. Tempo is here, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they are going to win the
Alvin City wygrywa. 3-1. Potężne. No to mamy już pierwszy turniej skończony. Lumen City Games 3-1. No to mamy to. No to dobra, teraz gramy z Skita.
25 season LG.
Luminosity Gaming, once again on the international stage. They've won Worlds.
Czyli ponownie. A, czyli oni jeszcze wcześniej?
Winning LAIC, coming to EUIC, trying to make a name for themselves.
No, myślę, że dobrze.
Incredible stuff.
And across from them, a team that is also
Ło! Ło! Nie dotknąłem ściany! Ale za to kupa barierka moja. Moim wrogiem jest barierka. Tak ja mówię. A. Było dobrze, kupa, było dobrze. Chyba było dobrze, wystarczyło się wypierdolić na słupek i let's go.
In their 2-1 exchanges, Luminosity was on their path to these grand finals. I think they're going to be chewing on that one for a while.
Yeah, I think, you know, we had some early, very confusing drafts with Luminosity, and they may have lulled their opponents into, you know, a sense of safety where they forgot that they still had this incredible play up their sleeve. I think any team that has a Zora big combination like that is just going to be able to, you always have to worry.
Co jest? Nie ładnie.
That's when Luminosity can peel out and get a huge win like that. Of course, taking game 3, taking our grand finals right here, looking fantastic. I mean, I think a lot of us expected it could be LG at the end. I think a lot of us expected it could be LG Peru at the end. That's about how we saw it playing.
Który miejsce wybrałem? A, to wyścigi wybrałem.
There's a reason that those two teams are easy wins because they are so good, they are so consistent, and they consistently deliver on this big stage. It's when they're on the stage, they are not afraid of the lights, they actually step up into that situation and deliver in big, big games. You cannot get away. I mean, we saw Overlord there, of course, the player of the game in that one, but today doesn't exist for this LG team if Overlord isn't the god of the game in Game 5 of this game.
You're absolutely right. I mean, they barely made it through from yesterday, but I don't think any team performs better.
To jest trudno, żebyśmy zaliczali te gatey, no. O! No
you, my friend, this has been amazing. One of my favorite events
Ja
that Unite
pierdolę,
gets to
no
do
musiało
all year. Obviously,
się
the
chłop
crowd
tutaj
is amazing.
wcisnąć.
Meeting everyone is so incredible. It's a real honor to get to cast these games alongside you because they are just fantastic.
Yeah, the crowd here has been amazing all weekend long. They showed up today. We were worried about a little bit what's going to look like.
It's early, and we're the first ones.
Yeah, when these two teams square off, the folks showed up. We had a great, great crowd here. They supported these two teams, even though they might not be the hometown heroes that they were looking for. So big shout outs to the Pokemon Unite community. Shout outs to everybody in the back. Of course, big shout outs to the pastors and all the other games. Peace and love and hugs. Love you.
Yeah, this has just been really fun. Setting up on the big stage for the trophy ceremony here soon. As we look through this event, so many amazing teams had to be taken down for it to get to these two squads.
Cisnę!
DreamMax, Tuesday. I mean, the international competition that Unite fosters. Of course, this is true. Like the titles here, it's amazing seeing the international community come together. But Unite,
Ile mogę?
we all have to fly across the world to compete at this event and see which region is best, which meta is best. It is so, just so amazing to see them all come together.
It absolutely is, and I know you and I are tongue in cheek on
Dobra,
DC
wychodzę
quite a bit,
stąd,
but I mean,
kurda.
day two of an international event,
Co,
they really
była
showed. They
deskę,
one
czy
of the
co?
most dominant performances against LG in a single game. Just
With Zorar Comfey, by the way. So
they
with
took
their
Można
win
wydawać
against
skrytę.
yeah, they took the Zora Comfey and just, it was the most dominating, I don't know, 9 minutes I think I've seen against LG in quite some time. Maybe took their eye off the ball near the end there a little bit. We don't talk about that last minute, just the first 9. But Antic making day 2 really showing that you know, they've got it in them to step up in these situations on the stage, and you got to be excited. This is worldwide, a worldwide game. It's people uniting for a game. It's in the name, Cowboy.
I didn't even think about it.
It's
Pokemon
uniting.
Unite. It's actually pretty smart when you think about it. You know, I have to say, walking away from this tournament, a few thoughts that like spring to mind. Of course, Luminosity is probably the best team in the world, maybe better than they have looked as the world champions. You have a team like Peru, which you wonder, I mean, after their performance last season, are they still going to have it in the tank? They absolutely
Dobra,
do.
lecimy
And then I
z
think
takimi
EU has been a little
challenge'ami.
bit of a question mark this season, but after seeing how Kamai performed, after seeing how competitive they were with Lelovers and Nouns, BH3, I really think EU is in a very good spot, and I was not sure where they were as a region. Right now, I think they feel pretty strong, really competitive.
One thing I do want to say, you mentioned this might be the strongest LG we've ever seen, and this
No,
was
to
the
będzie rampa.
toughest path to grand finals that LG has ever had. So think about that. As LG has elevated their game, so have all these other teams. DreamMax taking the game off them, Kamai taking them to the limit, and quite frankly, being one beat away from winning again on what was effectively a miracle play out of Overlord. And if you pause the video as soon as he secures that, the faces on the LG players when that happened is just sheer, just bewilderment that occurred.
It was amazing.
And to think that this might be the best LG we're seeing, that says a lot about every single team that is played in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we were right out there in the
Hold.
audience watching it. It was
Tu było.
incredible, right? I mean, obviously the grand finals were amazing, but watching,
Yeah.
you know, the home region fight there with so many fans in the audience, it was. The moments that Pokemon Unite delivers are so incredible because it can all come down to this just very small decision, just a mistake on timing by one of these squads. You decide to not hit Rayquaza.
O, ale główeczka.
One of the enemies around for a
Dosłownie
second, that
skok
gives your
w
opponents
główkę,
enough time
kurwa.
to come back. We saw that yesterday. I mean, the highs and lows of those moments.
Yeah, that's the thing. For every team that gets a high on those moments, there is somebody across the way that is experiencing the lowest of lows. Whether you're talking about DreamMax Nouns with Alivo, with the amazing slow beam catch on Gotlu, so the overheat can't secure the Ray, to, of course, Overlord in Game 5 yesterday, cheesing their way through the bottom path, eking their way up, and not charging overheat, tapping overheat.
Ta, można właśnie takie rzeczy
To get that
zrobić.
secure was wild work, bell to bell, and that's why we all love Unite here. And even the games that don't have those, you know, epic historic moments, we just watched a barn burner best of 5 between two amazing teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We're taking a look up at, this was Zoinks, some replay of Zoinks earlier. I really wanted to break down what Zoinks was up to on the big stage.
Yeah, with the synonymous turn, do we need work on that, Cowboy? I think it was executed.
No, no, tyk, tyk,
Yeah, I
tyk,
liked
let's
how
go.
they turned around together. But here we are back into our game right here. Not exactly what I wanted to break down, but let's take a look at it. These are big moments. It's Peru, Luminosity. This is that game number 2 right there with the Cinderace, Hoopa. It just didn't seem to go in LG's way. Peru right back in this thing. Back to Zoinks. Nope, back to the game.
Back to the game as we are in our game 3 with the Mewtwo Unite, Miraidon Unite, Luminosity Gaming circling around, and then the big Charizard putting the pressure on, and one by one you see Peru falling, and it was really the relentless effort of Overlord circling around to try and put pressure on, and Nemo finally gets the Charizard Unite on the Mimikyu.
Spróbujemy
Force the
jeszcze z tym.
Mimikyu to Unite back, and then they take over from there.
And now here they are just trying to take down the Rayquaza, but they are not able to in time. LG able to stop them right here.
Nice! Yeah! I got those! Come on, boy!
Kurde. O, no, a się na przykład Henry'ego trzeba bardzo zajebiście słychać ogólnie czasami.
One of my favorite moments is someone still with their eye on the ball. Maybe it was on. It's not over. It's not over. The game's not over yet. That was pretty incredible.
I like Curios popping off and Trainer and Otter turning to each other and giving the friendliest handshake ever. Like, well done.
A to tak było, co ciekawe, jeszcze Orange Juicers było na
Luminosity
Nemesis.
winning this whole thing, taking down Komai, taking down Peru, taking down DreamX. This is that international competition we talked about. You know, we have Latin America, we have EU, we have NA, we have Brazil. So many amazing teams here in our top 8.
And on the other side, of course, Peru, great run in the group stage there on Friday, showing up 2-0 Gen 5, 3-1 against NA's Orange Juicers, finding themselves in the grand finals, and one of the few teams, as I've mentioned, to ever take a game off LG in a grand final.
O, ja nie wiem, o co tu kaman, bo ja zgubiłem się na którymś etapiszczu rozumowania.
Absolutely have their number, beating them at the World Championships last year 2 times in a row, running into them again here at EUIC, but they couldn't really get a handle on Luminosity like the Juicers can.
Yeah, and that's kind of the triangle that we build here in Unite. We've tried to explain it the other day with a lot of hand gestures.
I think we just ended up saying triangle a bunch of times until they were like, all right, you guys.
I successfully used isosceles, I think, somewhere in there.
Well, you said isosceles. I don't know if it was successful.
How that is a successful use of isosceles. If you successfully use isosceles in a sentence like I just
Zapmatwane są tym.
times, W's.
You're being a little obtuse.
Good one. I like that. It's good to be right.
Hey!
Okay, here we go. Peru.
Guys, we got a lot of angle jokes up here, but I think we're
Myślę, że
probably...
są jeszcze inne gry.
Them in all weekend long, and they said no
Let me
angle
see what
jokes
other angle
until
jokes you got.
championships
Acute.
on.
You're looking for today. All right, we were good.
Yeah, there you go. Nailed it. So again, the triangle kind of goes within the form that these teams take, right? So Luminosity has a harder time against more
No to cały ten
wonky kind
tekst,
of
że to
strategies that plays a
zaskoczyć,
little
aż chyba
like
nie
they
robię.
do. They have a tough time adjusting and meeting them in the middle. However, a team that's a little
O, jak
bit
się zmęczę na pierdolę, to i zagramy z Sotoralac.
fairly well, and we've seen them be successful against those types of squads. And then there's the third side, which exists, and then there's teams that play like that, and then they would be
Innego altera.
They finally brought us back on camera when they thought surely we were done trying. Nope. we
A
got-
Woleta
Yeah,
możemy
you're
też jeszcze
absolutely
zagrać.
right. It's those different play styles, right? You know, some work against certain teams.
Pełni...
Your
O,
run
sorry,
through the
stary.
championships through the
Oh.
AOS Cup here at EUIC, it really could change dramatically depending on what kind of team is thrown your way. You know, the classic.
Przerżnął, dobra, mamy szansę. Chłop przerżnął, jak to się mówi.
Runs into Pokemon yet with the styles of these teams.
It really does. It really does. And again, a team that Luminosity faces a bunch are other NA squads, so they get the looks. They have more experience playing against LG. Whereas when LG steps out,
Look at this little sneak. No.
you know what? Good adjustment. Well done. You're welcome, production.
Stop clapping for me, production. This is so embarrassing.
You know
A
who-
standing ovation for movement. I guess it was the right calls.
You know who never started clapping? The entire crowd.
Statyw jeszcze lepszy kupić.
When he
No dobra, tylko język.
There's
Okay.
got to be something else going on because no way that doesn't give it up.
All right, I won't retire then. You'll see me back here again, maybe, if we're not fired.
Move it back.
Too many triangle jokes. You're still fired. Terrific. Appreciate it.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, we were going somewhere with that point of conversation, but then you decided to touch the mimicry, and just like dogs chasing a car, we're off.
All right, and we're back. We're back to what we were talking about, which of course was the different styles of these teams clashing. It's my favorite part of the international competition. There's so much talk throughout the year, especially year one, because we didn't have this.
Correct.
Like, which region's best? Oh, North America, they play this way. Oh, I remember Korea. Korea is so wild. Their region is just like only caring about scoring. When these run into each other, who's going to win? It was really fascinating to see all of that collide at the first Worlds. And now, as Unite has continued to evolve, we have more and more international competitions as the years have gone on, and it is the best thing for the game. It's amazing.
It absolutely is. It's forcing these teams to evolve and innovate because there's so much information and video footage for teams to study that you can't stay stagnant for too long lest you be solved quickly. And that's what we're seeing here out of Luminosity with all the different looks we're seeing. even a different draft strategy here by Peru that we've seen historically. You see Kamai that was completely going, you know, in a different direction with things like Zero Aura and like Buzzwole Jungle. Whether that was intentional or not doesn't really matter. That's where they ended up and took a game off Luminosity with it. So these teams that are pushing the envelope and finding success are really charging forward and leading the metagame shifts that we see. Not only through the life cycle of the season, but for us, the life cycle of the weekend.
Yeah, and thinking of this weekend, something that has to be, I mean, one of the standout things from the weekend, maybe the team of the weekend, was not here in the grand finals. It was Komai Esport. Coming really out of nowhere. I mean, some of their players just becoming old enough, 16 years old, to compete in this tournament. Yeah. And they showed up and almost made it to our grand finals. That is quite the story. Yeah, they ponied themselves up with two old heads in Zante and Gek, who qualified for Worlds year 1 out of EU. And now with that kind of yin and yang between those, I guess, ages, come together and found great success. Like I said, that's the most limit tested that LG has ever been, and one overheat tap away from finding themselves in not only their first LAN event, but apparently, but closely to the verge of a first LAN win. Wouldn't that have been? I mean, it's already an incredible run. It's already amazing. And
Grab
definitely one of the teams to watch from this weekend. It's also OC to watch.
Oh yeah, Spirolo.
On the hill, as well.
follow
I know
the
we're still getting
arrows,
ready for that trophy
and get
ceremony
ready to
up
toss
on the
your
big
carcass
stage,
across
so
the
that we can,
fattest flat
you know,
gap
watch
ever.
Luminosity once again hoist the hard.
Yeah, that they've hard-fought earned this weekend. A lot of teams took them to the limit, put them to the test, made them kind of go deeper into the well, figure out more things, maybe improvise new strategies as they were going from Komai into a much different.
No właśnie, tą rampę.
And they were able to be successful.
Grab that up.
The next step for Luminosity is going to be ACL, Asia Champions League, where they will be the only Western representative. And if you want to talk about having malleability, you better be able to be malleable going into that environment, because those are a bunch of phenomenal teams that have a bunch of different styles that they're looking to play. So get ready to do the info download to make sure that you can be ready.
Well, I mean, Japan took over last year, right? I mean, winning the World Championships, having a crazy year, looking like, without question, the best team in the world, Venal from the best region in the world, Japan. So, I mean, that was unbelievable, and it's going to be fascinating to watch Luminosity, who's looking this good.
Grab the enters the ramp.
Some of those.
Ja, musimy się rozpędzić, dobra.
It really, really is. And with the ACL this year, the league and all the different regions that have those teams that played weeks and weeks to try and qualify for the ACL finals, where LG will be. So not only do you have a bunch of teams, you have the best teams from all those regions.
Czyli mam graba zrobić, o?
Mid-season,
Ale wiem o co chodzi. Tutaj chyba zrobić graba
try to
chodzi.
even out the scales to see where the world sets. How can Komai, for example, compare itself to LG?
A graba robi się tak.
Compare itself to these Eastern teams based on LG's results.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an exciting time for Pokemon Unite. We also have Pokemon Day coming up very soon. We just had an announcement tonight that a lot of the features that you've been seeing in the mainland China version of the game to the global version of the game. 500-point mode is on the horizon. So many amazing things are happening for Unite. We're getting to enjoy one of the best things about Unite, this championship series and these top teams. It's incredible.
Yeah, that 500-point mode we actually got to display at the World Championships in 2024 in Honolulu, and what an exciting and different mode that is.
Yeah.
So, you know, if that's going to be implemented, and these teams are going to have to start learning new strategies, developing new strategies, innovating in that new space, that can put a lot of teams back on even keel, and maybe that humbles LG down a little bit. So that can really shake things up as well. It's going to be an exciting time to be a Unite player.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the mode's going to come out casual first, but I know a lot of players are going to be spending time figuring it out because it's the most popular mode in the mainland China version of the game. So if China starts competing in the Unite Championship Series, which looks like they are going to figure their way into it, we're going to see a merging of these, you know, two ranked modes in some way, possibly at some point. I can't wait to find out what that will look like. We still don't know, but I know that the future of that is very exciting.
It absolutely is. Now, for Pokemon
No to chodziło, dobra.
what a weekend.
Yeah.
what a weekend. And
This,
I
tak?
think EUIC always sets the bar incredibly high for the rest of the season. This was our first time at LAIC as well. The crowd there did not disappoint whatsoever, but this is continuing our path forward.
Enter, grab the interest wrap.
This is a great season
That,
tonight. Longest season we've had as well.
That's right, and I want to give one more
Ah.
thank you to everybody from me and Noob Snacks because we are going to throw it up to the big stage for the trophy ceremony. Goodbye, everybody, and enjoy.
to teraz, dobra, żegnają
Sunday is
się z
all
nami.
about the best of the best going head to head to show off their incredible skill, their teamwork, and their determination. All while being watched by millions all around the world. Pokemon Unite
Chyba jaka fajna maskotka, ja jak chcę. Dajcie już.
with some thrilling, hard-fought battles in our grand finals. But before we move on, it is time to crown our champions. So let's crown our Pokemon Unite finalists and championship teams. Starting with our second place finalist, Peru Unite.
A, już chyba widzę, że są rozdawanie nagrody w United, więc zobaczymy co dalej, czy zmienimy grę.
Draken. And Tempo. And Chaos.
Chyba nie o to chodziło.
Peru Unite. And another big round of applause for our Pokemon Unite International Champions, Luminosity Gaming. Otter. Trainer. Helios. Slash.
Za długo. A, wiem.
All right, here we go.
And Overlord.
Kurna, no słup. Kurda,
Team
jeden.
Luminosity Gaming.
Nie.
Trainers, raise your trophies high in the air. Everyone, let's give one final thunderous round of applause for our 2025 Pokemon European International Champions. We can't thank you all enough for the overwhelming love and energy you've shown to Pokemon Unite this weekend. This community is what makes this game unforgettable. Don't forget to share your favorite moments from this weekend using hashtag Pokemon EUIC or check out all of the videos on Pokemon.com/broadcast. With our Pokemon Unite International Champions crowned, the excitement doesn't stop here. Next up, it's going to be Pokemon Go. We've got the winners finals, losers
Okej,
finals,
czyli teraz
and
przechodzimy do
champion match still
Pokémon
to
Go.
come. So, let's send it over to the
I
Pokemon
po Pokémon Go
Masters to
powinny
continue
być
the
karty.
action. Trainers, stay with us. There's plenty more on Championship Sunday.
Yeah. Tak, przechodzimy do sekwencji z Pokémon Go. Dobra, no ktoś ma problem z...
Beyond honor to sit here on Championship Sunday.
Tak, teraz
EUIC
Pokémon
2025.
Go!
This day has always been amazing. Every single year, EUIC has the most intense battles in Pokemon Go, and this morning will not disappoint as we see Paddleman and Zwylos up first. Amazing trainers battling their way through, not losing a single set yesterday, and Kaifu as well. The comeback king is going to be fighting his way to try to get to the grand finals.
Yep, in fact, the Zwylos didn't even lose a single game on day 1 and 2. But before we get deeper into that, we have a format video to explain how the EUIC works. This is the 2025 European International Championships, broadcasting live from the Excel Center here in London, UK. Pokemon Go trainers have traveled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, precious booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This epic tournament is a 3-day battle with trainers dueling in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format until only 3 remained at the end of day 2. Today, on Championship Sunday, the intensity hits a fever pitch as our remaining trainers face off in the final matches, where only one will emerge victorious as the European International Champion. The high-stakes winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals will each be a best-of-5 showdown. Every match follows the Bring 6, Pick 3 format, where trainers must craft a team of 6 Pokemon but can only bring 3 into each game, making every choice a game changer. All trainers playing today have already qualified for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, but it's all about bragging rights right now to see who will be crowned the European International Champion. Let's cheer on our competitors and get right into the action. Thanks, me. Now that we've cleared this up, we're going to go deeper into the analysis of our winners finals. Zweilous completely undefeated versus Patoman, and Patoman has had a phenomenal season here as well so far.
Yeah, Patoman having takedown Inadequates, Kaifu, and where is he? Fighting his way through yesterday, and is going to be getting into the finals here against Zweilous.
Yeah, the losers bracket is up next. Of course, we have Kaifu as well, who basically won the losers bracket on day 2, making it to Championship Sunday. Only one trainer can advance to this point.
Jezus, jaka skomplikowana mapka widzę.
Versus Inadequates, Nighttime Clasher, Arceus, Aurelius, and Tauntaun Batteuse.
Yeah, what a gauntlet Kaifu went through to come to this finals championship Sunday, and I'm very excited to see what he's going to bring in his first set of battles.
Yep, and of course there's also prizes on the line. We can see what these trainers got for their battles. First place gets $5,000, second place $3,000, and third place $2,000.
Yeah, and even all the way down to 13th place. This is an amazing event if you're coming to compete and take home some cash.
Yep, covers all the costs, gets you some nice dinner afterwards with your friends, because this is what Pokemon is all about, the community, you know. So who do you think is going to take it?
Ooh, if I had to take a guess, right, between all 3, I love what Kaifu did yesterday.
Kolor to
Going
są
through
może jednak,
Martyr,
ale
going
tam
through Inadequates,
tę
fighting his
nową
way
grę
to
Obsidianów
Championship
po prostu
Sunday for the
nie
first time ever. And I would love to see him take
Może?
the victory, but that doesn't mean I'm not supportive of Patoman and Zweilous. They are both top-class trainers in their own right. I'm just excited to see amazing battles today.
Yep, I mean, in the end, every trainer who makes
zanim
it this
zaczniemy,
far is going to be deserving of a victory. There you can see him, Zweilous, Patoman, and of course Kaifu as well in the losers finals. So the player who loses the winners finals will be facing Kaifu in the losers finals, and then the winner of the losers finals will advance to the grand finals against the winner of the winners finals.
And what's amazing as well is the unique Pokemon that they have brought. I want you guys to notice there is no Annihilate on any of their rosters. We are seeing Primeape on Championship Sunday. Do we have a new king of the fighters?
Apparently, and it is the regular one and the shadow one. So we have seen all those trainers say, hey, there are merits and problems with both of these Pokemon, so you have to pick your poison, you have to choose which one is going to get you to Championship Sunday.
Czyli też tak samo Obsidian nie przykłada tak bardzo uwagi do grafiki. Gry Obsidianu nigdy nie wyglądały jak
Inadequates, and now with Zweilous running it as well, it's a very dominant flyer in this meta, and we also see the Shadow Wall Rain on Patoman, which is actually your pick.
Yeah, that is true. I went with regular Walrein. I regret that a lot. But this was a Pokemon that I thought was really good at countering Jumpluff. And Jumpluff is actually a Pokemon that if you are following the stream for a longer time, you can get Twitch drops. Because for each game, if you're following the stream, we have Twitch drops for you. For Pokemon Go, it is Jumpluff and an Elite TM. They are so rare, you really want them to get those legacy attacks on your Pokemon.
Yeah, Jumpluff is an amazing Pokemon. Signature Pokemon by Marto this season, dominating it well. Yesterday, we saw him go a reverse 3-0 sweep with a Jumpluff, a 1v3. It was absolutely amazing to watch. Very strong Pokemon to have on your roster.
won him the game versus Zephy Mastix in game 2, actually beating a Talonflame. That was crazy. Next up is TCG, so if you're watching from home and you're a TCG player, go get this EVEX full art. That is beautiful with the code EUIC25 Rainbow DNA.
That is a beautiful card indeed.
Yep, definitely. Also the ability, I think, is called Rainbow DNA. And you can, of course, also get those Sylveon EX, Leafeon EX, and Galatian. And for VG as well, we have Pokemon. I think this is a familiar face, exactly. Marco Silva's winning Jumpler from the LAIC 2025 with the code EU1C25 Sunny Day.
Yeah, Jumpluff, such a good Pokemon. So nice you can get it twice now, right?
It's the Johto Goat now, right? This Pokemon has dominated the competitive scene out of nowhere, because I think in no game Jumpluff was this dominant ever before.
Yeah, it's such a good meta for a Jumpluff to be in, right? With all the Azumarils running around, all the fighters running around. But now Talonflame has risen its way to Championship Sunday. I'm excited to see Zweilos pilot that to perfection against Padoman in the first series.
Yep, Championship Sunday, big deal. If you always want to stay updated, go to pokemon.com/broadcast. We have it here on the lower side of the screen. Also, you can follow our socials. Use hashtag Pokemon EUIC, hashtag play Pokemon. We will follow your posts as well. You might as well end up on the broadcast.
Yeah, and the experience on stage that we're going to be watching is amazing, but your experience at this event is valued as well. So be sure to share, be sure to use the hashtag Pokemon EUIC, is because this event is the best in the world, I think.
Yep, I mean, there's also the World Championship.
There is the Worlds, but I'm going to be biased on the ICs because it is EUIC.
Yep, EUIC, phenomenal event. I've been here last year as well. It was an absolute fever dream. It was so much fun. And now, last year, we had NA versus EU in the grand finals with Amy Weedle versus Doonberg. But now we have 3 European trainers from Germany, Spain, and Belgium.
Yeah, these trainers are at the top of their class. And as Padoman, I remember the first time winning a regional with that Alolan Ninetales, and I think that was a big momentum shift for him as a competitor, because when you finally get that win, you know what you are capable of, and he is in Championship Sunday on the biggest stage. I definitely see big promise in his games today.
You know what I just heard, Zionic? The players are ready. Championship Sunday for Pokemon Go can start. Let's go over to the stage. I love the noise that the viewers make here. You can see it, the Shadow Walrus on the side of Padoman. We've seen it so many times before, used by him and Zweilos with the Charger Bug, Primeape, and Talonflame.
That Charger Bug, I think, has a lot of utility here, right?
Okay,
the Buzz and the Azumarill, there are great targets right there, along with a lot of
winners finals,
but I wouldn't be surprised to see Zweilos brings it every single game.
Yeah, especially if you're looking at all 3 teams, there's so much to play. The Talonflame looks good as well into most of the Pokemon that Padoman can bring. The energy is never really warped, nothing resists flying type on the side of Padoman.
Mało komfortowe, trzeba przyznać. To jest wręcz niekomfortowe, dobra, czy mogę odpalić tą grę? Przejdź w dół ustawień systemu? I mean... Dual... to użyj kontrolera bez przejścia? Nie mogę użyć kontrolera, dobra. Nie. Ups, chyba jest taki problem. Ale... no to co... Serio? To się okaże, zaraz trzeba zapinkalać po kontroler Dual Sensei.
There is a Diggersby on Zweilos' side, and we
jest
have
moc.
seen what can happen. Nighttime Clasher, specifically yesterday, walled so many Galarian Corsolas with that Diggersby that I wouldn't be surprised if Zweilos decides to bring that as well, as they are both locked in. We are getting into game.
Ale... ja, przykład zakładając, nie mam za bardzo kontrolera do Xboxa. O, dobra, może to jest ten. A tak, to jest ten króliczek? Ja, on ma 2 mroczne. Zewalu z Niemiec, Espanyol, dobra.
Yeah, the Aqua Tail does land some nice damage right there, looking to go for the Scorching Sands, as this will do a lot. Padoman likely going to give up the first Protect Shield, as a lot of utility can come from a Shadow Drapion with energy.
Quick attack damage does matter.
Intencjonalne, ale musi się pojawić.
switched in here.
This is the kind of matchup you want to see with the Primate 2-to-1 shields, but
Jakby
there
miała?
is an Aquatail coming through. Will we see the first protection?
No to byłoby zajebiście.
I think you might want to start shielding the
Jak to jest
second
dupa.
Aquatail, but you can also throw on charge attack priority here. Goes for the close combat here immediately. Will Pataman call this?
Does call it, giving up the protect shield. Now Primate in a dangerous
Dobra.
situation. Those poison stings are going to start adding
To
up.
jest...
As we can see the
No,
Aquatail
raczej
now
Pokémon
coming
Go
through.
tutaj tak
Sees
wygląda,
Wylos
no.
opting to give up
Tutaj
the
mamy
first
taką
protection,
mniej.
wants to get some more utility out of the Primate.
Pataman even no charging that Aquatail, wants to go for a farm down here on that Primate, tries to go for the swap, brings in the Azumarill. Azumarill can't catch the close combat, but Zizvaros has to throw it.
At the last second throwing it, this is going to be some nice chip damage.
Jest
Even though it
ciekawe,
is
bo
gonna
mamy
be resistant because of that
Chargebaga,
fairy typing, he's able to swap out
wielgachnego
and save the
królika,
Primate.
który
That is
doczekał się
huge and
gównianych
coming
kart.
very crucial at the end of this
Prejęta?
match.
Yeah, and that is huge for Zizvalos because now he has the Diggersby in the back waiting for the
To jest ten
Galarian Corsair.
mroczny drapion,
Azumarill is
kurde.
having a tough time withstanding those
No mroczne
monsters.
Pokémony w Pokémon Go są takie bardziej dojebane.
Here is huge. The Chargebug aligned to the Azumarill with no shields. The Diggersby aligned to the Corsola with no shields. It's Chargebug's time to knock out the Azumarill.
Yep, and now you have so much energy on that
Czyli
charge, but no
PTR.
protect shields
A,
left
no to
remaining for
z
Pataman in
sypeczkami,
such
bo
a
akurat u nas sobie nie...
difficult spot for him, and now Zizvalos
Widzę,
will
że
actually get
sypkami
another
lecimy.
discharge after this. This is so much damage. At which point do you want to bring in the Diggersby here?
I think if you're Zizwalos, I think you just want the Chargebug to safely go down and try to do as much chip damage as possible because the last thing you want is to be switch locked into that Shadow Drapion. But even then, there's no protect shields remaining on Pataman's side, so Diggersby would be able to handle that effectively.
Yep, brings in the Diggersby now. Drapion will
No
have
co
to
teraz?
go in there
No
as
to
well. Is
trochę...
ready with
Też
an Aquatail.
tylko
Zizvalos is
jest-
going to reach the Fire Punch before the second Aquatail still also has a protect shield remaining. Why wouldn't you use it here? There's only a Corsola in the back.
It's a great call on Zizwalos' side, knowing that Fire Punch is going to be enough damage to take out the Shadow Drapion right here. Zizwalos got the positive lead. Zizwalos maintained positive switch advantage, and with it, the momentum to take game one as we see the final matchup against the
O to
Corsola.
chodzi!
And now we have the slowest matchup in the Open Great League. It is Diggersby versus Astonish. Both Pokemon tickling each other at max with fast attacks, but Diggersby just has the advantage.
To jest
with the
zepsuty
neutral
akurat
coverage.
niestety port, bo ja
Scorching
niestety
sense.
jeden zepsuty
Game
jest.
one going to Zizwalos, but
No
don't count
niedługo,
Pataman
to
out
wiecie,
just
że
yet, as this
Windows
is gonna be a
10
best of
przestanie
five
być
right there.
wspierany.
But
O,
like we said,
pierwszą rundę wygrywa Niemiec.
Chargebug
The
would have
Lulz.
been crucial. The Diggersby would have been crucial, and that's exactly what happened in game one. We saw a very positive lead, and it was tough for Pataman to really recover from that.
Yeah, Pataman just swapped out into the Azumarill in the end, where he could have tried to go for a farm down on that Primate with the Shadow Drapion. I don't quite remember the situation in which he was in. If he would have reached another Rage Fist, trying to get that Drapion into the back with a little bit of energy, waiting for the Diggersby to perhaps later on play on something. Also, I think he was very much hoping that there wasn't a Chargebug in the back waiting for that Azumarill.
Yeah,
Cele to zagramy.
We saw that first Aquatail. A lot of times trainers
Zobaczymy,
have a
jak ta
very
chmura
powerful,
działa.
glassy Pokemon. I don't want to get hit with any damage, but Zizwalos knows I can just save my shields for my other Pokemon because I have that positive switch alignment. I can still dominate this
Ja nie wiem, czy będę oglądać Pokémon Go, bo ja się nie znam
and even at the last second,
tak
go
za
for close
bardzo,
combat
więc
against the Azumarill to
to
do
po
that
prostu
extra
se niech leci.
was amazing.
A my tu ogarniamy nową grę od Syria.
Especially in this season, regional
No
finals.
droga, jeszcze to jest... A, no, to jest Polonny Vegas. Że wiecie, bo jak ktoś nie wie, no... Znaczy, grafika to też nie była mocno, no bo to jest naprawdę dobry studio, tak? Oczywiście ten dramat Unreal Engine, to chyba będzie piąteczka. Uwaga, ryzyko ataku pedeczka. No ciekawe jakbyś... Czyli to jest gra fabularna, więc... Nie wiem, nawet
We love the plushies that are brought up. Their side up being a dominant Pokemon in Unite as well, which was fun to see in our championship series earlier on. But both trainers are locked in. We are getting into game two.
Pataman just sticks to his strategy with the Corsola in the lead, and this time it's looking much better. Of course, it is not as catastrophic for Xylus as if he was running the Annihilate in this matchup.
This is the exact situation Xylos is wanting to have with the normal Primate. You don't take as much damage from those Astonishes while still being able to do so much damage back with the Rage Fist.
Yep, you can make this uncomfortable for Pataman in this situation. You have to give up a shield here to not take
będzie trochę ciężko niestety ze
Eon,
streamingu.
a world where mortals live, die,
Może tutaj jedno się...
the turning of the
No,
seasons.
to nie będzie łatwe.
In a cycle of reincarnation, watched over by the gods. Our gods, some of whom love us
Widzę pretekst.
more than others.
Nie.
Your hope, the
Ja
idea
mam
of temples,
Afterwards. Że ona jest do PS4.
Our Lady of Law, vengeance, the burn,
To ja coś wiem.
but our goddess has lately
Znaczy tutaj
turned
ze streamingu
her
będzie coś eksponować, żeby
and our empire has suffered revolt, challenges to rightful rule. We lack a common purpose, but we
Niestety mogę nie mieć pełnej kontroli nad czatem swoją drogą. Pełnej kontroli troszeczkę nad karsami. To co tam wyprawia, tak? Nie no, menadżera.
yet the more we free this place from danger, the more the land fights back.
A właśnie, że wyłączę nie ma mojej japeczki.
Safe city, the locals find themselves crowded out.
No, po co nic
Many
nowego.
years you were born to a family in our Enduran Empire, and in a rare turn of the wheel, you came into this world a god, touched by a patron god in the womb, to some a blessing, to many an abomination. You grew up an outsider, but I saw potential in you, potential and an opportunity, and within my core, you found purpose. Now I call upon your
O,
God to
karciarzy jeszcze nie streamują. A, po Pokémon Go powinny być akurat karty, bo teraz jest Pokémon Go, bo ogólnie to wygląda tak,
and secure our
że ogólnie Day Free to są te wszystkie finały, dosłownie ze wszystkich kategorii. Przed chwilą był United, a teraz jest Pokémon Go i karty powinny być już po Pokémon Go. Właśnie, teraz muszę wybrać postać, to jest... Trudno się wylosowała. Wybierz tego panu z brodą. Ja je tutaj używam, jakby ktoś się pytał, troszeczkę kiepską jakość, a to dlatego, że tutaj jest streaming włączony. O, bo tu można wybrać uszy, czy... Okay. O, bo to jest typ ciała, możemy elfem zostać i karnacji. Okej, to zajrzę później, miłego o, dziękuję. Ogólnie sam stream jest na głównym kanale, głównym Pokémon. Dobra, bo Neger wyszło czarne, tak. Ale no, tak.
I want to make this very, very clear. Zweilos hasn't lost a game yet. He is 2-0 in the winners finals on Championship Sunday. He is still completely undefeated. Very smart going into the Marrow for Zero very late, so he can have a scorching sense ready on that Digger speed in the back.
Yeah, and a very subtle play by the
A,
Digger speed in the
ciekawe.
game, making sure he loaded
Da mi się
back
tak
up with
trochę
energy
podobać.
before coming
Jezus!
into the Azumarill. The top
Jeśli
three
chodzi o
Azumarill
kreator
that need to
postaci
have
w
that energy
Aloe, jest
because
on bardzo
otherwise, if you're behind on
bardzo
energy against a Shadow
złożony.
Drapion, it is all over.
Exactly. Shadow Drapion has been the Pokemon
No,
of the tournament
bardzo
almost so far. Of the last 10 tournaments, I want to say. In those 60 tournament winning teams
kurde.
we've had so far in this season, we've had
Siedzieć tu.
10
Zacznę jeszcze
Drapions.
wątek, to
The
już w ogóle
trainers
będę
are
jeszcze
locked in.
siedzieć.
Maybe the decisive game 3. Zweilos is leading 2-0 versus Patamon.
Zweilos now faces off against the Azumarill on the lead, but I
Muszę
don't
co
think
robić.
he's too
O,
bothered.
tutaj.
Send
O,
your
kolor
ghosts, send your
pasemek
fairies.
możemy
Primate
wybrać.
does
To
not
jest
care.
ciekawe.
Primate has had the worst lead so far in Zweilos.
Powiem szczerze.
This is another typing
No,
disadvantage, but I think at this situation.
żebyśmy już wybrali pasenka,
Just rage fist your way through.
Też
You
takie
have to protect shields. The
bardziej
Azumral's damage really
skłaniam
is
się
coming
ku
from
koloru
that trade rough. The bubbles will
ciemno-czerwonego.
start adding up, but the Primate's damage is
graficznie
starting to get
to
out of control if you can't stop it.
Yep, easy shield here,
O,
double
można
boosted
zarość.
already, and this is where the power of the Primate just really
I
shines.
też
Oh, the
postałem
swap
się
out
taką
from
podobną.
Patoman going into that Shadow Drop here because he knows if Zizwalos wants to knock it out, he has to throw a close combat. But Zizwalos goes for the
Bujniutko i
rage
bardzo
fist
jest
raid, and it's been
prawą
shielded.
jak
Gets the protect
Ty,
shield right there, but
nawet
Shadow
pasemka
Drop
w
is close
zaroście
to that
można,
or the opposite.
dlatego-
A quick swap into Azumarill by Zwylos, hoping to catch the charge move.
Yep, doesn't even go into the digger
Zrobić
speed
takie
here because he knows
niebieskie,
Patoman
o.
has so much energy, and the energy is actually walled by Azumarill while it gets super effective on that digger speed.
Yeah,
A
that's a great call.
bardzo
Even
fajny
though
złożony
Digger's Speed,
edyt.
right, has the Scorching Sands, it's gonna take so much damage from a Shadow Drapion, and the Azumarill is that bulky typing that can
to
survive
mi się
these
naprawdę
crunches, but it
podoba.
needs to start firing off these charge moves and put the pressure back on.
Another defense debuff on that Azumarill, another shield used by Patoman on that Shadow Dropion, saying, you are maybe the best Pokemon in the Great League right now. I will use you to my advantage. Tries to go for an aggressive farm.
O, możemy sprawić, że nasza postać będzie miała Hero of Pocket? To jest właśnie takie... To ma na przykład frontman Raise Againsta. Ogólnie, że chodzi o to, że masz dwa jakieś stawne Polka.
Yep, Zwylos went for two more bubbles on his own Azumarill.
To się widzę, że mogę zostawić, że no...
Was immediately fired off
Czerwona,
into the
drugie
Digger Speed.
pewnie,
Digger
nie
Speed is facing so
o.
much damage, so many super effective charge attacks, but keep in mind
Odwrót
there is a
ma.
Primate. You can easily end games with
A tak,
two close
frontman.
combats.
Yes, the Scorching Sands now going to be coming through, knocking out the Azumarill. We will see the Shadow Kanto Marowak come in and load up on energy, but Zwylos and his Digger Speed does have one protect shield remaining. He's just got to be very careful
O,
about
blizny na
decides
twarzy,
to
to
use.
są to, co ja lubię
Patoman not
najbardziej.
trying to throw before the Scorching Sands.
Chyba
He
nie
very
widzę,
smart,
to
wants to
jest
load up on energy to unleash it onto the Primate. The sweeping
Co
Pokemon
ciekawe,
force
jakoś-
Zwylos goes up to maximum energy, throws a Bone Club here.
Alright, the Bone Club will be knocking out, and we'll have to see what Zwylos decides to bring in. But remember that Shadow Drapion has multiple charge moves. We will see the Primate come in. Can all the weight be put on Primate's shoulders to secure the third victory of this match? Here we go!
Oh, the cross chop comes through. Shield will have to be used.
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Doesn't go for a peekaboo
Wtedy ten
patch
blizny prawie
by
w ogóle
bringing
nie
Primate
będzie
and
widać,
go into
ale
the
dobra.
Azumarill immediately. Patoman is going to answer with the drop in.
Ale-
Goes for the Aqua Tail. The Aqua
A
Tail
będzie-
is going to knock out this Zwylos is
Wybucha,
still in this.
okej.
What a
Tu mamy
beautiful
jeszcze
catch right
eyeliner,
there, but the
czyli...
game is not over. Shadow Drapion has far too much energy. There is still one protect shield remaining from Zwylos' side, but unfortunately Shadow Drapion is just way too strong. Patoman is going to be
O
knocked out,
Jezus,
barely able
no.
to hang on, but there is not enough
Mówię, że
energy,
to
and
trapią,
Patoman
to w
takes
ogóle
game
jakieś...
3.
The first trainer to even take a game off of Zwylos at the EUIC 2025, and in what a dominating manner. Patoman bringing in this Shadow Drapion, saying, hey, this Pokemon is completely strong here. I will use this to win the game. Plays around with the energy. We've seen this time and time again from trainers over the weekend, that you are loading up on energy on the Shadow Drapion, swapping it out before your opponent can use his Pokemon to throw something. The Ice Beam catch on the Azumarill might have won the game, but he was already looking so good in this situation.
Yeah, we've even seen Shadow
dalej?
Drapion
Aha.
near
I
leads.
możemy
Halfway
wybrać
through at 50%
klasę.
HP, both swap out at the same time because all the
Znajomość
trainers know
sztuk
that if you
tajemnych.
can keep a Shadow Drapion to the very end
Szlacheckie.
with energy, the odds of winning go up exponentially.
That was Arceus Aurelius versus Gravy actually yesterday.
Yeah.
I
Where both
tutaj
trainers
jeszcze
swapped out at
mamy
the same time. Here we're seeing Crunch on the Azumarill. Not too much damage, I want to say.
Yeah, and the Azumarill right here goes for the aggressive
Ah,
farm down. This
wydaj
beautiful catch by
jeden
Patoman. That was definitely a
Ja
momentum
bym
shift
dała
on his
tutaj
side, and he
zręcznie.
knows it. And Zwylos needs to secure game
Mamy
3
nadzieję.
quickly, because if Patoman gets game 4 and we go to a decisive game 5, Patoman might have the momentum then.
Yeah, Zwylos just, he
mamy
doesn't even know what's happening right
indykator.
here. Losing a game, what even is this? But the players are ready. We're going into game 4 and it is Digger Speed.
No dobra,
versus
a,
Azumarill.
dobra,
Another
może
positive lead picked up by
tradycyjna
Patoman.
Both
klawiatura,
trainers
czyli
having similar Pokemon on their rosters. This quick swap out into Primate against the Azumarill. This is very interesting, wanting to keep the Diggersby in the back just in case there is that Galarian Corsola.
And that was so good, doing one quick attack, taking 0.5 seconds to swap in the Primate to confuse the throw on 4 karate chops again to throw on good timing, get your damage boosted as fast as possible, and also your opponent can't really swap anything into the Primate.
Man, I'm starting to be a Primate believer as we do see the Shadow Kanto Marowak swap in, but Primate is loaded on energy, Primate is boosted with the Rage Fist. Yeah, this is gonna get out of control here, but Primate is very low and those mud slaps are gonna start adding up.
I like how Patoman played this, knowing, hey, I need a little bit of damage with those bubble on this, and then my Shadow Marowak can maybe try to farm down here. How much damage do the Karate Chops do actually?
Not enough, definitely not enough. Gonna have to swap that now into the Azumarill, start getting ahead on energy, but there's a lot of stored energy on that Primate. Don't count it out just yet, but Shadow Kanto Marowak is ready to unleash. Double mud bombs ready to go.
Bone Club, actually.
Or Bone Club. My bad.
Dotknęła jakieś purchamy.
Ice Beam off, actually. So this is force HP from Patoman because there is still some energy. Lets it go, actually. Wants to bring in another Pokemon to ramp energy. Oh, look at this. It's Shadow Drapion. Wants to load up on energy versus Azumarill.
This is a great position to be in. The Shadow Drapion with 1-0 shields, even though there is the Diggersby in the back and the Primate. It is in a prime position to potentially sweep, and a no shield now on the play rough.
Oh, that is so huge. We're hoping for an Ice Beam that gets very, very low, puts everything HP-wise onto that Azumarill. Goes for Bubble Drop. This might not knock out. You could bring in your Azumarill and Bubble Drop the Azumarill as well.
Not enough. We do see a counter swap now into the Diggersby, and the Aquatails are going to be flying.
I completely forgot that there was a full HP Diggersby in the back as well. This is, of course, super effective damage from Patoman, but I don't even think you can get the 3 Aquatails here because Quick Attack deals so much damage in that scenario, and now Zweilos has the Primate free of energy.
Yeah, Zweilos needs as much energy as he can get. He really wants to get to the Scorching Sands.
No, to jest ten problem jeszcze ze streamingiem, jak ja... Jak te piksele strasznie.
The right move right here. Is it going to be the fight? No, he decides to no to run the Scorching Sands.
Does this Zweilos need it? He gets the debuff anyways. This means that Patoman might not be able to farm down in time. Another Scorching Sands is being reached. Quick Attacks add up slowly as well as the bubbles.
Here we go, that's not going to be enough damage. Azumarill able to hang on. The counter swap, the Rage Fist. There's almost 2 ready to go.
To są te mroczne pułapki zamieniające.
But it is not at the second that this Pokemon is going for the Ice Beam immediately. This is about to take off the Primate. Now it is Azumarill and Diggersby, the oh-so-well-known core in the back for Seasons. This is a battle about fast attacks and HP.
Here we go. Azumarill comes in. The Ice Beam is going to be thrown. Unfortunately, Patoman has the energy, and there's only a Diggersby remaining to face off against a low-health Azumarill and a Shadow Drapion.
How much HP does the Diggersby have? Not enough to withstand bubbles. It's Azumarill versus the world!
Patoman taking a decisive game 4 right there, tying up the series. We are going to a best of 5. This is going to be amazing.
We are back to see peak Patoman. He is such a phenomenal trainer. He has struggled a little bit in this season with getting a deep run finally, and now he is at the grand finals, or the winners finals of the EUIC. Don't want to take that away too early. He's at the winners finals of the EUIC, coming back from a 2-0 lead on the side of the reverse engineer.
I wonder if we see the Charjabug come back there in Game 5. It was so dominant in Game 1 for Zweilos, but the Primate did incredibly well in swapping into the Azumarill, something you never really see.
Yep, this Primate was so well played, but it was just one karate shot away from victory. Because then it could have thrown the charge attack priority afterwards, but it just didn't have it. There we could see the quick attack into swap into the Primate to throw after 4 karate chops.
Oh, Garycyk.
Diggersby right here, loving those Scorching Sands. So nice doing it twice right here. Double load and getting the Azumarill low, but these games don't get any closer, and unfortunately, that Primate was one fast move away from the double Rage Fist and Ice Beam here, going to be sealing the deal.
I am in love with how Patoman plays this weekend. He has been so ruthless, showing to the crowd, one more, I just need one more. Patoman is one of the trainers that are deserving to win an IC the most. One of the others, I would say, is Zweilos. Both trainers are locked in. They are ready. Game 5 of the winners finals of EUIC 2025, and it is Primate versus Azumarill.
Zweilos very comfortable careful in this situation. If you're on the lead, then you can definitely rage fist your way to victory as the first charge move now coming through.
Yeah, but the backline looks very interesting. There is Galarian Corsola on the side of Patoman again. There is a Diggersby that might be waiting for it. So this is very dangerous. He needs to play for alignment or to swap out at some point. He doesn't have the Shadow that he can bring in to fast attack down the Primate.
Yeah, he can. Fighting for switch advantage could be huge for that Diggersby against the Corsola. Even if he's down 1-0 shields in the Azumarill Mirror, the energy that he can get from the Corsola would be great as the Ice Beam now is coming through the first protection given up.
Yep, and Patoman has now used the Ice Beam, swaps into the Shadow Drop. Immediate close combat on the side of Zizwilos. Do you call it? Patoman plays it safe. Shields this one up. Now what does Zizwilos go into now? Does he bring in the Diggersby? The Corsola is free. The Diggersby is on Shadow Drop.
Oh, that might be a decisive decision to bring in the Diggersby into this matchup, as unfortunately not knowing that Corsola is in fact on the back line.
What a read by Patoman, bringing the Corsola, saying, hey, I acknowledge that you don't think I will bring it again. Another day, another Aqua Cola being thrown into the Diggersby.
Diggersby looking to load up, going for that hard-hitting Scorching Sands right here, as this will be knocking out, and Patoman giving up the second Protect Shield now.
Yep, that also just means that the Primate that doesn't have energy anymore can hit the Corsola for super effective damage as well. But now we're just going to see yet another Aqua Tail overfarming a little bit of energy to potentially threaten a shield from the Primate as well.
Deciding to let the Diggersby go down, will we see that Primate come back in and start ramping its damage, or will we see a safe Azumarill load up?
I think that we might see Azumarill or Primate that goes to farm up a little bit and then catch something.
Ja trochę nie cierpię
There we go! Aqua Tail being thrown into the Azumarill, resisting the Aqua Tail here, not taking too much damage. Zizwilos saying, I need to take energy onto my Primate.
That might have been the key to victory right there, as Primate will need every bit of energy as we now see the Corsola onto the field against the Azumarill.
This has to be frustrating for Zizwilos to see. You could have had it so easy if you just brought in the Azumarill on to the Shadow Drop. You're now the first player of Connect. This is a pretty strong matchup for the Galarian Corsola, actually.
I think Zizwilos would be very happy if he can get to this Corsola into a Rage Fist one-shot range. Even though it is super effective damage, it is not a one-shot. So if he can do double play roughs here, get the Corsola into a good position, the Primate might just be able to sweep this game.
Obiekty zniszczone są... naciśnij
How much damage can the Primate withstand from fast attacks? It might actually... I think it has 3 karate chops.
Oh, the counter swap going right for...
Oh, he actually gets the Nightshade off onto the Primate. Zizwilos just says, now I need to use my shield. I want to use the energy advantage that I have. I will win this game. No! Aquatail on the side of Patoman. He's looking into the crowd. He can't believe it. He might have just reverse swept the German engineer. Throws the Aquatail, and now it is just a low HP Azumarill with no energy whatsoever. No shield at all. And an Aquatail on the Shadow.
Aha, to ma się zaraz skończy.
Advances to the grand finals.
Patoman, you give me one game, I'll take 3. The reverse 3-0 sweep with Shadow Drapion.
What a match! Patoman showing
Laguje.
here, looking at the crowd, just celebrating the moment. What a performance! What a tournament! You can see all of his Spanish friends there standing up, cheering for Pato.
Wow, what a comeback right there. And the key moment was that Primate swapping.
No się kończy do tego chyba Niemiec.
Force the shield because of the Nightshade. That was so unfortunate on Zizwilos' side, why these moments come down to one
Chyba wolałbym już to ściągnąć bardziej, bo widzę, że to się strasznie mi się wydaje chodzi. No dobra, no jeszcze tutaj komentatorzy. I karty powinny być już
Fast attack and combo play and throw a Nightshade immediately. That was so well played by Patoman.
Yeah, what we saw was Zizwilos, right?
bo tu mamy jakieś
overcome there the dominance of the energy Shadow Drapion swap in, and his next opponent, Kaifu.
Dobrze.
That's what he's known for.
Yeah, Shadow Primate has been so good for him. Shadow Dropion has been so good for him.
Nie wiem, jak dużo już powiedziałam w edytorze, ale pewnie więcej czasu na grze.
Also want to say is that we have had such neutral matchups so far, so it's coming down to the biggest skills of those trainers to team reading. That's what Patoman just did. I have lost all games so far against you, where I brought my Galarian Corsola. You had the Diggersby on it. You will not think that I will bring it again. So every time I switch in my Dropion, it baits out the Diggersby. This is not the worst matchup. Yes, Scorching Sands
Kilka
will
wydarzeń
take
oznacza,
my
że
Shadow
będzie ono
Dropion
stanowić
out.
większe wyzwanie, biorąc pod
I do
uwagę
have
twoje
shields, which is a
obecne
cool thing in
wyposażenie
Pokemon Go.
oraz
And I can
mamy...
have the Galarian Corsola on whatever you have in the back, which might be the Azumarill, because Diggersby Azumarill is so good.
Yeah, such a strong core in this meta, as we do see the bait out right there. That was the beautiful swap of bringing in the Shadow Drapion and baiting out the Diggersby, giving Corsola free reign on the back line, and a beautiful catch by Zizwylos on the Aquatail.
These trainers don't give each other any room to breathe. Every single mistake is being so hard punished by these trainers, and there you can see the play rough. The Primate was about to switch in, we skipped that step, but there was the expected combo play from Patoman throwing the Nightshade, bringing in the Shadow Dropion with the Aquatail. That was so incredibly strong. A little bow, the kisses to the crowd go out, and now he has the moment to just chill for a little bit.
And our next battles, right? Zizwylos is not out of it yet. He's going to be facing off against Kaifu in the losers finals, fighting his way to get back and face off against Patoman in the grand finals. But Kaifu has been fighting through the toughest trainers yesterday in the losers bracket, and the energy and momentum is on his side.
Yep, he's been also a troublemaker for our team in the coverage area, by the way, because the name is really hard to pronounce. I think it is Kaifje or Kaufje, or something along the lines of that. There's some different pronunciations that you can make, but I think that our players for the next matchup are already ready, if I've just heard that right, because we don't have an interview after this.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep it rolling. The battles are not gonna stop today, as we will see Kaifu versus Zwylos. Now, Kaifu's play with the Shadow Drapion has been incredible this weekend. He has been known for storing all that energy, as many trainers have in the past, but I have loved his execution because he has been catching opponents off guard. Like we saw with Patoman against Zwylos. I imagine we will see it once again in this best of 5 series.
Speaking of catching, I think the best moment ever from yesterday was that Nighttime Clasher actually caught a charge attack from Kaifje. That was the close combat boosted from the Shadow Primate on his Annihilate. Said, hey, I double resist this. How much damage could it? Oh, 60%! That was absolutely huge. The face that Nighttime Clasher made in that moment was hilarious. Shoutouts to Nighttime Clasher, of course, for making it this far in the tournament, top 6. And now our trainers, Zwylos, has to recover quickly from losing that winner's final series. Has another shot. He's still out of the tournament.
Yeah, we take a look at the teams right here. We got the Chargeable, Diggersby, and Primate. Something we mentioned, right? There is no Annihilate on Championship Sunday, which has been the dominant fighter this season, but instead we have a normal Primate and a Shadow Primate on the side of Kaifu.
That's going to decide which Primate is going to be the superior version to play. So everyone get your Primates at home ready to build, because it is either going to be regular Primate or Shadow Primate. Here we're all having to be decider now.
Yeah, I also love the
jeszcze jeden meczek, już tym razem ten turniej przegrany.
so strong as both of these trainers are ready to get into their first battle. I think we are getting off game one of the losers finals. The winner of this series will move on to the grand championship.
Pogramy tego Aloeta na tyle, ile mogę, ale powiem, że zdecydowanie jedna z tych bardziej overhated gier. Czyli graficznie ona nie wygląda jakoś super, ale wiecie, to gry nigdy nie wyglądały jakoś nie wiadomo jak.
maintain the energy and put the pressure and shield advantage on his side as he goes for the swap and the close combat into a Zoomer. What a beautiful catch by Kaifu.
That's a massive catch, and of course the damage that has been done to the Primate before is big for Kaifu, just because you can just throw bubbles and bubble it down before it ramps up with those attack moves. He has that charger back. He didn't bring it in the last few games versus but now he has charger back.
Mi kompania? Widzę, że dałeś radę.
This is
Super.
a dominant matchup right here, and if he maintains this switch advantage, the Diggersby would be aligned to the Galarian Corsola. But just something to note there, before the Primeape swapped out, he made sure to get to that close combat because he does not want to repeat the same mistake that he did in the previous battle as a discharge now is coming through.
Zizwalos just wants to close combat everything, and now he exits this matchup with a full charge attack, a full discharge, and that is not something that a Shadow Drapion likes to take. But Kefir brings in the Galarian Corsola, and now Zizwalos is maybe grinning a little bit inside of him because there is a Diggersby in the back.
No protect shield as well. Kaifu is very concerned about the damage and energy that is on that Primate. Needs to be very careful about how he chooses to use his final shields.
Swap out immediately once Zizwalos brings in a Diggersby in this matchup, try to farm down here later on, possibly combo play the Primate of Zizwalos with the Galarian Corsola. That could be a strategy. The Nightshade here, hoping that Zizwalos goes for a karate chop here. I don't think you need to shield this.
No, you definitely don't need to shield that, as we do see the counter swap into the Shadow Drapion, but this is where Kaifu is at his most comfortable position because the Aqua Tails are going to be doing super effective damage. The shields might start going down here soon.
Czy niektórzy też się słowa zmieniają z tego co widziałem, bo...
low that a fire punch would put it in farm down range for either of his Pokemon, so Kefir would need to have to invest shields.
Pomożemy, jeśli to chcesz być miła.
Charge attack priority! The ranges of these Zizwalos is going to be enough to put it in farm down range as well. Kefir lets it go, calls the range and says, I can hang on to that, gets the Aqua Tail off here. This is such a huge spot for Zizwalos to be
Nie zwara nam z tym... Nie mam nic z tym, może jednak zasłonisz mi kredyt zaufania, jeśli moi ludzie...
Just be able to take it home right now. 2-to-1 shield advantage. The only damage that the Shadow Drapion can do is with charge moves, and Zizwalos has 2 protect shields remaining.
Yeah, that's too many in this matchup here, especially when Drapion is deep in the red. Exits this matchup with 1 protect shield left remaining as well. Goes to throw a Scorching Sands into the Galarian Corsola.
Well, Zizwalos making a great comeback right here, going for the Scorching Sands and maintaining that switch advantage to take game 1. It's only a matter of time now till the Corsola goes down.
Yep, the Fire Punch is going to connect here. I don't think that Kefir is going to want to shield this. Rather, focus on the next game. Zizwalos was 2-0 up against Patoman and then got reverse swept, so Kefir is definitely still in this.
Now don't
Inteligencji nie mamy, ja nie mogę, musimy to rozwinąć.
Fighting his way through the gauntlet of the losers bracket with his back against the wall every single time. That is where he shines. So I imagine we will see a great team brought into game 2 to try to not have such hard switch alignment dependency.
Yep. And now let's look at the teams a little bit more, because Kefir brought this Galarian Corsola, which was a difficult bring for Patoman in the winners final so far. So let's look at the team of Zizwalos. He has the charge of a great target for Corsola as the Primate. We've seen that this is not the easiest matchup to handle for Corsola, but it is definitely still something I would consider positive. Azumarill is great. Against Talonflame you also have good play. You can force switch, I think, against that. And the Galarian Corsola very much is that's also a thing.
Yeah, it's kind of forcing Zwilos' hand to make sure that Diggersby is there every single game, and maybe Kaifu can play into that. Maybe we see that Shadow Primate come out to show that, you know what, the Shadow variant is actually incredibly strong in this format.
Yeah, or you could bring in the Digong because it also has more play against something like an Azumarill. It can soften up some other Pokemon, but it's so risky against the Primate. But the players are ready, and it is the ultimate face-off. It is Primate versus Shadow Primate.
As we will see the fighter face off to determine who is king as the Rage Fist charge attack priority. Kaifu wins it right there. That is good information to have. This is the best of 5 series and the first protect shield given up on Zwilos.
I've seen the appraisal on Kefir's Primate. He wins that.
We will see a shield as well in return as both trainers are opting to go for the Rage Fist, boosting their attack stat, making these Primates so powerful.
Yep, and there is a chance for Zizvilos to later on possibly catch a Rage Fist onto his Diggersby, which then wouldn't deal too much damage. And the Primate is so low, it might not even get to a close combat afterwards.
Thing is, if you're Kaifu in this situation, knowing that Zizvilos is likely going to lose the next charge attack priority, he's likely going to swap. Maybe you overload, and then we see a close combat. I would love to see it on Championship Sundays. We're coming down to the last second. No, the throw by the charge move throw by Zizvilos as Kaifu decides to let it go.
I like that. Kaifu decides, I don't have the Corsola on me, I don't need switch advantage, but I want to get 2 of those poison stings as an advantage here in the backline. There is Diggersby, and there is Azumarill, but with energy advantage, Diggersby is so playable.
Yeah, there's an opportunity here to go for the Aqua Tail as the Scorching Sands energy is not available just yet, and I don't imagine he'd want to go for charge attack priority right here because he would leave his Shadow Drapion vulnerable, so we might see a swap on the champion. No, decides to go for it.
I mean, he still has... Oh, he has no shields left.
Yeah.
True. That is very, very heads up that Zizvilos was predicting a catch here. Does he go out now?
Znajdź sposób na spalenie jeży. Option.
Has this superstar charge attack that would have surely knocked out the Shadow Drapion and gets it on the Azumarill.
Gdzie to?
The mind games are at play today here in the losers finals as we have the Azumarill mirror, one ahead on energy, the other ahead on HP. It's anyone's guess how this will finish, but ultimately these trainers are in each other's heads.
Yeah, but Zizvilos also has the Scorching Sands loaded. He farmed up more quick attacks. Gave the Azumarill a little bit more energy on the side of Kaifu, but this could be crucial later on. Kaifu needs to try and find a way to bring his own Shadow Dragon back in to get an Aqua Tail ready before the Scorching Sands loaded Diggersby can swap in. The question is, can he even manage to do that?
He's gonna have to squeeze it in before the switch clock is up, and he's gonna swap right now, but the Play Rough is ready, but maybe that's what he wants. Maybe he wants the Azumarill to be throwing its energy because his own Azumarill can survive the next Scorching Sand.
But do you live the Play Rough though? I don't
też
think so.
żeby
Gets
szukać
knocked out here,
klucza.
and now... Oh, this is the...
Coś robię sam.
I think the Azumarill is way too healthy on the side of Zizvilos.
Yeah, unfortunately the Shadow Drapion wasn't able to get to the charge move in time or survive the Play Rough, so Kaifu gonna be giving up game 2 here as the Scorching Sands is still available on the Diggersby, and Azumarill right here is gonna be throwing the Play Rough.
Nice attempt at a win condition for Kaifu as well here, throwing on charge
Chyba
attack
przez te
priority.
piksele to ja widzę,
Maybe I win the 50-50,
że nic
you know,
nie.
and then I could take out your Pokemon with one bubble of energy stored more. But that did not happen. Also, the Diggersby, I'm pretty sure, could have knocked out the Azumarill with a Scorching Sets in that scenario.
Now, if you're Zizvilos situation right here, right? You have gone up 2-0 in both series. You need to lock it in. You need to secure game 3 right here, because if you give Kaifu an inch, he will take a mile. If you take a look at the replay of the Primate Mirror fight.
There we can
Co
see
mi
it.
to robisz, bączki? Co ty robisz?
Because his Primate had the higher attack to win charge attack priority, but couldn't convert that into winning the game later on. The Diggersby with shields down against a Shadow Drapion is just way too good.
Yeah. And right here, Zizvilos securing that victory with the Play Rough in the mirror fight. Kaifu tried to make some magic happen, but ultimately the Play Rough was way too much damage and no Protect Shields were remaining. Both trainers are locked in. We are getting into game 3. Can Kaifu be the comeback king, or will Zizvilos secure game 3 and move on to championship finals?
Oh, and we're now resisting the karate chops on the side of
Yes,
Zizvilos. Immediate swap out into the Shadow Drapion from Kaifu. You can still throw the crunch at 5. Doesn't even go for that. The X Scissor is going to be thrown here. Do you want to shield this? You have a Shadow Primate in the back.
This is so tough, but something to note, there is no
dobra, już wiem o co tu
but there
chodzi,
is
bo
the
te
Corsola on the
klucze
side
są
of Kaifu.
wykręceni.
Oh, the Corsola can actually do some heavy damage here, just like Patuman played it in
Chyba,
the games
żeby
before when
otwierać.
Zizvilos least expects the Corsola. This can come in very handy, and now the Shadow Drapion is doing what Shadow
to są
Drapion
chyba te
does.
klucze.
Poison Sting against the Azumarill.
And crunch, spam,
O,
hoping
do
to
cholery
get those
weź.
defense drops, but the Azumarill is so tanky, can soak
Tutaj
a
możemy
few of these
odrygować.
charge moves right here, and looks to fire back with an Ice Beam.
And I like that he immediately went for the Ice Beam because the timer is almost up for Kaifu. He does want to shield this. 0 shields on his own Shadow Primate is looking tough. Now you can load up on energy. Go into the Corsola, hoping for no Diggersby into the back because Corsola takes these charge attacks like a champ. Zizvilos is forced to throw the timer wasn't up yet.
This is big information here for Kaifu. If he can't get the Diggersby out onto the field and we see a different Pokemon like the Primeape, he now knows he has a win opportunity.
Ja naprawdę poświęcę sobie na tą grę jakieś miejsce, bo ja tu dostaję pierdolca. Input lag jest tu straszny. I spokojnie nie jest to kwestia optymalizacji, tylko po prostu jest straszny. Zresztą sprawdzałem też specyfikację tej gry i to jest jeden z nielicznych gier, które robiące na spokojnie na komputerku paliwowe.
The Primeape is able to survive. Switch Clock is coming back up, but he's going to fire right back with the Rage Fist. Can the Shadow Drapion hang on?
Oh, that might be a possibility. It barely hangs on here. Gets farmed down, doesn't even get to throw the Aqua Tail anymore. That is one karate chop on your Shadow Primeape. This is your last chance at getting into the Grand Finals of the EUIC 2025. Immediate swap out into the Charger Bucket. This is not the scenario where you want to play the Zero Shields in.
Oh, deciding to go for the close combat right away, knowing that he's not going to be able to survive.
No przeszło i tu kurna nagle input lag poleciał i szlak wszystko trafił. Chyba... Jeszcze nie skończyli?
Stalling out the timer here, so little HP on everything that Zizwalos has. Throws the rages here, says I can farm you down. Don't you have energy on the Azumarill is the question though.
Oh man, Shadow Primeape now in a prime position here to win this game. Azumarill is low with no
Zaskakującą rzeczą jest to, że ja na Twitchu widzę lepszą jakość.
He is back, baby. Throwing his fist up in the air. Getting the Rage Fist on here, taking off the Primeape. Zizwalos getting back into this game. Zizwalos has to take very close attention. Not losing another set where he needs to.
Zizwalos needs to stay composed, right? He's a very calm and collected battler, barely showing much emotion, but that's because he is studying the moves of his opponent, and he knows that Kaifu here loves to make the swaps, loves to make the big plays. He's got to capitalize on those moments, so do not count Zizwalos out. Top competitor right now, and Kaifu has been making amazing plays. It's so exciting to watch what he can do.
Just has to not be in his head. Both of these trainers, basically, they have to focus up now. And now you can see this play rough that was hitting the Galarian Corsola that had to be thrown because the timer wasn't up yet and Astonish would have farmed down.
Yeah, that was the moment there when Kaifu saw that there was no Diggersby that came in. He knew, oh my goodness, I have a chance at victory because the last thing you want to see was the catch. That was a beautiful play by Kaifu. The switch clock was available, able to catch the discharge, and that was pivotal for this game.
I love the hype of these games because... And then they have to dance around, they have to make catches. We're going into game 4 of the losers finals of EUIC 2025.
Oh, it's a great part of it.
On the Diggersby.
Oh, what a good lead here for Kaifu. He swap out into the Talonflame and an instant swap into the Shadow Drapion.
But Kaifu just did 2 karate chops, I think.
Okay,
a lot of energy.
Yeah, Aqua Tail now going to be coming through. Talonflame deciding to let it go, but Talonflame is in a beautiful position to unleash the flying type attack moves. I didn't see which one he clicked right there. Which one?
I think it was the fly. I think
it was the fly? Yeah, it was the fly. Okay, and the first protection will give it up on Kaifu's side.
Very well played by Zizwalos, knowing that he can't
takim
be
podejściem to ja mogę...
Kaifu needs to throw the Aqua Tail immediately, only has 2 poison stings of energy left, and Zizwalos wants to go for another shield here, wants to win switch.
Yeah, and I think Kaifu, knowing that he brought the Galarian Corsola, doesn't want to give that switch advantage up because the last thing you need is a Diggersby matched up, but now he's able to unleash the Aqua Tails.
Yeah, but Kaifi is
Gra
giving
działa
so
dobrze,
much
tylko
energy.
input
There
lag.
is already a shield advantage on the side of the Swallows. Kaifi now going into the Shadow Primate. No, he doesn't. He wants to go for yet another. Aquatail says, hey, my Shadow Primate might be able to live a Scorching Sand. I want to chip you down so I can chop you down.
As we see, no, he's been letting it go down right here. Maybe
Okej, to da się, no. Ja myślałem, że mogę tak strzelić.
Because the Diggersby with this much health can still do so much damage against the Corsola.
Diggersby connecting the Scorching Sand. That does a solid 70%. Rage Fist is being thrown. No, Kaifi really just wants more damage on the Karate Chops here. It's a little bit of chip from the Chops, but barely does anything. But can he prevent him from going? Oh, he tries to go very aggressive combo with the Astonish here onto that Diggersby. That's the other way around.
Putting all his faith into the Corsola to try to win this game. There is a Diggersby, there's an Azumarill,
Jakiś
there is
materiał na TikToku, że o, kiedyś ty... Czy z drugiej strony też, ja nie wiem, czy było lepsze, bo też ile było tego tak naprawdę przecieru, też pytanie ze statystyki, ile? 20%?
But it has taken some damage already, and most importantly, there is a shield on the side of the Swallow, so he has a big advantage in this one. Now, this is going to be a slow matchup. Goes for the Ice Beam, recognizing at this range you can go for the cheaper fast attack, or charge attack rather, and it will knock out of you twice.
This is such a tough position to be in. The Shadow Primate is still available as a potential swap to soak some energy, but Kaifu just doesn't seem to have enough energy as the Azumarill is so tanky. There's still one protection remaining.
Does he immediately go out? No, he stays in, tries to go for another Astonish. Ice Beam will take out the Galarian Corsola, and now all hope is on the Shadow Primate, but can it go 1v3?
Here we go, Karate Chop loading up. Is he gonna make it in time? He goes for the Rage Fist, but I don't think this is gonna be enough because the Protect Shield still remaining. Swallows is gonna be securing Game 3 and moving on to the Grand Finals!
We have a rematch! Swallows beats Kaifi and moves on to the Grand Finals to have the grudge match versus Patoman.
Man, Kaifu, what an amazing set of battles there, but ultimately Zweilos outpositioned him with his roster, and Zweilos gets a rematch against Patoman.
There was so much going on in all of those matches right here. That was absolutely crazy. Every little bit of energy came into play, every little bit of HP came into play. Shields as well. Every single aspect of Pokemon Go was so important here.
Yes, and so much fun. And now, Zweilos versus Patoman. If Patoman loses this set, they have a rematch, right? But if Zweilos wins, or sorry, if Zweilos wins, we have a rematch. If Patoman wins, Zweilos is out, and we will crown our champion.
Yep, and Zweilos has shown that he can win before. At some point, when he lost the game versus Kaifi, I thought, hey, he was 14-0 before, but maybe he can only win 2 games against each trainer.
Yeah.
But no, he showed that he can actually win a set, the best of 5, so he went in, got the 3-1 versus Kaifi, and now is ready to face Patoman again, who will be waiting for him on his throne with a comfortable lead.
Chyba już skończyli. O, widzę, że skończyli.
He said it before. He can just try to play again.
And I think we might see that Zweilos is determined to be the champion today. He is determined to get that revenge against Patoman. While Patoman is like, I just want to secure this one. I beat you in the best of 3 series right there. Coming back down 2-0 in the series for a reverse sweep. And now he just wants to secure the 3-0 victory.
Yeah, and actually, you know, I thought that Zweilos has a small team cup advantage against
Jeżeli będą już Pokemony, ale ja widzę, że już jest mi ciężko grać, po prostu. To nie jest zła gra, tylko mi jest ciężko po prostu. To nie ma nic... Wiecie, jak to jest tak w chmurze, bo to mi jest ciężko po prostu. No, te gry nowsze, no to jest ciężkie, powiem. Mi jest ciężko to panować, tak?
For Azumarill taking out Kaifi's.
Dobra, jest dobra.
And Kaifu, great job in this tournament, taking 3rd place overall. Very impressed with his gameplay this weekend. And again, securing his world's invite by getting 3rd place this weekend.
Yeah, and he had quite the amount of points before that already as well, so he's super safe now. Also, Kaifi, such a strong trainer. He has performed so well in this tournament. Shadow Primate was crazy. And I think he might have won the most games out of all trainers in this tournament because he had such a loser's gauntlet to go through.
He did. He had to go through Marto. He had to go through Inadequance. I believe he had to go through Nighttime Clasher as well. As we can take a look at his journey. Yeah, Nighttime Clasher, Arceus Aurelius, Tauntaun Batus. The list goes on and on.
And before that, he was also in the winners bracket where he made it quite far. Because if you jump into losers round 4, you have been doing very well in the winners side of the tournament as well. Because before that, Tauntaun beat Howie to face up against Kaife, and there we can see he played his first round against against Snorek, and then he lost to Patoman eventually.
Yeah, and Patoman taking down Marto, taking down Kaifu, taking down Inadequance, taking down Zweilos. Patoman just seems unstoppable right now.
Yeah, Patoman, that was his tournament so far, but we've said the same thing about ZZ before, right? So both of these trainers, they are phenomenal right now, but they can be stopped. It can happen that they will lose the game. So this is why he's trying to get this bracket reset in now. He has to focus up. He wants 2-0 up. He already saw himself in the grand finals, already saw himself in the lunch break to wait for the losers finals to play out, but then Patoman just came back. He got the first game, was back in this with a phenomenal play. Then after he won the second one, he looked at the crowd and went, one more game, and he got it.
Yeah, and momentum is so huge in these sets, right? If you can start getting those wins, you start getting confidence. That's the decision-making you need, right? That energy that you have, not on your Pokemon, but in yourself, to overcome those tough moments on the biggest stage in Pokemon Go.
But I'm gonna say that the confidence in the team picking of these battles was maybe his downfall in the last game, because you saw that the Corsola was so risky to bring for Patoman. It lost him the first 2 games, basically, because he got light on the Digger speed. And then he said, hey, he's surely not going to bring this again. With this confidence, Patoman knew that he's going to use the Digger speed to answer the Shadow Drop later, which didn't help him, because then Azumarill was on the Galarian Corsola, big problem.
And that's why we see with these trainers the decision making, right? From the, it's not necessarily in the battle, but it's before the battle. The Pokemon that you choose, the team reading that you have, the bench pressure that your Pokemon can apply, even if you don't bring it, is huge in these battles. As these trainers are getting locked in very shortly. This is the grand finals for EUIC.
Yep, Zayonic, what is your favorite Pokemon to use as bench pressure?
Ooh, bench pressure.
Shadow Palkia?
Shadow Palkia. Yesterday we saw Inadequance, a fellow caster and top battler in his own right. The runner-up at Worlds last year, utilizing Giratina Origin then, and now a Shadow Palkia in this tournament. He told me many times about how he was landing Draco Meteors off stage, and I was so excited to see it on the grand stage, but unfortunately he fell off yesterday, I believe getting 4th in this tournament.
But now stop avoiding my question, my friend. What's your favorite bench pressure Pokemon?
The Shadow Palkia! You set me up for the reason why.
Have you used it?
I haven't used it before, but my goodness, can you imagine the Draco Meteors landing? He told me a jump club was just sitting there, no shields, full health, 0 or
Jezus, ja nie umiem stąd wyjść!
I honestly missed the times where people were running Bastiodon on
Dojdzie do sytuacji,
and
że
then when
ja
it
po
came back
prostu
into the
jestem
meta,
zmuszona
people
po
were not only
prostu
bringing it as
zakończyć
bench pressure,
działanie
they just brought it to
aplikacji, bo
tournaments. Tomahawk
pierdolę, ja nie mogę
finals of
gry dosłownie.
some tournament.
W zasadzie Pokemony oglądamy, a tu ja nie umiem wyjść z gry dosłownie.
Didn't say, hey, you have to bring your strong Pokemon against my Bastiodon. I'm just going to bring it because you think it's just bench pressure, and then I'm going to rock throw or smackdown. It looks the same to me.
You're making Caleb so happy at home right now. Known for his Bastiodon play. Bastiodon is a fantastic Pokemon in the Go Battle League, but right now on the big stage, it's all about that Diggersby. It's all about the Azumarill. When it comes to the tanks that you bring, they need to be flexible in their coverage. They need to be bulky in their defenses, and they need to have the energy gain and damage output. That's why we see the bubble being so dominant in some of these matchups, where there's the Shadow Kanto Marowak or even the Shadow Primate. Those bubbles really start to add up.
Yep, Azumarill is so incredibly crazy. There's only one hard answer that is basically the toxic packs, and I hear that the players are ready. So I think we're going to toss it to a little break or something, or an interview, because we are actually leaving the stage now, and we're going to swap it out.
Jakoś miałam wyjść, a kąpie nie mogłam.
Soon?
Soon.
Okay, I thought we were tossing it right out of the way you were setting that up.
So we're going to leave the stage soon.
O, to czy ja... A, dobra, wróćmy do
You know,
Aloe'ego,
this is
okej.
what we're here for. We're here to see
Chyba
the battles.
możemy.
We're here to see the grand finals, final set. Shadow Wall Rain on Padaman's side, Charge Bug on Zwylos's side, as we will now toss it over to our fellow casters. Bye!
No, tylko że nie będę instalować nie dlatego, że nie chcę, tylko dlatego,
Oh yeah.
And now Zwylus back up at the top.
Exactly right. This is going to be an incredible match.
a teraz są finały, czyli znowu wracamy tutaj do Zelusa i Patamona. Nie mogę... To jest Pokémon Go, bo wróciliśmy już do trochę such like punktu wyjściowego. No, możemy wrócić do Aloe'a, tak? Tylko ja znowu muszę mieć włączony kontrolkę. Spróbuję pograć sobie to. A czy możemy jeszcze zagrać Old Man's Die? To akurat nie będzie męczące. Żeby nie było, nie? Złość. Ja się dosłownie pamęczę. Granie streamingi w taką grę jak Aloe jest jakaś wyższy poziom męczenia się. Większy... Przychwytuj. Jeżeli ktoś pytał dlaczego...
Exactly right. See, Zwylus with that Primate has been so effective, and the Charger Bug also breaks up so many cores. He even threw the Talon Flame at Korea earlier on in that loser side bracket. So Pataman needs to be ready for anything.
Zacięć
Pataman on the winner's side
i pewnych przeciążeń. Jeszcze do walki.
And then win again.
Zwylus up until today did not lose a single battle. He was doing great. Let's see if he can continue this streak here.
No nie na średnie.
Yeah, as Zwylus has been hammering this Diggersby time and time again, and Pataman has been running out of answers until late in this series, but can he steal away that momentum here against the trainer from Germany?
A dodaję jeszcze z innego powodu, aby właściwie tam... Podatek od...
I think the key here is that Pataman is able to keep his Glaring Corsola away from this Diggersby. That was a really tough matchup for him in the winner's side finals. But let's see if he can play this out. Gonna throw another Aqua Tail into Diggersby. Neither trainer really batting an eye yet.
I like this play a lot, throwing right before the next Scorching Sands would be available, so he can do yet another tie if he would like to do it. But a quick pivot out, catching now onto the Glaring Corsola. I don't know if this is avoiding it at all, Will.
Whoa, what a reverse engineer play here from Pataman on the left side of your screen. Why would you send the Ghost type into the Diggersby? And then we see the swap into the Primate. What's going on, Amanda?
This is astonishing, I would say. Normally the Primate doesn't like to be faced up against the Corsola, but at this low health, I think that it's going to be okay. He's going to start ramping up some of this energy. He's got shields to hide behind. Nightshade coming through it.
Yeah, this Primate can be so dangerous, so lethal. So dangerous, so lethal if it is behind those Protect Shields and it gathers energy, boosts up the Rage Fist, it starts to build momentum. So we see that first Protect Shield come up from Zwylus, and the pacing is definitely on his side.
Going ahead, just charging up a ton of energy, going yet again for that charge attack priority, and now we get a Protect Shield off of Pataman's side. He wants to try to keep a little bit of that energy. He wants to either force another shield or decide to let Zwylus have that Primate go down.
Exactly right. Glaring Corsola going to go for the Nightshade here. This would knock out, so Zwylus forced to use his final protection of the game. This is a huge pressure point, a very important inflection point, and we see the Rage Fist get fired off here again.
No Protect Shields remaining. This is going to hurt. This is enough to knock out that Corsola, and Primate continues to just ramp up energy.
Primate rolling, double, maybe even triple, boosted, and the swap into the Drapion to catch the Aqua Tail. Zwylus is fighting back.
There's so many swaps, there's so many dynamic plays between the two of them. Look at this, not very effective at all. Azumarill just starting to charge up energy. No Protect Shields remaining on either side. Pataman going for that crunch, hoping for a potential debuff.
All right, Amanda, let's talk win conditions. We've got a Shadow Drapion here for Pataman. Meanwhile, Zwylus with 3 Pokemon still, and that Mandibuzz has not even been revealed
from Pataman, and the switch! Catching in the Ice Beam, though.
You're catching the Ice Beam, it's going to be doing a nice chunk of damage, but
Tutaj
Mandibuzz
jest
is one of the
zakaz.
bulkiest
Okej.
Pokemon. So many
Tutaj
times
wy
throughout this matchup,
nie
we see some
możecie.
small to Pokemon that are actually one of their hardest counters. We saw the Galarian Corsola going into the Digger's Beast. We see a Mandibuzz coming into an Azumarill.
Yeah, this is really uncomfortable, though, for Pataman, because he's going to take a super effective play rough onto the Dark-type Mandibuzz. We did not see him play Mandibuzz at all in that winner's side finals, and now he's bringing it out, but it might not be in the best position.
Going ahead, just charging up basically 100 energy, now throwing that aerial ace. Will it be enough at this side? There's no protect shields remaining. Azumarill is going to have to take it all. It's going to have to hang on.
Exactly right. Aerial Ace coming through. Azumarill does hang on. Oh, gets another charge attack. Pataman might have lost count there. The Ice Beam is going to come through now, and now he is down to just his Shadow Drapion. That's his final Pokemon, his final hope in this game number 1.
Coming up there is Aquatail already loaded. He throws it right away. He needs this Digger's Beat out of there. A complete undercharge. Not even tapping the bubbles. He wants to get farm. He needs to get up to yet another attack.
But was it too much? No, I don't know if he can do it. Look at the poison stakes. He's a resistant to Digger's Beat.
This is not the natural spot
knockout
for this
regardless. Pataman maybe should have given it a little more energy, but Zweilous proves that he is not going away quietly.
Zweilous nodding to the crowd saying,
ale
I
jest
know
to
that
trochę
you saw
trudne.
me drop down, but I am back. I am ready to show what I can do.
Exactly right. This is going to be so fascinating to see these two trainers play out the remainder of our grand finals. Pataman taking some notes there. Zweilous kind of thinking to himself. He's always got that demeanor, very stoic, very calm, very calculated. We call him the reverse engineer in Europe because he always figures out ways to break the meta and surprise his opponents. Meanwhile, Pataman, I feel like he really rides the momentum of the crowd. Your cheers, he hears you, he feeds on that energy, and he needs your help because he did go down in that game number 1 of our grand finals.
He went down on game number 1 on the winners finals. You know what? He even went down game number 2 on the winners finals, coming back and saying, okay, I'm not out of this yet. He's sitting pretty on that winner's side of the bracket. He just needs a couple.
Longer because we are locked in game number 2.
We got that Galarian Corsola up against the Primeape on the side of Zweilous. Now we saw Zweilous actually swap in, but this is on even energy. It's going to be very interesting to see how they want to play this. Those Astonishes are starting to hurt the Primeape because it doesn't have a lot of bulk, but what it lacks in bulk, it makes up on quick pacing.
Again, Pataman is able to bring that Galarian Corsola and avoid that Diggersby matchup, which is so good for him. He finds so much utility with this Pokemon when it's in the right spot, and I think in the shields up scenario, this Primeape can put in a ton of work, and Pataman needs to be careful to rein it in before it gets out of control.
All of this rage unleashing from the cage here. Look, this super effective damage is getting super low. There's 2 protect shields late. A lot of times people like to protect up their Primeape. That's exactly what Zweilous is doing. Wants to keep it healthy, but he's still a little bit away from another one, and there's a lot of energy on the Corsola.
Exactly right. Perfect counting as we expect from Zweilous. Tries to throw in the charge attack party, the alignment, but instead seeds an extra Astonish to Pataman, who predicted the play, throwing up that protect shield against the Rage Fist and looking for some fast attack damage. Gonna throw the Nightshade here.
Going to swap quick into the Azumarill, going to take that on the chin. I wonder at this stage if a Pataman wants to save a little bit of energy on the Corsola and immediately swap out. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do.
Whoa!
Once again into a Mandibuzz, into an Azumarill. Walk me through this, Will.
I'm not even sure, right? We've got a Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back for Pataman. Maybe he's predicting that he's going to need that Pokemon later, but sending in the Mandibuzz, it probably was not on his list of expectations either.
Mandibuzz is one of the Pokemon that was really hoping to find that Primeape, and once the Primeape is now as low as it is, maybe Pataman's realizing it doesn't have the efficiency that he wants it to. He wants this Azumarill that came in to waste a lot of this energy on another bulky Pokemon. possibly getting a good farm down opportunity for the back Pokemon.
Yeah, they say you always have a plan until you get hit in the mouth, and I think Patoman here is trying to recover from the jabs that Zweilous has been throwing. Gonna switch to that Diggersby now. Zweilous manipulating that switch timer. He's the best in the world at it. He's gonna try to find an opening with it.
Going ahead and wanting to throw the Fire Puncher is going to be doing the more effective damage to that Mandibuzz, but Mandibuzz just continuing to go away. Both of them basically at 100 energy before throwing here.
This is fascinating to watch too, because Zweilous bringing in the Diggersby is fine, but he might actually allow this Mandibuzz to leave with energy or make a bigger impact than it would have against the Azumarill. So I'm not exactly sure what he's envisioning here, but he's got a win condition in mind.
Feels like a 1-2 punch potentially here. A lot of Fire Punches loaded up. The first one is not enough. Quick pivot out into that Marowak, catching now the Scorching Sands. This is a heavier hitting attack. This will be doing more damage. There's only one Protect Shield left on Patoman's side, and he uses it here.
Zweilous has leaned on this Diggersby all tournament long, 14-0 to get to this point before losing to Patoman, and he wants to add more wins to that column. Gonna go ahead and throw the Scorching Sands here. If it triggers a debuff, it will slow down the Shadow Kenta Marowak dramatically.
And now a quick pivot out, a combination play, as we call it. Scorching Sands going in for the #1 hit. Ice Beam going for the #2. Down goes the Shadow Kenta Marowak.
This is looking really tough for Patoman. He's got both of his Pokemon on life support, and they can't hang. Azumarill with the bubble. Azumarill might sweep, but Mandibuzz is going to come in here and do its very best.
Now, what we call a 3-ball flexors, while it's going out with all 3 of his Pokemon still left in that game. It looks a little bit like deja vu here. We got a 2-0 lead from the side of Zweilous. But if you guys were paying close attention earlier on, we know that Patoman was able to get that 3-0 against him to stay on the winner's side of the bracket. But Zweilous just needs one more game to get that bracket reset.
I'm sure the nerves on stage are high. I'm sure the hands are shaking, palms are sweaty, but you need to be certain to make the right calls and not get too far from that core strategy that took you to this point. Both of these trainers are in the grand finals. They make great calls, great team composition reads, and they know what they're doing, but you need to focus in and play your style. That's what I always say. Just be yourself. Patoman might be able to pull off that reverse sweep, but honestly, Amanda, it's going to be so difficult because Zweilous has all the momentum in the world right now.
Zweilous just needs one more game for that bracket reset, but again, we've been in this exact position before, and Patoman is not a trainer who will give up easily. He's a trainer that you can see on his face. He really wants this. He feels like he has something to prove, and what better place to prove it here on the grand stage?
Something we haven't seen as of late for Zweilous is that Charge Bug, and I'm wondering, because Patoman keeps leaning on the Mandibuzz, is that Charge Bug going to come out to meet it, or is it a trap that Patoman is setting? Maybe he wants that Charge Bug out there so he can put a hard counter onto it. But guess what, everybody? We're heading into game #3. This could be match point for Zweilous. Trainers are locked in. Let's go to the field.
Oh, wow. If you're going to call it, let's really call it here. We got that Charge Bug landing exactly where it wants to. A quick pivot into that Shadow Drop-In, one of the best safe swaps we have currently in Pokemon Go. Getting up to this crunch and actually throwing the crunch before the Charge Bug even throws an attack.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. I think Zweilous recognizes that Charge Bug needs time to build its stored energy. He's going to go ahead and throw this X-Scissor against the Drapion and try to force away Protect Shield. I think Patoman wants to control Switch Advantage as well, so he's going to use that vital resource early on in this game.
Yeah, you saw the sprinkles, you heard the sounds, you saw the defense fall, and Zweilous gets out of there with this Charge Bug. Coming in now with the Diggersby, but there's a lot of energy actually on this Drapion, and there's shields to hide behind. Those Scorching Sands can't knock out at this point. First Aqua Tail coming through.
I think the pacing is really the tail of the tape here, because that Diggersby needs additional time. Gonna go ahead and throw the Scorching Sands, double shielding now. Wait, is Patoman trying to stall out the switch timer and make a swap? He's already got it.
He's got the switch timer, he's got the attacks, he's going ahead, and he's just keeping building energy, going for that swap, trying to catch, but at this point now the Mandibuzz is coming back in, and it is switch locked if Zweilous chooses to swap out himself.
This is so critical too, because Zweilous has seen the Mandibuzz, he's seen that Shadow Drapion. He needs to predict that third Pokemon in the back, because now he has the choice. Does he bring in the Charge Bug? Does he bring in the Azumarill? He's got two solid answers. He goes for the Azumarill here.
Azumarill and Charge Bug, both of these Pokemon does so well against this bulky flying and dark type Pokemon. Going for the Aerial Ace, the heavier hitting attack, but when I say heavy hitting, look how little damage it did to little Azumarill.
Barely leaves a scratch. Azumarill enjoys taking charge attacks. A lot of trainers use it as that that cushion, that safety net, that damage sponge. We're going to see this Mandibuzz throw another aerial ace, but again, this just looks like a stalling tactic. I think Patoman wants to get out of this matchup ASAP, and Swilus with his switch timer knowledge is a little bit off, and a great catch by Patoman.
Patoman doing everything he can to stay in this matchup, saying, Mandibuzz, you have to find a target here somewhere at some point, getting this player up. As you can see, Corsola saying, that's okay, I'm just going to start charging up a little bit of energy here. I don't have any shields left, but this is going to be where it gets dangerous. Azumarill already has energy. Swilus has 2 shields to his name. We're going to see a lot more dancing around.
Look, Amanda, these switch timers are like dominoes. One after the other, they fall, and that allows Swilus to bring out the Diggersby into the Galarian Corsola.
Diggersby has such a great matchup against Corsola here. Scorching Sands coming through, and it's barely enough, but look at this. He has an attack. He's not even going to throw. Last second throwing of that Power Gem.
Yeah, Power Gem, we know, is just going to kind of bounce off of this Diggersby here. Not a ton of damage anticipated. Diggersby really finding its alignment, finding the matchup that it needed to find, and this quick attack farm down is brutal, but the combo play, here comes Patoman.
2 shields now down to 1 shield on Swilus' side. This Aqua Tail would be enough to knock out the Diggersby. I believe there's another one already loaded, going for that charge attack priority and getting that last shield. Where there was 2, there is now none, but there's still a lot of play left on the field.
Charge attack priority tie, which means that Shadow Drapion is snagged in the net of this Scorching Sands from the Diggersby. This will absolutely KO the Poison and Dark type, and Patoman suddenly is looking to be in dire straits. He only has the Mandibuzz and the Galarian Corsola left.
Scorching it off of the field. The Mandibuzz could come back in. We do have that Corsola for potential sacrificial swap. This Mandibuzz does have a ton of energy. Azumarill coming back in to just sponge it all up here. First aerial ace coming through.
This is a real test, remembering exactly how much the energy the Azumarill has. You need to throw this aerial ace. You need to apply damage as quickly as you possibly can. Patoman coming in here. Does he time it correctly? No, the Ice Beam's already ready.
Ice Beam being able to connect down. No Protect shields remaining. Mandibuzz is just kind of sitting in the side, stalling out here. Super effective damage, not quite enough to take it down, but the bubble damage might do it.
Exactly right. Azumarill able to get the better of Patoman, and Swilus is 1 bubble away from resetting the bracket. He's back.
He is back. Swilus says, okay, wait a minute. I was 2-0 up last time. Turns out I just needed to win that 3rd game to stay in. But at this point, you can see him giving a little bit of love to the crowd. We are going to have an epic grand finals.
I think it's so important to remember. We were talking about this in the lounge earlier, but having a loss, having a really difficult series loss in that winners finals, it doesn't have to be the end. You need to battle. You need to keep persevering, keep pushing yourself to write the final sentence of your story. And Swilus is doing his best to change the narrative and win here in London.
I like what you said a little bit earlier. Swilus is known for what we call reverse engineering. He takes a look at the top Pokemon that are in the meta, and he tries to find core breakers to these Pokemon, things that people might not expect to bring, and that's why we're seeing him play a little bit differently, a little bit more engagingly. Patoman is one of the trainers who's so well known within Europe. He is a trainer who, from the very beginning, people have feared him. They saw his name on that Go Battle League leaderboard, and from his very first tournament, he was top cutting.
Exactly. People knew about him before they even saw him. Let's take a look back at the first set of our grand finals. As a reminder to everyone, because Swilus won 3-0, that does reset this grand finals bracket and trigger a brand new set of 5. Whoever wins this next set of 5 is your 2025 EUIC champion.
What are you thinking about the team compositions that Patoman is playing against Swilus? I think he was in a position where he felt a little bit comfortable to try an experiment, right? If you kind of are in that winner's side, you can give a little bit of more flexibility. You can try to do a little more risk-taking, but Swilus was very measured, saying, okay, I know exactly how I want to play this out.
This series revolves around Galarian Corsola. We saw it with Patoman playing it, leading it into Diggersby, getting really behind early on in this series, and you saw Patoman bringing the Mandibuzz, trying to snag Swilus' Galarian Corsola as well. If those 2 trainers can avoid that negative matchup, whoever does it the best is going to win this series and become our champion.
If we're looking at the team of Patoman there is a lot of bulk to the Pokemon. We have the Galarian Corsola. We saw how well it could take some hits. We see how well the Mandibuzz can even take super effective hits against the Azumarill. And we have the Azumarill itself being able to tank a lot. And then he has Pokemon that he's paired with it with that Shadow Drop-In that gets very fast to its charge attacks. And then also a Walrein, which can do a similar thing. Swilus is really into that Primate where it doesn't be able to take attacks very well, but it just starts packing a punch, and the more rage fist he puts through, the heavier that attack becomes.
These trainers have optimized and re-optimized over and over again, and you don't even see particular picks like the Shadow Wall Rain from Patoman or the Talonflame from Z's Wireless. They don't see an opening for those picks in this series, but we might see them in the Grand Finals reset depending on how their opponent adjusts. So it's so important not only to play your game and maintain a balanced approach, but also to adapt, to evolve, to change, to adjust to what your opponent is trying to do as well. And I think that Patoman and his Psyduck are trying to give Zwilus a headache here on stage, but he's got to win a few games to do that.
If you're looking at the Pokemon that they have been bringing these last couple times, Primeape has been really key, I think, for Zwilus, and Patoman has been trying to negate anything that Primeape can do by using the Mandibuzz, which has such a good matchup against it. It gets using a Galarian Corsola, but Zwilus has been kind of one step ahead of him, noticing where the Galarian Corsola is going to be at and being able to get his Diggersby on it, noticing where that Mandibuzz is going to be, and even being able to get a Charge-a-Bug on it.
And you saw Patoman not even just double down, but also triple down on the Mandibuzz. He says, I know I'm going to find that Galarian Corsola. I know I'm going to get lined up against the Diggersby and make some headway. And Zwilus just did not allow him to do it. So again, great offense, but also great defensive play and team building from Zwilus.
So if you guys are just tuning in, we're in literally the grand finals of going on. This is a best of 5 matchup. The first best of 5 in the winners finals going to Patoman. The next one going to Zwilus. And really, at this point, it is literally anyone's game. The score is back to 0-0. Our trainers are getting locked in. They're getting ready to go.
3 games, 3 battles, about 3.5 minutes each, but it will make all the world of difference. All right, everybody, we are locked in. We're ready for some games. This is our Grand Finals reset, EUIC 2025. Let's hear from Pato. Let's hear for Zwilus.
Let's see the Pokemon on the field. A great lead this time for Patoman with the Azumarill. That though the Primeape does pace very quickly, neither one of these attacks are going to be doing very much at the beginning.
Yeah, I think with the shields up, this is not that bad for that Primeape, and I think controlling switch advantage has been the name of the game for Zwilus. Again, trying to snag, trying to snare that Galarian Corsola on the opposing side. We also don't see much variety in the picks. No Shadow Wall Rain here in our Grand Finals reset. No Talonflame either.
No shield either, as the next Rage Fist is going to be able to connect. The third one is going to do more damage. Sometimes we also see Primapes going for a close combat at this point because it is enough to knock out the Azumarill. Patoman going for the Ice Beam and still getting the shield off of the Primeape because, again, what Primeape puts in a punch, it lacks in the bulk.
The swap here from Patoman to bring in the Shadow Drapion, a very unconventional pick. And oh my goodness, the bait from Zwilus. This could be the close combat. Patoman plays it safe.
Forcing a shield here, but if you notice, they're at that charge attack priority. I had to feature the Aqua Tail here at this point. We're gonna have to decide, am I gonna shield this up? And it looks like Zwilus is going to shield it up. He has a lot of energy still left on this Primeape.
If there's one thing we can count on, it's for Zwilus to give his shields to his fighting type Pokemon, but now there's only one shield remaining for Patoman. The close combat, firing this off here. Patoman double shields his Shadow Drapion.
Since Patoman swapped in at this point, he's forced to use a shield, but Zwilus can go ahead and swap out to clear his debuff if he wants to. Looks like he's just content to let it go down. No, still catching an Aqua Tail onto this Azumarill.
Insane, going up 2 more fast attacks before the catch. These trainers are in a synchronized dance, and the Aqua Tail is definitely what this Azumarill wanted to absorb. Switch timer is up for Patoman as well, and he reaches for that Galarian Corsola.
Corsola is a great answer to the Azumarill, but there are no Protect Shields on the field for either one of these trainers. Play Rough is going to connect with the Galarian Corsola, and Patoman is going to have to take it.
Play Rough connecting into the Galarian Corsola. We talk about this matchup all weekend long. It's very close. These Pokemon are very bulky. They pace even at similar rates. The Nightshade is going to get that same type attack bonus. The Charge Type priority tie will go to that Ghost Type Galarian Corsola, and these trainers are just whittling each other down in this mid-game matchup.
Starting to throw a little bit of shade here at the Azumarill, saying, I know that you pace just as slow as I do. Next Play Rough coming through, but it won't be enough to knock out at this point, and there is still another Nightshade loaded.
Exactly right, Galarian Corsola. Oh, actually the switch. Zwilus reaches for the Diggersby, trying to nullify this damage from Patoman. Should he have thrown the Power Gem? Should he have swapped? I don't think his switch timer was ready.
He had to do something at point because, as you can see, his switch timer is ready now, and he wants to swap back out into the Azumarill. He's so close to an Ice Beam, but a Scorching Sands is almost loaded as well. Throwing this before a Scorching Sands is really great for Patoman because if the Scorching Sands got an attack debuff, this wouldn't have done as much damage.
Yeah, it's absolutely key to land that hard-hitting, super effective charge attack as soon as possible in the Diggersby matchup. Gonna see the Scorching Sands coming through here from Z Wireless. He has leaned on this Diggersby all tournament long, and it's going to try to pull through for him here.
Super effective bubbles are doing it, but it's not doing it quick enough. These quick attacks are going to be able to throw right in time. Wonderful wherewithal from Z Wireless, throwing right before that charge attack was available. I think he was hoping he was able to farm down. Not being able to do this fire punch is definitely enough.
KO onto the Pokemon. Only 2 weakened Pokemon are left for Patoman. That's Shadow, Drapion, and Galarian Corsola. He doesn't have many options, but he's got to choose. Comes in with a Drapion, it's got energy. Here comes Wireless with the swap.
Once again, catching an Aqua Tail onto this Azumarill, and once again, we're seeing Patoman actually undercharges. He wants to be able to get a little bit of farm, but actually just swapping into the Galarian Corsola, hoping that he can tank this better, hoping that he can get up to an attack, and guess what? Luck is on his side, able to get there, going to throw an attack at whatever comes back in.
It's astonishing he's able to get the farm down, but here comes Patoman with the Power Gem right into this Diggersby. This might actually be enough.
It wasn't enough earlier on, and missing a couple of bubbles here, not very effective, and it hangs on. This is actually great for Patoman here. They threw at the same time. The Fire Punch is going to be able to connect that Drapion. He's going to be able to get to another attack. He's at an Aqua Tail here. He's going to be able to throw it at the Primate.
Send Patoman your energy. His Shadow Drapion is able to keep him in this series. This is a game victory for Patoman on the left side of your screen with some of the best energy management I've ever seen and only 10 seconds to spare.
Drapion saying, you get an Aqua Tail and you get an Aqua Tail and one more Aqua Tail to boot to give me game number 1 in this grand finals.
I see you in the crowd. I see you, Pokemon trainers out there, putting your hands on your face, hiding, not even looking away, but you have to see the greatness that is deploying on screen. Patoman on the left side, getting that game 1 victory, proving that he's still got plenty of fight here in London.
Z Wireless did everything he could in that matchup. He caught 2 separate Aqua Tails onto the Azumarill. That does barely any damage at all. He even got that Diggersby on the Corsola, but Patoman says, no, I know what I'm doing this round. That Power Gem was barely not enough. That undercharge this time was perfect, and that game number 1 was his.
As that logo entails, international champion. That is what is on the line here in our grand finals reset. A maximum of 4 games left to go, but Patoman could end it all with 2 more wins.
2 more wins, and he gets that trophy that's in the center of the stage here. This is what all of the trainers are playing for. This is the thing. This is the glory. This is the title of European International Champion.
For all the marbles, as they say, our trainers getting locked in. One of them is already eager to start this game number 2. The other one taking just a few more moments to get their choices right. Visualizing win conditions, thinking about leads, thinking about positive scenarios and negative ones, trying to figure out how you can get into the mind of the person across the table from you and take victory from them.
The top 4 trainers of this event already have their qualifications for Worlds, but these 2 trainers are saying that is not enough. I want the title for my name, I want that prestige, and I am just a couple of plays away.
Here we go, ground types on the field. Game number 2, Patoman leads that Shadow Kanto Marowak into the Diggersby. I do think the Diggersby has a slight edge in the even shield situations, but let's see how this plays out.
If you want to talk about Pokemon that want to use up both of their shields, we've got Primeape on Zweilous' side, and we've got that Marowak on Patoman's side. Patoman with that Mudslap damage does a lot to basically any Pokemon. Diggersby just happens to be one of the bulky Pokemon that can take it better than others.
We've seen each of these Pokemon win Championship Series events this season and in past seasons as well. They are both incredibly vital picks for these teams. We're going to see another Scorching Sands come through, though, from the Diggersby, and this will actually chip down the Marowak quite a bit.
Chip it for real because there's no Protect Shields used at that point. Gets the attack fall, too. I wonder if that will change the way Patoman wants to play it out. No, going up to basically 100 energy, throwing this, but since there was an attack debuff, it might not even be enough to knock out the Diggersby.
Back-to-back Bone Clubs on the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and looking for the swap now. Patoman wants to go for that Shadow Drapion, and he does, right into the Azumarill.
Going in for it now. The Poison Sting damage, this fast attack damage is the thing that's really putting pressure onto the Azumarill. Neither the Crunch nor the Aqua Tail do that much. The Crunch does have a chance to debuff. That's exactly what Patoman's going for. He's praying that he gets this here. No shield from the Azumarill.
Beautiful timing. I mean, mechanically flawless play by both of these trainers. Poison Sting does come through. Z's Wireless opting for the play rough and a wise Protect Shield from Pataman to not take that damage from the Azumarill in this mid game. Switch timer is up for Z's Wireless. He can reach for the Primate. With all this energy on the Shadow Drapion, he would be insane to do that.
Going straight for another crunch. It still is not quite enough to knock out, but the timers are a little bit misaligned at this point. He could be able to swap, or if Z's Wireless wants to, he's forced to now throw this other crunch, and there's still no Protect Shield from Z's Wireless's side.
This is it, Amanda. All cards on the table. It's Primate or it's nothing for Z's Wireless. He's got 2 Protect Shields, the fighting type on the field. Let's see just how much rage it's got.
There's going for Aqua Tail #1, getting shield #1 from Z's Wireless's side, still punching away, getting these karate chops, and now we are almost up to a Rage Fist, letting it fly.
Gonna throw the Rage Fist here. Z's Wireless, no more swaps, no more reserve Pokemon available. It's all on the shoulders of this Pokemon. Now we see the Rage Fist connect. Shadow Drapion hangs on. Bone Club. Here comes Pataman trying to apply pressure. He's got to whittle down this Primate, and the Bone Club comes through.
You see Z's Wireless not sure if he wants to shield at this point, wondering how much energy there is, but look how much damage that does. Mudslap just getting it nice and low. There's 1 Protect Shield left on Wireless's side. Kai tries to come in with his, at this point, he's just trying to get the health down as low as possible on this Primate.
Wow, hoping for a Shadow Wall Rain in the back. Pataman sends out the Azumarill instead and says, I'm going to take game 2. I'm going up in this series, and I'm not going away.
I think Pataman said, I really liked what you did in the winners finals and the grand finals, going up 2-0. I think I'm going to try it this time.
Yeah, why not? Why not try the shoe on the other foot, as they say? Our trainers are going to take a few moments to get locked in here. This is the most important game of the entire tournament for each of them. There have been thrilling victories, narrow defeats, and some landslides each way on the sides of the stage. But it's up to Pataman to lock in this game #3 and win it all. And Z's Wireless has the reverse sweep. He has to pull a Pataman, if I may say, and take this right out from under his feet.
Earlier on in the winners finals, Z's Wireless was in this exact position when Pataman was able to kind of pull it out from underneath him. We'll have to see if Z's Wireless will be able to do the same, but I completely agree with you here, Will. The determination here, this is the big game. Pataman just needs 1 more win to call himself the champion. Z's Wireless, he's been reverse engineering this whole weekend. He's been not dropping any games until today. Will he be able to pick it back up? Will he get that momentum back on his side?
1 more yard, 1 more foot, even 1 more inch. It sounds so simple, but it's anything but. Z's Wireless is going to do his very best to fight his way back in this series. He says, I lost to Pataman earlier today. I am not repeating the same mistakes. I want to win this championship and bring it back to Germany.
If we look at what he ran, Pataman, earlier on in the first grand final set, we saw a lot of Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz seemed to be in his team almost every time, perhaps hoping to scare away the Primate. Unfortunately for him, not able to do so, landed on basically any Pokemon but the Primate. Now it seems like he's swapped over to that Kanto Marowak.
Yes,
what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think just finding different ways to apply pressure, and I think that the tail of the tape here is also leaving that Mandibuzz on the bench. We have not seen the glaring Corsola at all from Z's Wireless as of late, and I don't think he's going to bring it anytime soon. But guess what, Amanda? We are locked in. This could be the game that crowns your EUIC champion, everybody. Let's go.
Let's see what these 2 trainers want to bring into the fray. We're going to get them up and loaded here. We have that Shadow Marowak up against a Primate, and they are beginning to fight.
Absolutely. The signature picks of these 2 trainers are on the field. Primate is taking so much fast attack pressure from the Mud Slaps, just like it did in that game #2. Z's Wireless throwing the Rage Fist to try to break up the mud.
Going ahead and just using that first Protect Shield because he's gaining a ton of energy. But guess what? 1-2 punch right away. First Rage Fist gets shielded. Second one actually doesn't, which is normally the reverse since this one will do more damage.
Yeah, a little bit interesting there, but Pataman knows this matchup inside and out. Gonna throw 2 more, 3 more Mud Slaps and get the KO. All that energy down the drain.
A full farm down. Z's Wireless comes in with the Azumarill, hoping the bubble damage will do enough to knock out the Marowak before it gets off 2 charge attacks. And it looks like he is able to do so. Now in comes the Drapion to start putting in some work.
Yeah, exactly. Z's Wireless makes the swap into that Diggersby, but the Azumarill comes out. I gotta say, this is looking really, really grim for Z's Wireless at the mid-game. Let's see if he can turn this around.
I've seen Z's Wireless lose the lead, lose the swap, and still win games, so I'm not counting anyone out at this point. But this Scorching Sands getting the attack ball is exactly what he needs.
Step step by step, brick by brick. Scorching Sands debuff by Scorching Sands debuff. He needs to claw his way back into this matchup, and that was the first step to doing just that. Switch timer's almost up for Potaman. I think he's about 10 seconds or so displaced.
Diggersby now coming in with yet another Scorching Sands. He got one debuff, which did help him out before. I think he's hoping for another one at this point, because still no Protect Shield used on Potaman's side. He only has one left. He knows he has a positive matchup against his Diggersby, and next Ice Beam coming through.
Incredible awareness by Potaman. Almost a sixth sense of sorts that he's able to predict when that switch timer is ready. Throw the Ice Beam early, and the swap and the combo play. Potaman applying so much pressure.
Going ahead, letting this Aqua Tail go, and getting that last Protect Shield from Zweilous' side. The switch timers are up now at this point, but the Scorching Sands is coming through. This is the heavy hitting attack. This would do so much damage to the Dropion, and Potaman uses his last shield as well.
Sees Zweilous applying pressure of his own, swaps now into the Azumarill. Another attack drop, which might actually be the saving grace here for the Azumarill.
Going out for that crunch, saying, okay, if you're getting all the attack drops, can I at least get a crunch debuff one time or another? Coming through onto the Azumarill. You see, it doesn't do as much damage, and it's not very effective. Sees Zweilous at a Play Rough.
Play Rough, gonna deal some neutral damage here to the Poison and Dark type, but it hits hard. Azumarill looks cute, but it plays rough, taking that Shadow Dropion down into the red. Bubbles are adding up, but it's closing in on a crunch as well.
Going ahead and saving all of that energy, having a crunch stored for whatever comes in the back, but this means another Play Rough is already ready. You see how low of health Potaman's Azumarill is. He's gonna have to take this, but will it be able to hang on? No, it goes down. Dropion comes back in.
That was critical right there. The 1 HP, unable to survive that Azumarill KO from Z Zweilous. What is what kept him in this series and in this tournament?
We talked about it before. Z Zweilous swaps in his Diggersby. It gets countered by an Azumarill, and everyone thinks, ooh, this looks bleak for him. And now look at this. First point for him in the grand finals. He's looking for a comeback.
Z Zweilous, the reverse engineer, not just with team building and meta reading, but also with win conditions. He says, you know what? Maybe I prefer the negative start. Maybe I prefer to lose swap, because I just want to show you how good I am at flipping everything on its head.
That was a very impactful game for this series. If Potaman would have been able to take that, we would have already had a champion. But because Z Zweilous took this, there's potential that we can go on even further. Let's look at this. This is Ice Beam is correctly shielded up from Z Zweilous before the Scorching Sands. He ended up getting that attack debuff, making him not have to shield the next.
Exactly, the crunch coming through here. We talked a lot about debuffs on both sides, but those can really flip matchups. I think getting an early one with the Diggersby is what kept Z Zweilous in this game. Crunch connecting, Azumarill fainting, Play Rough connecting, and that was going to be enough to keep him in the tournament. Potaman shrugging, he says, I don't think I can hang on through this Play Rough, and he was right.
There's a lot going on between the body language of these two trainers. You can tell both of them are tense. Both of them know that there are big stakes on the line. They want to be called, you know what? They're actually already called champions. They want to be called an international champion, and this is a good start for Potaman. Lead a quick swap out into a Primate safe swap here. What are your thoughts on that, Will?
Yeah, instant pivot into the Primate. I guess Z Zweilous figures that Mandibuzz is staying home, so the worst they can possibly see would be the Azumarill, but he's going to stay in here. Potaman with the Shadow Kanto Marowak, he saw how much pressure he can apply, and he likes to carry energy, so he's going to throw a Mud Slap and then a Bone Club.
Last time we saw a full Mud Slap down. This time he said, I know I was already in first. I see you coming in. You're going to have to use your shield here, and that's exactly what Z Zweilous does. Another Rage Fist now coming through.
Yeah, ramping up this damage, ramping up the attack stat for the fighting type Primate here is going to do a lot, but we saw this in game number 2. This doesn't KO. This Shadow Kanto Marowak can't stay in here. Is it going to repeat? History repeats. Potaman gets the KO again.
It looks like he's going to go for a little bit of a different strategy. He has all this energy, and you see him topping on that Dropion. That means he's going to try to swap immediately. No matter what comes in, it's going to be that Diggersby. A great call from Zweilous here, because that's a good matchup for the Diggersby.
Amanda, that's an insane call, but he actually pivots back into the Charger Bug, which frees up the Azumarill. Potaman can't believe it. He says, why did you make that switch? See, Zweilous has a plan, but is it all going to get foiled in the end?
Crunch now coming through. Look how much that does. It does not get the debuff at this point, but the X-Scissor is loaded. Another Crunch coming through. This will knock out the Charger Bug if Z Zweilous chooses to not shield it.
Exactly right. Crunch hit so hard, Dropion builds to it so quickly, and now it's up to Z Zweilous and his Diggersby. Potaman thinks he's got it, but let's find out.
Going ahead, going for another Scorching Sands. You see him looking up into the crowd. You see Z Zweilous giving a little bit of grin, saying, maybe don't shield?
Yeah, maybe let the Scorching Sands through, Pato. Give me one of those. He says, no way. I'm trying to become an international champion here.
You can see Aquatail going through super effective damage to that Diggersby. Diggersby's trying to just get up a little bit of energy. But speaking of energy, we've got a full healthy Pokemon in the back line. We've got a charge attack priority tie, and we've already got CZ clapping.
Whoa, I think he's got a sense. He knows what's in the back. Aquatail comes through here. Looks like a charge attack priority ties these Wiles, throws a Scorching Sands, but Patoman is still hanging on. I don't think he can believe what's about to happen.
Looks like it's going to be able to connect, but at this point it might be too little, too late. Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up here.
Patoman is your 2025 EUIC International Champion.
He's already stopped tapping, but he's still got a tap. Look at it go. Give it up for Patoman.
Patoman, what an incredible rise of one of EU's best. He has so much passion, so much love for this game and for this community, and to win an international title, I can't even begin to express what he's feeling right now.
From the very beginning, from Patoman's very first tournament, he was making waves. He's been top cutting throughout the years. He's been a champion in his own right, but now he can call himself the 2025 European International Champion.
Patoman had such an incredible career, and it's just getting started. I remember in Barcelona when he lost that grand finals, he went off the stage and he hugged his parents in tears. He said, "I can't believe I came up short." And guess what? He turned it all around in Gdansk, and then he came here, and I'm sure his parents are in the crowd ready to embrace him and tell him just how much they're proud of him.
His family has been going with to all of these different events. We see Pedro on the stage, ready to talk to Patoman, ready to see how emotional this man is, ready to see how much he was willing to be that champion.
I mean, honestly, Amanda, how can you give an interview after that? He must be just scrambling with emotions, but I really want to hear from the trainer himself. Let's toss it over to Pedro, aka Swagron, and your new champion, Europe.
Yeah, I'm getting emotional over here. I'm here with the Spanish prodigy, Patoman. Unbelievable player, incredible person. Dude, congratulations. Any words?
I don't know how to say right now. Just that I wanna shout out all my family, my friends, and all people that have been supporting me this time. I really appreciate that. I love you all.
Dude, this crowd is amazing. You're gonna make me cry. You did amazing. You deserve everything. You've been playing so good for so long. You deserve this title. And now, I just wanna ask you one more thing before we go. Your parents have been with you, have been there with you for so many tournaments, so many different tournaments, and now you've won. What's next? What's next in your trophy? I mean, you've won an international with them. You won a regional with them. Are you gonna win worlds with them now?
I made that promise last year, and I wasn't like in the mood. So right now I can promise I'll do my best to win this world championship, because it is my best goal, and I have, of course.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Ladies and gentlemen, here the Spanish prodigy. One more round of applause, please. Now, we're going back to our casters for some final thoughts. That was strong.
Good, Amanda. I don't even know what to say.
There's absolutely incredible battles that we just saw there. We saw them from the beginning of Championship Sunday, playing in the winners finals. Zwei was up 2-0, and Patoman was able to reverse sweep in the actual grand finals. Patoman says, "We're done playing around at this point. I'm just going to go ahead and take these three."
Yeah, took the gloves off, so to speak, right? But what an incredible story from Patoman, a young trainer that a lot of people have been looking up to because he's so talented. And to see him come now into Championship Sunday and actually reverse sweep to win that winner's side bracket, but then maybe stumble a little bit in the grand finals, it's just proof, Amanda, honestly. You can stumble, you just have to not let it turn into a fall. You need to recollect yourself, stay steady to the course, and trust in your own abilities and your fighting spirit, and Patoman did exactly that here in London.
This was the largest tournament for Pokemon Go to date. There is so many accolades. There's so many really good trainers here at the venue. Patoman is, well, well known within the European community. You saw everyone going nuts for him in the crowd. You saw his family there. I really appreciate all of the love that the community has been given. But let's give credit to everyone that's been here. Let's go ahead and look at that winner's side of the bracket. Look at all of these different people he had to play through to get to the spot where he's at.
Yeah, I'm just kind of tracing back the line here. So Patoman started off his day number 2 by taking down the reigning LAIC champion Marto Galde. He also brought down Inadequates, Kofia, and several other very talented trainers along the path. But you know what? You can't stop until you have reached the final page of your story. And I'm sure Patoman is looking forward to leaving his signature in the history books for competitive Pokemon Go.
You know, he's a special champion. Now he's an international champion. We just heard him say it up on stage. I'm going to do my best to be the 2025 World Champion, and we're going to have to say we're around to see it.
I hope chat clipped that moment because you're going to want to watch that back, and this is what we were hoping for as well, to see Patoman embraced by his friends, his community. I know so many of you are watching from home, but here in the venue, you can feel the love, the passion, the excitement, the support. Both of these trainers received enormous amounts of hype and energy from the crowd, but Patoman is moved to tears here as he takes the championship victory.
Yeah, there's so many really good things that we can say about this whole different event. We saw that winner's side bracket. We saw how many times players had to play against each other. Z's Wireless playing earlier on, 2-0 sweeping everyone up until championship Sunday. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to take it all the way, but he did get that qualification for Worlds in Anaheim, California.
It's so ironic too, because our runner-up, Z's Wireless, he actually posted on socials and said, you know what, my goal for 2025 is to win a medal. And he only waited till February to knock that out. So he's got a few more months to play competitively, and I'm sure we will see him at Worlds. So if you enjoyed the reverse engineer, his pick of Charjabug and Talonflame in a meta that didn't really see it coming, we have even more treats down the road.
Yeah, and also we're going to give a little view of the crowd back here, because I don't know, if it's focused on us, you can't see what's actually going on behind to see how much love and support is going on for Patoman after he won this event.
Exactly. You see so many friends. I mean, there's Palasha, there's Sanhurigo, there's Doombug97. Again, former champions, trainers who are at the top of their game. And look at Patso. He's going up. He's surfing.
He's surfing with the Psyduck in his hands, right? I mean, he's definitely, both of them are catching the waves.
Congratulations again to Patoman. It's just so exciting, Amanda, because a lot of trainers have a very stoic demeanor, right? You look at Z Swiles or even Lyle Jeffson in North America region, and they don't give us much. Patoman gives everything to every single game, to every single charge attack priority, every single swap. You can see it on his face. You can feel it in the crowd. He feeds off your energy, and so many of these other trainers do as well. So thank you all so much for supporting competitive Pokemon Go, and especially our grand finals here today.
Yeah, Z's Wireless, we talked about him a little bit earlier on. He did end up only dropping down to the loser side of the bracket earlier on today, but take a look at this gauntlet. Look at how many players are playing in the losers rounds for this EUIC. There's been so many players. Once again, our largest tournament to date.
Amanda, I know you just finished your point, but I would love to hear your insights on our third place finisher here from Belgium. He had an incredible tournament.
He had an absolutely incredible tournament, and I want to say a big shout out to Kafka. We were looking at actually the top 8, and I believe he was the only one of them who didn't have a championship under his belt. Look at this whole team here. Look how stacked all of these trainers have been.
Yeah, Patoman with that smoldering look at the camera. That might be a future world champion photo there, so make sure to take note of that. Z's Wireless with his Sharpedo, and then of course our 3rd through 8th place. Like you said earlier, Amanda, so many former champions competing here at EUIC, the biggest tournament to date, the most stacked tournament to date, and they did not disappoint.
One person I want to actually call out on there was Nighttime Clasher, because he's the only NA person, because look at this, all EU trainers here. We've got Patoman from Spain, we've got Z's Wireless from Germany, and we got Kopia from Belgium.
Yeah, like we were talking with Relic earlier, he wanted to see the EU do well. Well, guess what? Either way, we're going to have an EU champion this weekend, and Patoman made his way to the top of the pile there, just furiously fighting his way through a gauntlet of some of EU's best.
And not only did they play for that prestige, they also played for these prizes and points. There were so many people in this tournament. First place going home with a nice chunk of change.
Yeah, $5,000 for first place, but look at what you earn for fighting onwards in the bracket. Even if you take that early winner side bracket loss, being tied for 13 still nets you $600, which is great for traveling, for getting to, spending a little bit of money here on the side, or buying some food at our lovely concessions, whatever you might spend it on, it's a great way to continue fighting. A great motivation, right?
Now, I know we kind of came in with a whirlwind into those grand finals, but now that they're over, we have a little bit of a time to relax. Any thoughts about this whole tournament so far for you, Speediest Chief?
Yeah, I think that when you look at the international championships throughout the year, we have LAIC first. That's going to be the calendar year where we start the new season. Then you've got EUIC in February, followed by NAIC towards the end of the season. This tournament is always like a temperature check, is what I like to call it, where trainers are still trying new things, they're being inventive, and I don't think there's any more inventive region than EU. These trainers give it their all to break the meta, to reverse engineer things, to find clever ways around what you expect, and that's exactly what we got here. Honestly, Amanda, coming into this event, so honored to work with the Pokemon Company. I had high hopes. This tournament met every single one of them and more.
I mean, I think you're taking the words right out of my mouth. This has been such an incredible tournament, and it's not over for Go because we want to congratulate our winners. We're going to go kick it over to the stage for our trophy ceremony.
Thank you, Will of Amanda. Thank you, Will and Amanda. You know, Pokemon Go never fails to bring the excitement. And this weekend was no exception. We're so thrilled to see our trainers create unforgettable memories here at the 2025 Pokemon European International Championships. On the road to Worlds, the top 4 competitors from tonight, from this weekend, have earned automatic invitations to 2025 Worlds this August in Anaheim, California. So remember their names and their faces because they have earned their place amongst the best. So now, let's take a moment to recognize our outstanding finalists. Starting by congratulating our third place finalist, Kuvia! And now, we will congratulate our second place finalist, Cici Wallace! Yeah. And finally, a huge round of applause for our 2025 Pokemon Go European International Champion, Patoman! Yeah. Trainers, raise your trophies high in the air. And let's hear it one last time for our Pokemon Go European International finalists! With 2 international champions already being crowned, we are just beginning. We still have so much action in front of us, ahead of us. But before we continue with the action, I just want to say thank you to you, the viewer, for watching us at Pokemon.com/broadcast and for accompanying us throughout all weekend. Your support means everything. Up next is the turn of the Pokemon trading card game to take over the stage. Yeah. We are so excited to dive into Junior, Senior, and Masters Division to finally find out who will stand the tallest. So let's send it over to our incredible TCG casters to keep the momentum going.
Welcome everybody, my name is Amy and I'm back with Pablo to bring you guys the action for the juniors of the trading card game of our European International Championships.
I know, I'm very excited. We don't get to see the juniors and seniors too often, right, on the big stage. I know they're excited. I'm also very excited, Amy.
I am absolutely ecstatic. I'm reeling. I can't wait. A fantastic matchup awaits us, and I honestly could not be prouder. So I'm absolutely riveting for this action. It's going to be a good one. I think a match for the ages. About allegedly neither competitor has lost to the opposing deck previously, so it's going to be a real clash of the titans.
Yeah, it's going to be a decider match for both players, right? Do they continue that undefeated streak in the matchup, or do they finally catch one loss? And would be the worst time to catch it, right, in the finals. But I mean, both players have already made it so far, so deep in the tournament. What a time for them.
Right, and there has to be a winner. There's finally going to be a decision. They're going to have to bring out all of the stops. But clearly these two are an expert at their craft. They've been training, and well, we're going to have a match, and it's going to be fantastic. So make sure your eyes are staying eagerly peeled for our competitors who will be along very soon. How do you feel about this matchup, Pablo?
So, I mean, I feel like on paper, Lugia does have an advantage a little bit. It has that potential to one-KO those Dragapults depending on the build, right? But over on Dragapult side, can be very aggressive against those very key Archeops. So I think the early game is really going to dictate how the rest of the game plays out, because Lugia gets a strong setup, it can feel unstoppable. But if Dragapult gets that early Dragapult, then those damage counters really add up really quickly.
Absolutely. So let's have a little look at the format before we jump into things.
This is the 2025 European International Championships, broadcasting live from the XL Centre here in London, UK. Pokemon TCG trainers have travelled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, precious booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This tournament is a 3-day event that kicked off with Swiss rounds, where every match is a best-of-3 battle. Trainers who earned total match points to exceed the threshold for their division advanced to Day 2. On Day 2, trainers continued to face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advanced to Top Cut. After all Swiss rounds were completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, advanced into an asymmetrical Top Cut single elimination bracket until the final 2 players remained. Today, on Championship Sunday, our finalists from each division will face off and compete for the EUIC trophy and title of International Champion. Congratulations to all competitors who gained points towards Worlds 2025 this weekend. Our remaining trainers are ready to fight for the crown, so let's get our battles started.
And this is our Championship Sunday for the trading card game and the decks that will be featuring ever so soon in our juniors finals. Of course, we've mentioned Lugia V-Star Archeops versus Dragapult EX.
What a matchup. I think heading into this tournament, both decks are considered at the very top, right? I don't think there's one super dominant deck like we used to have with Regidrago, but Dragapult, as you can see, there's a lot of Dragapult at the very top.
Oh,
so perhaps it's trying to take Regidrago's crown.
Well, I mean, you know, it's a consistent deck. It's done very well during this tournament. What, 4 of our decks that we're going to see today are Dragapult, because as we go into the seniors, we're going to be a Dragapult mirror match. So we're going to be shooting those Dreepy all over the show and seeing who comes out on top. But I tell you what, a Dragapult EX is going to win the seniors.
Yeah, we're going to have at least one Dragapult champion, could have potentially 3, right? But one thing's for certain, there's going to be Dreepies flying all over London today.
Absolutely. And as we come to the pinnacle, we will go on to our Masters finals, of course. But what are they playing for, Pablo?
We are playing for $25,000 in the Masters division. Of course, second place walks away with $15,000. Or in the case of juniors and seniors, we're playing for $7,000 or $5,000. That's a lot of money if you're 10 years old.
10 years old. Can you imagine it? Wow. The amount of booster packs I would buy with that money would be crazy. But no, there's just as much to play for whether you're a junior, a senior, or a master. We've got points and prizes, of course. So looking at our juniors bracket, as they've been playing throughout the tournament, going through the top 8 through to semi-finals, and now we finally made it to the pinnacle of our international championships, the finals.
Yeah, we can see how Oliver made it past Adrian and Jose Cruz to make it all the way to the finals, and then Andreas had to go past Sojiro and Jake to get here. All these matches were 2-1, so you can see how tight these games were heading into the final. No easy path.
Not at all. They definitely had a tussle on their hands. Just goes to show how many talented juniors we have, and you better watch out for when they eventually come over to the Masters, because these guys are going to crush it.
Can't tell you, Amy, how many times I've played in a regional, gone up against a first-year master and gotten beaten like really badly. Just,
right?
Like, these kids are on a whole other level, and I think we have our players setting up and ready to go. Look at them. So cool to see the juniors on the big stage.
And they deserve it. They're fantastic players in their own right. And, you know, like you said, they crush it in all the local tournaments as well. We've got Andreas there on our right and Oliver on our left. We've got Oliver rocking our Lugia V-Star deck, and Andreas, he is rocking Dragapult today.
Yep, now looking at their accolades, Oliver has quite a few just this season. Dortmund regional champion, Stuttgart regional champion, Lille top 4, and Gdansk top 8. At Andreas, this is his first accolade, and what a result to have as your first one in your resume.
Absolutely amazing feat, and Andreas could go all the way. They are being coached currently by Drago, apparently, so I'm imagining they're looking upon this feeling very, very proud. And I do have to admit to everyone watching that Oliver is from my local store, and so I'm really excited to see him play after I taught him how to play the game back in 2022. So very excited to see how both of them do. They are both top of their game and look very ready. I would be so nervous if I were them. This is a huge tournament and a very big deal, and they're right at the tippity top. No matter who comes out of this a winner, they're both winners in my eyes.
They both look completely locked in, as if playing on the big stage was just another day in the office, you know? They seem completely unfazed by everything around them, and they're just focused on making sure they're playing their best.
Absolutely, as they should be. This is the Pokemon TCG European Championships 2025, and we're about to get started with the juniors finals. I wonder who will come out on top. If you're watching from home, which deck would you be gunning for?
I'm personally, I don't know. I feel like Dragapult, now that both players are set up and ready almost to go, I think we can talk a little bit more in detail about their list. Oliver does have that Regigigas, right, which immediately deals with those Dragapults, which are hard to power up, but Andreas's list is actually quite peculiar. There's a copy of Lost City, there's, I believe, 2 Crispin, so usually powering up a Dragapult can be a little tough, especially if you only have Sparkling Crystal, which is something we've seen a lot in the Masters division, but Andreas just really wants to make sure he has access to the 2 energies at the right time.
Absolutely, and you know, keeping that consistent flurry of attacks into Lugia can still be really tough. So both players looking raring and ready to go.
I think we had a couple mulligans to resolve before we get this match started. Now, Oliver does have a very peculiar Cinchino line that you were talking to me about earlier. Tell us a little bit about that, Amy.
So at our locals, we have a bit of a joke about the Cinchino line, saying the optimum Minchino-Cinchino line is a 1-2 line, as we like to play the Thornton. And so it kind of feels like you don't need more than one, and then you don't risk starting a basic. But unfortunately, this can be the payback. If it gets stuck in the prize cards, then it will be unavailable. And that Wellspring Ogapon also being in the prize cards can be really damaging to a match against Dragapult.
Yeah, that pressure to the bench can be super key. But for Andreas as well, he prized that Temple of Sinnoh, so he won't be able to deactivate that Legacy energy or that Mist energy to be able to place the damage counters wherever he wants. So both players having, I want to say, impactful enough prizes to where either of those cards, the Minchino or the Temple of Sinnoh, could end up dictating who ends up winning this game.
It really could. Those prize cards could be everything, but hopefully both players have a stellar plan to put into action once we get started. But honestly, I'm so excited. Will it change the entire turn of the battle to have those key pieces prized?
I mean, I think Oliver definitely will notice the lack of Minchino. Of course, you have Regigigas to deal with one Dragapult, but then dealing with another one when you don't have access to that one hit KO option can be very problematic. Now, we are getting our match started. We do have the Buddy Puffin for Andres getting those Dreepies established. And over on Oliver's side, we have that very threatening Iron Hands.
Yeah, definitely one of the pinnacle Pokemon that you want in this match. So Iron Hands beginning our match against now a flurry of Dreepy have made it out thanks to Buddy Poffin. Buddy Poffin lets you search your deck and grab 2 Pokemon basics and put them on the bench. So we've got 2 Dreepy, which is fantastic start from Andreas. But I'm not seeing much else in the hand right now. We've got multiple Iono, but can't play a supporter on the first turn. So it's just passing over to Oliver now.
Yeah, pretty decent setup. You can't ask for much more. I like how Andres just gets 3 Dreepies down just in case. Probably not going to follow this up with a turn 2 Dragapult EX. You can maybe expect the active Dreepy to go down. So want to be very careful and make sure you have enough Dreepies as backup. Now, for Oliver though, that Jack being played immediately could be pretty good. If there's an Ultra Ball to go with it, you get your 2 Arceus into a discard pile right away. Or it could signify that maybe his hand is not too great. Now, I love this. Getting used to note-taking since you're this young, Amy. I started note-taking when I was 30 years old, so.
Oh, wow. Oliver's got a bit of a head start
Yeah,
on you.
for sure. And it's definitely something important, right? Like, it can help you make sure that you're not making a mistake when you were making a play based around a card that was priced, and all of a sudden you're stuck there being like, well, that's not going to work now. What do I do?
Absolutely. So we're going in with the Shack first of all. Of course, the key part of Lugia gameplay is that on your first turn, we need a Lugia V in play, at least one, really fantastic. And we would like to get as many Archeops, optimally 2, into the discard pile ready for the next turn. So Lugia V doesn't do much on its own, but we absolutely need it in play for evolution next turn. And we want those Archeops in the discard pile. So hopefully Oliver, like you say, will find a way of hunting down those key pieces early on. But like you said, love this, taking his time on the first deck search to find out what's in the prize cards. Unfortunately, they're not great.
Unfortunately, yeah. That Ogerpon, the Minchino, even one Lugia could be an issue if he's not able to like get off to a strong head start. And now I think Andres has a very good possibility at any moment in the game to use a Dusknoir and be able to take down both Archeops. So it's going to be very important for Oliver to manage his energy very, very well and try to get as many as possible into play in case that play happens, which I think based on both players being in the finals, I'm sure they've both really prepared and tested this matchup in particular. So I'm sure they're both going to be very aware of that perilous play.
Very, very much so. Okay, our first evolution, Oliver, is going for the Lugia V-Star, and our second one, an Archeops. That's the 2 evolutions of the Jacques, and then, there's one Archeops in hand, and an Ultra Ball, Pablo!
Yeah, this hand is actually super, super strong. Already having the Lugia V-Star, getting the 2 Archeops in the discard pile, and you know next turn, the Lugia is definitely not threatened whatsoever, so looking pretty well here for Oliver. Can't ask for better, I don't think.
No, honestly, this is kind of your ideal Lugia start. Oliver's hand is not looking bad from the get-go either, so continuing on throughout this game, looks like we're going to have a real good start and off to the races for both players. Both of their hands looking really strong, so I'd love to see both of them kind of pull the optimum strategy out of the bag and see 2 titans of the TCG in this finals.
Now, Andres does know that there's a Lugia V-Star in Oliver's hand right now, so this will make him even more likely to play the Iono that's in his hand right now. So that's going to be pretty good. But that Misagosa, it's going to help both players potentially. Oliver flips heads. That's amazing. Whatever he grabs, though, there's no Minchino or Ogerpon, both of which would be really, really good here.
Okay. Yeah, we're going for another Lugia V. Might not bench it though, might just keep that in our hand for later. Or like you say, possibly knowing that an Iono is on the cards, might be thinking, actually, I don't need that right now. If it goes to the bottom of my deck, that's a-okay. But overall, Oliver's hand looking really strong. Just checking the prize cards, look at that, looking at the notes already, and there we go. We've got that fantastic ace spec attached to Iron Hands, the Legacy Energy. It allows the Iron Hands to count as a single prize Pokemon. The opponent gets to take 1 fewer prize card when they knock it out, and it's a Rainbow Energy, so allows Iron Hands to use its Amp You very much attack.
All right, for Andres, I see that he has a Dracloak, he has a Dragapult, and he has the very crucial Sparkling Crystal in hand already. We're going to start with a Misagosa. That would have allowed to get Luminion and possibly get Arvin and actually get the turn 2 Dragapult going. However, it was a tail, so Andres just going to go for that. I guess I missaw the Dracloak in hand.
Yeah, there was a Lance, so there was a possibility at kind of using the Lance there to get that really strong Dracloak draw engine going early, but gone for the Iono, knowing that Oliver had exactly what he wanted in hand, having cherry-picked those cards earlier.
Now, there's the first Dracloak. Wonder if Andres will try to utilize Body's Ichi Pollen at this point in time. I think it would be pretty decent to try to deny Oliver the possibility to search for the Lugia V-Star, right? 1 Lugia V-Star is now at the bottom. There's the Misagosa, of course, but that is a coin flip. But if Andres uses Body here, then the only way to get it is with Misagosa or having it naturally, because even the Jack is now gone. So that could be a decent way to try to slow down Oliver's amazing start so far.
Absolutely. It's an undeniably really strong start, and I think that is absolutely the core of the issue. So trying to disrupt Oliver in any way possible could really bring this together. But for now, we're going to nest ball for another really important puzzle piece of Andreas' strategy. He needs those Duskulls down. A Pokemon can only evolve once it's been on the field for at least 1 full turn. The Duskull doesn't do much on his own, but once he evolves, he is quite the cherry picker of different knockouts, so we'll be able to certainly make a bit of a mess of Oliver's board state.
Yeah, being able to combine those damage counters from Curse Blast with the damage counters from Phantom Dive can be quite deadly. Now, I think Andres, no energy attachment, only 1 Dracloak, has a pretty decent hand to follow this up. Now it's on Oliver to find that Lugia V-Star, and it's already in hand.
Oh, that was a devastating pass from Andreas. It's really going to slow him down. And Oliver got the heads on the Mesagoza. Again, that Mesagoza is putting in work for Oliver today and just not helping Andreas at all, which is exactly what you want from your stadium. You want it to help you and not your opponent. Stadiums can be used by either player if they have an effect that can do so, just like this one.
All right, we're gonna see that Luminion for a very crucial boss's orders that indicates that the Lugia V-Star is already in hand. And I'm thinking, Amy, that Drag Cloak is gonna be hitting the discard pile this turn.
I think you might be absolutely right as we see the rainbow boss's orders, Giovanni coming through. And I believe his bossy nature will mean that Drag Cloak absolutely will hit the discard pile, which will slow Andreas down massively. We've gone for the Summoning Star on Lugia V-Star that allows Oliver to get 2 Pokemon from his discard pile. They must be colorless Pokemon and put them straight on the bench. And we're activating those amazing abilities. Primal Turbo, he gets to search his deck for 2 special energy per Archeops and attach them to his Pokemon.
Preemptively benching that Regigigas and powering it up. Really well done by Oliver. Knows that Andres, in order to respond to this, it's going to be quite difficult to get Rare Candy Dusknoir, Rare Candy Dragapult, and the Sparkling Crystal, and an Energy, and a Counter Catcher. That's a lot of cards. So I'm pretty sure Oliver's feeling pretty confident here, and he went ahead and prioritized protecting the Iron Hands with the Mist Energy. However, we're going to see the knockout on the Duskull. This inadvertently prevents, or protects rather, the Archeops.
I love this. Amp you very much. Taking 2 prize cards off a simple Duskull is not only fantastic, but we did manage to get the Wellspring Ogerpon as well. Remembering that if Oliver chooses to discard the Wellspring Ogerpon, that Iron Hands, if it sticks around, can turn into a Wellspring Ogerpon with Thornton.
Right, immediately finding a nice stretcher off of their Recon Directive. We have the Dragapult, we have the Arvin as well, so we can go search for that Earthen Vessel to find us some energies. But I think Andres would really like to at least KO one of the Archeops here to protect his Dragapult as much as possible from that annoying Regigigas and its Jewel Breaker attack.
Absolutely. The Meza goes a success this time for Andreas as we get to search for any Pokemon. Looks like we're considering Pheasantipity, one of the strongest newer cards in our roster, where most decks play Pheasantipity nowadays because it's just that good. It's Flip the Script ability, allows you to draw 3 cards if on the previous turn one of your Pokemon was knocked out. So it's not often used for the attack. We just want it on the bench for that really awesome ability.
That shows how Andres completely understands. He's trying to go, I'm guessing, for that knockout on at least one Archeops. Still needs a couple of pieces. Needs to either find an energy or find a Counter Catcher from this Flip the Script.
2, we need 1 more card.
Oh, that's huge.
Oh, nice. Forest Sealstone. And we have the Luminion already to be able to utilize it. So the Forest Sealstone can only be attached to a V Pokemon. We've already got the Luminion in hand, but do we want to do it now? Because we've already got the Supporter of Choice in hand.
Yep, now we are missing a couple of pieces, right? We need the energy, we need the Counter Catcher, and we need the Sparkling Crystal if we're going to try to go after an Archeops or go after the Regigigas. So I think Andres is piecing this out and might commit hitting this Iron Hands for 200 damage and then getting immediately knocked out by the Regigigas would be pretty devastating.
It really would. But first up, we need that first piece of the puzzle. We need the energy, so Earthen Vessel is going to help us with that. We have to discard a card from our hand. Bye-bye Tatsugiri, which is a really awesome addition in this deck, I might add. Not very common in Dragapult decks, but I appreciate the consideration of its use in this deck to help find supporters. And we're allowed to go into our deck and grab 2 energy of different types. So going ahead, we can get the Psychic and the Fire energy that we need to make Dragapult kind of the strongest it can be.
Yeah, of course. Now, we did shuffle, so maybe we're not gonna go all in on this Luminion plus Forest Sealstone to find the Counter Catcher. Seems like Andreas will be content to just utilize Phantom Dive on the active. There's the Sparkling Crystal, there's the energy, so Phantom Dive is ready to go. All the drip he's about to fly here in London.
Amazing. Sparkling Crystal, when the Terra Pokemon this card's attached to, uses an attack. The attack costs 1 energy fewer, so we can go ahead and use it for just the fire energy. Gonna go ahead and continue to, you know, keep that draw engine coming. We're gonna Ultra Ball 2 cards away for a Dracloak, making sure that Recon Directive stays in play. Where we evolved 1, we're gonna make another and keep the consistency of the deck alive.
Now we're gonna try and find that counter catcher perhaps off the Dracloak, or just having it established, as you mentioned, pretty key in case your Dragapult goes down. And when there's that Regigigas in play, it's likely it's gonna happen next turn. So we'll have to see. Could be a very big recon directive here, Amy.
Here we go. What's it gonna be? Oh dear, neither of those are what we want. Now, there is still the option to play the Luminion and use the Forest Sealstone. We could go further and get the counter catcher this turn, and it looks like it's very much being considered.
Yep, Andrea's really deciding on whether it's worth it or not. Because once you bench that Luminion, sure, you protect your Dragapult, but there could be another boss's orders, and all of a sudden, Oliver takes 3 prize cards with that amp you very much. So it's almost like a lose-lose situation, but you're gonna try and win this game. You know, the one thing you know is that Oliver had to play a Luminion last turn to find the boss, right? So maybe there is no boss's orders in Oliver's hand, but of course, there's still a Mesagosa that could find that second Luminion. But we're just gonna go for the Phantom Dive here.
I like this. I think, like you said, just playing the Luminion feels too risky at the moment. We can set up damage counters and mop up later. It's not imperative to go too vicious this early and risk kind of damaging yourself in the process. Yep. Okay, on to Oliver's turn. We're going to be looking at trying to get another Amp You Very Much on one of those smaller Pokemon, like we were saying earlier. We want to definitely take a 2-prize turn, and ideally not having to deal with Iron Hand's huge retreat cost would be better.
And Oliver did find that boss's orders, perhaps from the prize cards, perhaps the top deck, but did have that available. So good call on Andreas to not bench that Luminion. And I think he might have to bench it anyways, because with the Recon Directive, he had to put the Crispin at the bottom of his deck. And if he wants to Phantom Dive, he's definitely going to need to do that.
That is very true. But if Oliver takes another 2 prize cards, taking 3 doesn't make too much of a difference to the prize map. So at that point, Andreas doesn't really mind. We're going to amp you very much another Duskull. And Oliver very much assessing that those are the problem right here and doesn't want one of those to stay in play. Oliver down to 2 prizes. Andreas still on 6. But if any deck can take multiple prize cards in one turn, oh boy, is it Dragapult.
All right. Temple of Sinnoh being prized does prevent Andreas from potentially taking a multiple prize turn here by sending that Iron Hands to the bench. Does flip heads on the Mesagosa. Likely gonna see either another Duskull, perhaps another Dracloak, but I think Andreas needs to take advantage of the fact that there's no gift energy on their hands, although, actually, never mind. He needs to deal with that Regigigas right here, right now. Otherwise, the game's over next turn.
Absolutely. Evolving another Dreepy into Dracloak. So we've got 2 Recon Directive to use this turn and a Flip the Script. Andreas is going to be drawing so many cards. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards more that Andreas will see. So hopefully he'll be able to piece together a huge combo turn right now.
O, dobra, jestem. Naprawiło się. No dobra, tutaj już mamy kolejnego Dracloaka. No właśnie, czy chcemy się bawić w Lumineona? Chyba będzie trzeba zaryzykować, widzę.
Absolutely it does, because it can one-hit KO a Dragapult. That single prize Regigigas can make all the difference.
No ale niestety nie wyłączy, niestety, kurde, bo to
it needs to be dealt with, and even if some Archeops go down, Oliver has already made the preemptive decision to start loading it up with energy, getting it ready for the future.
It's gonna be one better than I know. It's gonna
tak,
be
jeśli
Roxanne.
tutaj przypomnę, no tutaj Natalie Miller versus Ruki Okada, to jest właśnie finał Mastersów.
Good enough. We're gonna see that Roxanne.
O, jeszcze lepiej. Roxanne! Możemy Iona, a możemy po prostu Roxy zagrać. Znaczy dobra, no najpierw Sealstone tu jest potrzebny. Potem Fez, potem jeszcze Dracloak. No to co, Roxy. Roxy, czyli bez reklewa. Tak, tym razem bez.
we are gaming. But realistically, just that counter catcher needed right now to progress the game further.
Tak, tutaj mamy dochodzi do Disrupt. Potężna Roxy!
To make a follow-up turn, then we're grooving.
Yep. 2 cards. If the Regigigas goes down, it's gonna be an extra 5 thanks to that gift energy. Oliver down to 1 boss's orders, and I'm not seeing any way
Dobra,
to
mamy
counter
już.
that Mesagosa. There's no. Oh, there is 1 Lost Vacuum. Temple of Sinnoh is still in the prices, but Lost Vacuum is another piece we might want. Deny that Mesagosa and make Oliver really work for that boss's orders to potentially win the match.
Dobra, mamy mały duch, ale możemy jeszcze dobrać tutaj z Bażanta. No to zaczynamy od Bażanta. Jest Counter Catcher. To okazuje się, że Syl są niepotrzebny.
Okay. Let's have a looky which Pokemon Andreas is going to activate next.
I Reclock Directive.
We can look at 2 cards, put
Duszek.
1 to the hand, 1 to the bottom of the deck, and we can do that per Dracloak. So we've got 1 more to go yet. Going ahead, we're trying again. We're going another Duskull, surely at some point. I don't know if it'd be very wise to activate 1 at this point, but what's the harm in putting it down? The Dracloak could be
Znaczy,
taken
na
out
pewno
by
musimy się
Iron Hands.
pozbyć tego jeszcze śnika.
For at least 1 more
No to
turn
jest
if we target
raczej, że gra 2.
Regigigas, which is really,
Ale są fakt, że
posing a huge threat to the entire outcome of the game at this point.
najważniejszy element się sprajzował. No jest trochę sedowe.
I wish I could see Oliver's 2 cards in hand. Maybe he already has game in hand and he's just waiting patiently.
Counter Catcher w Regigigasy. I robimy pewnie 3 prize turn.
Not what he wants, I can tell you that. I did take a sneak peek. 1 is an energy, and I think the other was a supporter, but it wasn't quite what we wanted. Okay, yeah, we've gone ahead and bought.
Jest ta giftka, która może by to potratowało. Dobra, na pewno będzie knockout i będzie jeszcze knockout Hensa, ponieważ jest to... Dobra, Lugia, okej. Chyba... No ja bym dała... Ciekawe, ojoj.
Okay, some on the Luminion as well, just soften that up a little bit more as well, and Oliver's going to draw those other cards, and we'll see if any of them help us along the way to really close this match out.
Yeah, and it's amazing that we get to draw those cards before we even need to commit to a promotion. I think I saw an Ultra Ball in me.
I'm pretty sure I saw an Ultra Ball, and then we can get the Luminion, and we can boss for the game. Iron
No kurde, jakby kuźwa był ten...
in this match. My word.
Thank you very much.
Czy on ma
3
drugiego?
times. Seems like a pretty good deal, right?
You know what? I think it does, and it's exactly what decks like Miraidon
O
try
tak
and
mam.
do as
No
well.
jest,
Of course, we're just double checking there using our Archeops Ultra
Meh.
for the Luminion.
No mogłaś strzelić tego Hensa, no. Aj.
Very much for game 1.
No właśnie, mogła tego Hensa tak naprawdę zbić. Bo ja bym... Znaczy, wiem co chciała zrobić, tylko kurde, no mogła tego Hensa się pozbyć tak... Bo mogła nie wiedzieć, że no kurde, jak zdamy z tego Kantera, no to raczej chęcik by się przydał do pozbycia, tak? Żeby było trudne, tak. Więc to jest straszny misplay, bo powinien być raczej pozbycie się Hensa naszym obowiązkiem. No on tak stanowi tutaj, jest już naładowany ten skurwysyn, więc no się pozbyłaby się tego Hensa zdecydowanie. No właśnie, no Disrupt się nie udał z powodu właśnie tego braku Tempela.
All that it was worth, and that just goes to show how some preemptive thinking can go a long way. Putting that gift energy on what Oliver knew was going to be the target.
Ale straszny błąd, tak?
You very much of the game, taking down that Duskull, protecting his own Archeops, taking down that Duskull a second time after it was recovered. And then we did see Andres respawn, take down the Regigigas, which threatened the Dragapult, but that gift energy, Amy, just way too powerful and gifted that Luminion boss for that poor Duskull. Went with his friend to the distance.
O! No dobra, no ale straszny błąd, no bo mogła jednak się pozbyć tego Iron Handsa, no tak naprawdę, żeby właśnie nie było potem takiej sytuacji okropnej.
Went for the Duskull rather than a cloak. Just goes to show that he clearly knows which one deserves the ampu very much.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
Ja bym tym bardziej, że mogła zgarnąć nawet 3 prizy, no.
I don't want my opponent to get Dragapult, but if they can't get Dragapult and Dosnor, that could be worse for you.
Czemu tu?
Deny the Dosnor, even if they get the Dragapult.
Kocham tych ludzi.
Deal with that eventually. So really well done there by Oliver, prioritizing what he deemed the threat. And I would love to see Andres try to adapt here and try to always have 2 Duskull down so that he can access the Dosnor at some point in the game.
Absolutely. I've got a couple of fun facts for you. Andreas was actually short of multiple top 8s this season and finally broke the curse. So if he goes all the way, this could have just been what he needed. And as for Oliver, he actually wanted to bring Hydreigon to this event, but his mum defeated him so many times in testing that he decided not to bring it after all. And I bet he's glad he did. Yeah, put those dragons down and now facing other dragons in the finals. Can you believe it?
I'm sure Andrea's very happy that this is the tournament that he got his break, right? He's in the finals. He's 1 game down, but he's already made it all this way. I'm sure if anyone can turn this around, it's him.
Ale takie ajć trochę może przyznać. Ale ja bym się pozbyła tego Handsa, żeby nie zagrażał, kuźwa, że... No, chociaż też nie zmieniłoby to dużo faktycznie, ale no, byłoby to dobra opcja, tak? Mam nadzieję, że tym razem nie zobaczę Temple of Simon, bo się popłaczę. O kurwa, no zajebisty start z Luminowana, ja uwielbiam ten starty, kurwa. One takie bolesne jak dla mnie. No dobra, ona gra 2 Crispiny. Co ciekawe, mamy tutaj jeszcze Dusknora, Uroda i kuźwa. A że sukces jest to, że nie ma Tempela, ale te prizy są ouch! Dobra, ale kryształ jest. O, 2 Crispiny, co jest?
Andres will have no wiggle room and will really need to make use of that sparkling crystal and make sure there's another energy somewhere else so that he can get back-to-back phantom dives. Otherwise, he could be in trouble.
This could be spelling trouble all round. Neither player started with a Pokemon they want to put down in this matchup, though.
Yeah.
Obviously, Andreas with that Luminion, which can be knocked out for 3 prize cards by Iron Hands, but also Oliver starting with the
Kryształ do Arkerusa ktoś do... No, znaczy tutaj nie wiem, czy tam faktycznie są lepsi przeciwnicy, jeśli o to chodzi, bo...
Two Dreepy on the bench so far is a lovely start, but I don't know if we're going to be able to go much further than this, and it might just be a pass.
No co do Wałca, powiedzcie mi... What? To jest takie say what?
Force Seal Stone to Luminion instead of having to attach that rescue board to retreat, but we'll have to see. Now, Oliver, we talked about this in the beginning, the starting setup for both players will determine, right? And Oliver had a flawless setup.
No to znowu Mincino, no i tutaj Research, Lugia, Wister i...
Hopefully he can, but there is that Minccino again, really punishing Oliver for what our locals call the optimum Cinccino line. I've got to say, that is really adding insult to injury. But other than that, the prizes are looking A-okay.
Dobra, Arwen, dobra.
Being quite early on in the prizes, you only want it late game anyway. That feels like the perfect spot for an Ursaluna in my eyes.
Absolutely. The one energy you might really not want to prize is that legacy energy, right? You play multiple copies of all the other energies, and since these Lugia decks are playing so many energies anyways, you have to expect that you're always going to have at least 1 or 2 prize, right? So this balance of prizes is definitely way better for Oliver than for Andreas, but yeah, let's not count anyone out now. That Minccino, though, I do want to touch upon it. There's usually a 1 in 10 chance of prizing any given card, right?
Absolutely.
So in a best of 3, it's like, okay, it happened once, it probably won't happen in the other two games. However, here we are with that 1 in 10 chance multiplying. Now we're seeing a 1 in 100 situation at this point.
Absolutely, and that's just variance.
Yeah.
It's going to happen at some point. So here we are in the finals of the juniors of the European International Championships
Dobra, no to mamy
2025
Squawka
with a 1 in 100 prize
na
card.
starcie.
I would love to know what's running through Oliver's mind right now, because like, are you frustrated at the Minchino? You're like, oh, well, I don't have that. Like, how does he deal with that perhaps inflection point in terms of like, okay, that could be a very key card. I don't have access to it. I don't know when I'll have access to it. So how do I adapt to this situation?
I think personally the nice thing about Lugia is its flexibility. The scary part is the setup. And once you're past that hurdle, it does feel a little bit easier. You're like, okay, I've done that. Now everything else is flexible. We've assessed that Regigigas is one of the other really big attackers into Dragapult. If that were prized as well, I'd be much more afraid. But right now, I know that Oliver has other ways that he can cope with those really high HP
Jacusia, dobra, Jacuś leci.
Luminion for the Jack.
Jacuś.
Absolutely, we can Squawk and seize this hand because Squawkabilly was our starting card, meaning that we're going to see that flawless setup again. We did have to use more support Pokemon this time round, but we are going to see it, Pablo.
Amazing here for
yes.
Oliver. I think this is something that you just mentioned, like having too many set of Pokemon can be counterintuitive, can come back to bite you later down the line, but perhaps those people that think, oh no, if I hadn't benched that Lumineer, if I hadn't used Squawkabilly, I wouldn't have lost that game. It's like perhaps you wouldn't have gotten to the point in the late game without those support Pokemon, right?
Absolutely.
So sometimes you just have to play and go for it and make sure that your aggression and your
No, w sumie też tak
setup is
myślę.
so powerful that your opponent can't even focus on that and has to
Przeciwnik
deal
nic
with
nie
your
robi, czy co?
That's the thing. You need to guarantee
No
your
dobra,
own setup over everything.
Rekti.
Oliver doesn't know what's in Andrea's hand right now. It could be nothing. Andrea's really couldn't do anything. So it's better to focus on what you're doing than what your opponent is doing, especially in a matchup like Lugia. You just need to focus on that setup. The 2 Archeops in the discard pile and the Lugia V on the bench are the most important things, hands down. It is paramount.
We're seeing double capturing Aroma coin flips. First tails grabbing that Wellspring Ogre Pond to threaten any Dreepies or Duskulls on the bench and multiple prizes. And then we're going to go ahead and grab yet another Archeops. We already have the Lugia Vista in hand. Can't ask for
Okej, mamy tutaj kolejnego.
Not at all, and knowing that the threat of an Iono might be on the way, don't really want to take anything else than an Archeops. We'll fit it from the deck, absolutely, because then if Oliver does get Iono'd, at least that Archeops that we don't need is on the bottom of the deck.
Dobra.
And we even have the Jet Energy.
Oh, wow.
Immediately bring
Można by to zrobić to mam typu.
O,
I don't look!
3 Archeops in the discard pile on turn 1. That's every Lugia player's dream.
It's so windy in here, everyone. We've got 3 Archeops, 4 Archeops, in fact, I think that was, in the discard pile already at the beginning of the game. Cards that we just don't want in the deck anymore because we don't want to draw it off the top. It's a useless card from this point on. We don't need it. Brilliant setup from Oliver, really couldn't be any better. Hopefully Andreas will be able to respond and give us a real gritty battle now.
With no Duskull in play, that Lugia is completely protected. There's no way for Andreas to deal 220 damage. Can get to 200, right? With that Phantom Dive, start piling on the damage counters on the bench. But very well calculated by Oliver. You can see why he's undefeated so far in this matchup. And that technical machine evolution is probably a good indicator that Andreas' hand is not quite up to par.
Widzę, Ewo.
Absolutely, and also assessing that they're not probably going to get a super meaningful knockout right now with not being able to gust either of the benched Pokemon who can get one-hit KO'd by a Dragapult. So Andreas going for the safe bet right now of making sure his Pokemon actually evolve. They need to get off the mark. These Dreepy need to get bigger.
They really do. We needed them bigger 1 turn earlier, but we're going to see another Ultra Ball. Keeping that technical machine evolution. No Roxanne, no Dusclops. The other one is Prize, so that Duskull might even just be a distraction. Andreas probably aware at this point that one Candy's prize, the other Dusclops not available, the Dusnor is not available, so probably trying to be like, okay, yeah, here's the Duskull that you really don't want to see.
No dobra, mamy już Drecklocka.
Set up and ready to go at the latest next turn. Now, if you're Oliver, which do you pick? You have both Iron Hands and Wellspring Ogrepon in your hand right now. Do you have a boss's orders to take down a Dracloak and the Duskull perhaps, or do you go for the 3 prize cards on the active Luminion?
I think it's a really difficult choice, honestly. I'm not sure which one I'd go for personally, but considering that Andreas' kind of whole strategy at this point with making sure that his card draw is
No
sustainable.
i chyba tak, podpinamy Devo, że Ewo, przepraszam, Ewo, nie Devo, ale też zdarza się Ewo.
Knowing the Luminions probably stay in play as well, that gives you late game flexibility. Thornton is in the discard pile, so we will have to pick one and stick with it this game.
All right. Andreas will go ahead and use
No i
that
mamy
technical machine
Edę.
evolution, get the
I
2
co, i
Dracloaks
Dragapult będzie?
into play.
Chyba tak.
Has an
Chyba,
Iono
czy kolejnego
and
Drippy
has the
lecimy?
Dragapult already ready to go now. We do know, however, that both Crispins are in the prize card, so Andreas might want to hold off on that Iono and try to find an Arven to establish the Sparkling Crystal. However, only choosing to evolve one Dracloak, maybe he missed that the other Dusclops was prized. I didn't notice which 2 Pokemon he signaled for the Technical Machine Evolution, Amy.
So?
No, I didn't either. So when you use Technical Machine Evolution, you do have to signal before you check your deck to your opponent which 2 Pokemon you've selected for evolution. So if Andreas did select the Duskull, obviously that means he would fail that evolution as it's not in the deck. So that might have been what happened there, because you're right, I didn't catch which one he signaled. So Oliver's gone ahead and made that Lugia V-Star, and we've gone for Iron Hands. I think we're going to have a repeat of game 1 here. We're going to be amping you very much. And there we go, Summoning Star for 2 Archeops, going for the first. My word, first Archeops of game 2. Andreas, I like the call of putting Dust down as like a distraction. Andreas knows that Oliver likes to go for those, so I don't dislike the Duskull on the bench right now. I think that's really clever, regardless of it not being able to evolve, unfortunately.
Such a stark contrast between Oliver's setup and Andreas. I feel like we're seeing Oliver running on full steam ahead and Andreas barely trying to hold on. No boss's orders this time around to combine with this Ampu very much, but Oliver at this point 3 prize cards ahead. This game is looking better and better for him each turn.
It really is. It is looking absolutely petrifying for Andreas. I wouldn't want to be staring down at that Iron
Chyba
Hands
będzie
right
amp
now.
na 3
3 prize
prizy,
cards.
no.
Wow. And Iron Hands currently only counting as a single prize Pokemon. If Andreas does manage to deal with it, unfortunately it will only grant 1 prize card in return, so his prize race is really going off to a great start for Oliver, taking 3 prize cards.
Aczkolwiek wiecie, co to znaczy kuszące.
Great top deck for Andreas, so that Arven means now we definitely can get that Counter Catcher plus the Sparkling Crystal guaranteed and take down perhaps an Archeops. By taking down an Archeops, we potentially protect our Dragapult from a Regigigas follow-up to this, but that Iron Hands, of course, still very menacing. And if we play Arven, Oliver has a pretty huge hand, and we know that there's at least 1 boss's orders right there.
Absolutely. So there is still a chance of a comeback. The game is not over yet. It's only just begun. Honestly, no. We do have the Iono coming down, a great opportunity for a bit of disruption. Oliver took 3 prize cards, so he'll only get 3 cards from this Iono, and Andreas will get a full 6. So if there's anything that's going to stop Oliver at this point, it's going to be some heavy disruption.
Now, can Andreas find the Fire Energy? I see the Fire Energy immediately right there. That's very good news. We get the other Dracloak that we weren't able to find with that Technical Machine Evolution. I do believe we still have 2 Recon Directives to go, which is great news. Now, if Andreas is going to make a comeback, this is how.
Absolutely. If Andreas can establish some big Pokemon with huge HP, right now Oliver has nothing that can cope with that and a full bench. So if Andreas can come back, it's going to be by establishing this Dragapult and really making it work.
Flip the script gonna come online after those 3 prizes were taken. Andreas's hand will be quite big after the Iono, so looking pretty good here.
Yeah, looking really nice. We've got the Forest Sealstone we can bank for later.
Let's go.
Multiple energy to keep us going, which we've established could have been a problem in this game.
Dobra,
but not looking like it's going to phase Andreas on this
Recon
occasion.
Directive Pop.
Other than that, I'm not seeing what else. We've got the, we've got the Night Stretcher and an Ultra Ball. We're going.
A ja to.
And if we can
Szybko.
establish a Sparkling Crystal,
O, Dragapu!
this is going to be nice. We're going to get some really
Here we are.
consistent gameplay, but I'm not sure if I'm Andreas, which Pokemon I'd
Jesteś
be
buffy,
targeting
no,
first.
proszę, no, tutaj
Now
parę
this,
buffy,
I
bo...
mean, getting the Luminion into play again to utilize that Force Seal Stone to find that either a counter catcher or something along those lines like that would open up the possibility for Oliver to just win by knocking out that Luminion again. So I don't know if Andreas should be using it here. I think holding off for one turn, hitting into this Iron Hands and trying to appease the Temple of Sinnoh plus an Iono plus a counter catcher, that could be a game-winning play and a way to make a comeback in this match.
Absolutely. As we said, it's very
O,
far
mamy
from
drugą
over, and some clever plays from
energię,
Andreas could
tak.
really make all of the difference
Tak jest
here.
wszystko w
So we're getting
porządku.
that fire energy attached, so we're going to be able to start going with our Dragapult's Phantom Dive attack for 200 damage to the active Pokemon and 6 damage counters across Oliver's bench.
Right. Where do you
Also,
place?
I like having the gift energy not proc at this time. Really nice as well. Putting Oliver down to 3 cards and choosing not to take a knockout actually benefits Andreas in this scenario. Biding his time and waiting, and we saw Natalie do that yesterday in the
Tutaj już
Masters
chyba
Division
tak,
to
mamy już
great-
oczywiście
to
Phantom
great
Dive na...
success. And so if Andreas can emulate that and choose when to take his knockouts to benefit him, that is going to be a
No dobra, co tu?
game-winning strategy.
No, Lideres ma dość mocny...
Opening up a bench space
Mamy Lugię.
multiple times throughout
Zula,
both
dobra.
days of the tournament. That way your opponent doesn't get access to Aluminium for a boss or doesn't get access to our Regigigas to deal with your Dragapult. So even though Andreas had the possibility to get that Aluminium back and play that Forest Seal Stone, choosing not to do it, choosing to be very patient, because right now that amp you very much against the Dragapult is actually not as impactful as Oliver would like it to be. And one boss did go to the bottom of the deck. There's no way to search for one with Luminion, so if you don't have it in your hand, can't cost and take 2 prizes this turn.
Absolutely, and although Lugia does play 4 copies of Boss's Orders, it doesn't look like Oliver's got it in hand. Looks like it might just be an amp you very much for this turn.
No dobra.
Wow, 120 damage. Doesn't really do much to 320 HP's worth of Dragapult.
This is the first time we've seen Oliver attack with Iron Hands and not take 2 prizes, which is really saying something. Yeah, 2 or at least 2 prizes now. Andreas can now piece
No, mamy
a
tutaj
much
ciekawy
more
rozkład.
powerful, option here by grabbing that Luminion, getting that Temple of Sinnoh with the Forest Seal Stone, playing that Iono once again. I mean, perhaps you don't need to disrupt right now. Going for counter catcher, super key, but the key card here is Temple of Sinnoh. That's what we really need, and finding it's really only available with Luminion, but we knock out the Iron Hands now, Luminion will not be giving 3 prize cards anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. It won't be giving 3 prize cards up, and you know, that gift energy also won't work, and the A spec won't work either, so Iron Hands would count for the full 2 prize cards that Andreas would definitely deserve for finally overcoming
Spartolił, bo w sumie
huge Iron
tam nie
Hands,
powinien
which
być
has been
nawet.
such a thorn in his side this entire
O,
battle,
ogarnął.
making sure that legacy energy isn't
Stretcher,
putting
po
anything
co
in between him and
tutaj
his prize
minę?
cards would
O,
be
i
fantastic.
chyba idziemy po bossa. Ja bym... Chyba idziemy po bossa, tak? Czy po co idziemy?
The Temple of Sinnoh is doing work times 3, right? It's shutting down the gift, it's shutting down the mist, so damage counters can be placed, and it's shutting down the legacy. So many things going well now for Andreas.
Możemy iść jeszcze po counter catchera? Iono, dobra, czyli... Jeszcze robimy mamlo większe? Okej. Czy ona powinna nagrać 2 duchy, tych da Snowary dużo, więc to nie jest jakby...
With 200 HP remaining, Lugia
Silstone?
can take
Czy idziemy po...
down the Dragapult next.
Jest przygotowany kolejny gagadek, okej, jest już moja ukochana jaszczureczka.
soon to be possible
A, ma
champion
bossa.
Andreas, who is
Myśli, czy
piloting
idziemy
the
w Ionu,
Dragapult
czy idziemy
flawlessly
raczej
thus far.
counter-catchera? Może... Chyba ona by chciała counter-catchera, z tego powodu, że counter-catcher, póki jest aktywny, może nam to pozwolić. No niestety Hands to jest uchroniony, no chyba, że ona ma ten i potrzebuje Temple of Simon. Czy ona to ma? Jest countercatcher. Chyba Sus. Potem i ona już używa Susa, tak, Temple of Simon jest, co oznacza, że Oliver nie dobierze kart i tym sobie też można bezkarnie za ławeczkę karcić.
From here on in, as long as that temple stays in play, then
tak, na pewno Temple of Simon, counter, catcher, no to są wszystkie elementy na miejscu.
Alright, there's the counter catcher going for prizes though, putting himself
I chyba będzie for prize turn tak zwany.
Would win him the game, and he's going to take 4 prizes turn. He knows Rare Candy, Dustnor, and Dustlobs, and even Crispin are prize, so this could be how Andreas wins the game
i nokautujemy Handsa.
This one and the next.
Here we go, this is the
I jeszcze
comeback,
zostały 3.
taking 4 prize cards in one turn using Dragapult EX. 200 damage to that active Luminion, and then finishing up the rather squishy Iron Hands on the bench for a colossal
no to
knockout.
mamy duchy, jo, mamy duchy, mamy Candy, mamy Crispin, jest impreza.
I do see an Ultra Wall and a Boss's Hoarders in Oliver's hand, so if Oliver takes 2 prize cards this turn,
no jest trochę ciężko, trudno się wylosowało.
The game against that Squawk ability. I guess you could use it and then take us to a tiebreaker game.
Oh my goodness, wouldn't that be absolutely magical? I don't think I've seen a tiebreaker game in a finals in quite a long time. But let's see how this irons out without that Iron Hands. We're going ahead and, attaching our first energy and using Archeops to get some more for our Lugia. But we're going to need more than the double turbo energy if we're going to make it, because Temple of Sinnoh means that energy is only counting as 1 right now. So Oliver does not actually. Oh, is there 3 energy or 4? It looks like.
Boss order na
I think there's only 3 as well.
And yeah, Oliver is attacking, choosing to discard Temple, but Oliver does not have enough energy. The attack has been declared, so...
There's another... Oh no, the other Primal Turbo was still available, so looks like we've been able to attach an energy with Primal Turbo before declaring an attack.
All right, it looked like it happened, but there we go.
No właśnie, Temple of Simon trochę zepsuł, ale spełnię
so that we know, we can't hear what's going on the table, so we managed to get the knockout on that Duskull for 1 more prize card, leaving the squishy Dragapult ready for taking later.
Prizes are tied. Counter Catcher is not live. I think the Boss's Orders was put at the bottom of the deck after that Iono. So Andreas needs a way to shuffle the deck and needs to find that Boss's Orders to take down the Squawk ability for game. Otherwise, the game will continue at this point because Oliver very smartly targeted that Duskull.
I like the Duskull play because although it may not have been a threat if Oliver had taken 2 prize cards, it's also not a threat if you just take it down. And it means that Andreas can't use Counter Catcher because he evens the prize race. So not getting too excited and going ahead is what is bringing Oliver to this finals, I imagine.
Yeah, that very calculated decision. You don't always have to take the maximum amount of prize cards you can each turn, right? Especially with those
zaczyna się już taka burza mózgu, że...
like Iono, like Roxanne. Always important to keep the prize count in mind, not just the amount of prizes that you're taking with your attack.
Absolutely. Oliver knows he can take 2 prize cards next turn. Leaving this Dragapult with 200 HP has really helped him with that. But something he can control is when he takes his prize cards. We just need to take 6 in total to win. It's 4 all currently, and either side could piece together a victory. I think it's just a little bit of a discussion going on there, but we will see exactly what's going on.
And I think the judges are talking to the kids right now, so hopefully we get an update soon. All right, we are going to see the flip the script. We are going to find 2 cards to shuffle of the deck, because that boss's orders is at the very bottom of the deck, Amy.
Absolutely, and using cards just to shuffle your deck can be a really awesome strategy, especially with INO being so prevalent. So we're going ahead and using a vessel to get to energy, but also shuffling the deck is fantastic because we still have our
Właśnie, tutaj się zaczyna odchudzanie
Andreas is choosing to go for a buddy poppin, hoping to thin the deck a little further.
Odchudzamy.
Getting the 2 out for the first time in this best of 3.
Definitely hasn't. There's been a lack of pollen in this finals match in particular. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of this Padu later down the line. But now it all comes down to this recon directive. Can Andreas find the boss's orders off of the Dracloak to win the game this turn?
Let's have a look. There's an oven and a sparkling crystal, I think. That's not quite going to be enough. We've already used our V-Star. Is there any other option? It doesn't look like there's a boss in hand. I think this could be it.
There's no boss in hand, so now it comes down to, does Oliver have a boss's orders in hand? And he did use one last turn to knock out Duskull, right? There it is at the very top of his discard pile. So does he have an Ultra Ball or a way to access a boss's orders this upcoming turn? Because now Andreas doesn't even have a way to disrupt Oliver's hand. I think it all comes down to that Iono last turn, Amy, which put the boss at the bottom.
It really does. Andreas going for an attach for turn on the bench. Dragapult. Oliver staring down at this Dragapult. Lugia V-Star still has enough HP that Dragapult can't one-hit KO it right now. So Lugia would survive and continue to reign on. Oh my gosh, if I'm Andreas, I'm possibly wanting to move that Dragapult.
I think you actually don't even need a boss's orders. If you have a Nest Ball or an Ultra Ball for Regigigas could take down the healthy Dragapult if Andreas retreats into that. Now, we're going to be grabbing the counter catcher, but because Duskull is no longer there, or because 2 prizes were not taken, that card cannot be played right
No,
now.
można by jeszcze próbować item lokować.
Making it easier for Andreas if he does manage to get through this turn, but it's not looking too hot. We're going to retreat that Dragapult into the healthy Dragapult, making it much harder for Oliver because he is going to need to string together that combo with our Regigigas in order to take the victory now. But I believe you saw an Ultra Ball in the hand, Botoblo.
There an Ultra Ball or an S Ball, I think there is one, so it could be a boss, could be a Regigigas, and Oliver could be getting closer to becoming the European International Champion.
This is so tense. Andreas just taking every moment to assess the situation, make sure that he's done everything in his power to set himself up for success. We see the Phantom Dive, 200 damage on Lugia, and now Andreas' job is to choose which damage out of the 6 is going to go onto the benched Pokemon and exactly where all of that's going to sit. We're going to put it all on the score. Oliver draws for turn.
Okay, he's not even. There's the boss. There's the Luminion.
No,
so he has an Ultra Ball in hand. There it is.
Oh my gosh.
O, no to aj karamba. Tak, Oliver Cahill wygrywa 2-0.
What an amazing game for both players. Andreas was so close to making an amazing comeback. But Oliver, with those perfect setups in back-to-back games, piecing everything out perfectly, not activating counter catcher. If you told me
Aj karamba, no szkoda.
I believed you, Amy. What an amazing match we just saw. Look at how happy
No to mamy Oliver, no to Lugia wygrała. No teraz będzie mirror Dragapultów. Szaleństwo w pełnej krasie.
Players played amazingly. I loved seeing this game, and Andreas was so close to taking us to a game 3. Never had access to that crucial Duster, and those prizes in game 2 really played against him. But amazingly well done by both players. Let's take a look at what happened.
No teraz będzie Mirror Dragapultów, więc chyba tutaj będzie konkurs, który Dragapult będzie lepszy, więc no tak, Oliver Cahill wygrywał 2-0. No ale faktycznie trudno się wylosowało, no też w pierwszej grze, tak jak sam wcześniej mogła
Thank you very much, those Duskull, obviously assessing the threat correctly there, and Oliver just managed to take all prize cards seamlessly.
And now I know we did talk about the Ampere very much, the prizes, the attacks by Lugia, but I want to say in game 2, it was all about Squawkabilly and Luminion, the combination of both Pokemon being able to find the Jack for the double Arceus and immediately discard them with the Squawkabilly. That was amazing, and then the Temple of Sinnoh almost gave Andres the perfect comeback possibility. Unfortunately, though, it just wasn't quite enough.
It really wasn't. Unfortunately, Lugia's attack has that secondary effect of being able to discard a stadium, so it stuck around long enough to deal with the Iron Hands, but not long enough for Oliver not to take an impressive win.
What an amazing game, and now...
Tak, Oliver wygrywa. No, teraz będziemy przygotowywani już...
Champion Oliver Cahill. Give it
tak,
up, folks. Let's hear
no,
it.
wygrał, tak.
Lugia V-Star. A deck that
Chyba
nobody
Lugia
was
no.
really thinking of. It was too much Miraidon, too much Dragapult, but what was the decision process to settle on this deck?
Basically, after Miraidon won, we thought that lots of juniors don't really play it. And if they do, there'll be people from our locals, which we think we know how to work a matchup.
So you had a lot of training and practice just from your local competitive scene, and you used that to predict the meta. Now that you've got this gigantic win, what's the first thing on your mind? What's the first thing you're going to do?
Just celebrate with my family.
No, w sumie tak, no będzie, no po prostu święta z rodziną, więc to jest akurat racjonalny powód.
And his family. Any final thoughts or shout-outs I can get from you before I let you go to celebrate your big win?
I'd like to shout out my friends, my locals, and my family for helping me to get to this point.
Brilliant. Well said. Once more for Oliver Cahill, your EUIC champion. We're going to kick things back to the cast and guests and get our next batch of matches underway.
Corrective.
Thank you so much, Adam, and well done, Oliver. We're all so proud. No matter the result, everyone is a champion in our eyes. I am so thrilled, but no matter what, even if Andreas had won, I'd have been just utterly flabbergasted at such a fantastic result. Played it very well. We're all really proud.
I know, they both played so well. Oliver didn't miss a beat. Andres fell just a little bit behind. Had to play from behind both games. Almost made the perfect comeback. That recon directive for a boss service would have been so epic to see.
It really would have. It would have been awesome for it to have gone to a game 3.
Both very
talented players, and it would have been really awesome to have seen some more. But we are going to get to see some more Dragapult. Don't worry, Pablo. We're going to have a look at the scenes now as we move on to crown our next champ.
Dobrze myślałem. Gabriel Fernandez kontra Nathan Orterkes.
A stranger to the finals against Nathan Osterkatz, but they did have to go through quite a crowd of talented players. Gabriel defeated Tristan, then defeated Kingsley to make it to the finals, and Nathan defeated Omar and Pedro in order to get here.
Absolutely, a very tough set of opponents, but as you said, Gabriel is no stranger to this circuit. 2-0ing both opponents there, where Nathan certainly had more of a struggle, but against some really amazing competitors. So you know what? I'm not surprised.
Yeah, both players are fantastic. They have multiple wins to their name, I do believe. Nathan won last year's NAIC, if I'm not mistaken. Gabriel has been a world champion, a multiple IC and regional winner, as well as Nathan. So both players are essentially the final boss of seniors. I think whoever comes out here as the winner could really say,
Gabriel
like,
Fernandez
on top of the world.
I very much agree, and again, I'm very nervous.
No i mamy oczywiście Mirror Pultów. Yeah! Interesujące, co?
Both absolute champions already, but who's gonna come out on top as our Pokemon International Championships Europe for 2025?
Now, Amy, I'm gonna make a bold prediction and say that Dragapult is gonna win this one.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I think Dracloak is going to win. I think Dracloak is going to take the final knockout. I don't know how that would happen, but I just want to be different, Pablo.
No chyba zażartujcie. No dobra, mamy oczywiście dwóch graczy, którzy oczywiście grają Dragapultami, mamy już seniorów.
Especially over on Gabriel's side, there are quite a few innovations. There's a Defiance Vest, which is played as a tech card, makes the Dragapult that little bit sturdier, makes it survive perhaps an extra turn, but very crucially makes it survive the Regigigas attack.
Tak, no Gabriel Fernandez, czyli no znany gracz, który no pewnie będzie powolutku. Co coś musiał zabraknąć. Idźcie się zabij.
Having met as well in many events. And those testing moments online against lots of masters
no i tutaj co my tu mamy, zaraz zobaczymy.
refine these lists and make those interesting decisions about new cards.
Oh, certainly. These two players, I think, play online.
Kurwo, no jebana jesteś kurwą jebaną. Tak, no oboje mają oczywiście bardzo dobre osiągi. Gabriel Fernandez, no EUIC Champion oczywiście z zeszłego sezonu, no Honolulu w top 4, oczywiście World Champion w Oklahomie i oczywiście są też czempionem. No i na tą Orakel Ortegas. Dobrze to czytam.
Absolutely. You don't get to Yokohama World Champion without being quite the fantastic player, regardless of bracket. And NAIC champion, junior finalist from Frankfurt, Nathan and Gabriel have both been playing for many years now, and both
Chyba doszłoby wszystko, gdyby...
You can see these two have fantastic accolades. This is a battle of titans.
Now, aside from their results, though, we can talk about their decks. As we can see, Nathan has a more traditional Dragapult deck featuring Dosmer, just as we saw from Andreas in the junior division. I'm not seeing anything too surprising in his list, other than the lack of Crispin, which I think is becoming a bit standard. However, over on Gabriel's side, there is no Dosmer, so no extra damage counters through Cursed Blast. There's going to be a bit more focus on Body. There's also Klefki as an option to slow down any Rotom draw or any Luminion use, or even the flip the script. However, Monkey Dory is making an appearance, so there is a copy of a Darkness Energy, and Monkey Dory could actually make Nathan's damage counters from Phantom Dive work against him.
Absolutely. So these decks are built very differently, both starring Dragapult as a primary attacking Pokemon, but actually when you look into the nitty-gritty of it, these are so different that this battle could really be a tussle. We've got Pokemon that disrupt so much in Gabriel's list. Will Nathan be able to overcome it with the
no oboje mają tutaj widać duże doświadczenie, no tutaj jeszcze w juniorach ten Necza ma doświadczenie.
And I think that's what's going to make this a really entertaining battle.
Oh, for sure. And both players have played against each other at this very tournament already. I do believe Nathan was able to defeat Gabriel, so I don't know if that will sort of play some mind games into this. Will be overconfident? Will nerves start piling up for Gabriel, or are both players just completely locked in? They've been here before, they've been against a top opponent before, and I don't know, they both seem like very calm. Once again, as if this was just another day in the office for them.
I think for these two, it very well feels like that. They probably test together, and you know, this is probably an online occurrence quite often. So this time it's on a big stage, but normally I imagine this is done from the comfort of their own homes. So I'm sure that us and the crowd can make them feel very welcome as we cheer on these.
Chociaż to jest to samo. Tak, tutaj oczywiście u Natana sprawdzał się jeden duszek, tutaj Dracloak, zwany z gole. O, widzę, że Gabriel gra tu Monkey Dory, bo chyba widzę mroczną energię, która się sprajzowała.
hand over on Nathan's side. That does
O jakimś cudem znajdujesz, chłopie. No co tu kurde.
So we're not going to be seeing a lot of course blast, so we might be seeing just a pure Dragapult on Dragapult battle with Dreepies flying all over the place, Amy.
Nie, no nie złożył się. No, chyba wszystko mi nie docierało, no co za gówno. Z tej wirtualnej karcie. Właśnie myślę o wciśnięciu tu. No co za gówno z tej karcianki, kurwa, no dlaczego wszyscy ma lepszy start, a ty... Dobra, patrzmy sobie, co tu się dzieje. O, u Garbie mamy małego, słodkiego Budewa. No kochamy tak tą małą, słodką bulwę.
That Badoo being in the active spot right now does mean that Nathan has no possibility to get to a turn 2 Dragapult. So
o, jaka słodka, niewinna bulwa, jaki słodki bidów.
I think that's the nice thing about Badoo maybe being in the active to begin with, though. Nathan knows that he's going to have to make the use of his item cards now. It's now
Kurde, to zdobycie?
until Badoo stops being so irritating with that itchy pollen. So, looking through the deck with our first Buddy Poffin,
mamy duszki.
Pokemon with 70 HP or less and placing them on our bench. We've gone for a Duskull and a Dreepy and straight in with the Earthen Vessel, discarding another item card in the switch. Again, knowing that Badoo is going to lock that option away ever so soon. So, absolutely. One psychic and one fire type energy for Nathan to get started with those energy attachments as well, knowing that Gabriel won't be able to attack on the first turn either.
Having that one copy of Earthen Vessel in hand, honestly quite fortunate for Nathan. Attaching energy each turn when you only play 6 can be a little difficult. Neither player has access to Crispin throughout this game, so every
dobra, no I
so much.
Absolutely. If anyone misses a beat in this battle, that's when the tide will change, and the tide of battle with that. So a Buddy Poffin as well as the first action on Gabriel's turn. Who would have thunk it?
Evening up things in terms of setup. Now, no Badoo inside for Nathan, and if Gabriel attacks with that itchy pollen,
no, widzę, że Nathan nie gra bulwy.
Will be quite difficult with not being able to play Buddy Poffin, not being able to play Nest Ball. Now, you called it, Amy. We might see Dracloak take the first prize card here against that Badoo.
Oh my goodness. Well. Look how the turns have tabled.
No.
Wow. We could see Dracloak make a meaningful attack. Who could have called it? Oh, goodness. Well, Badoo might put in lots of work here, though, because like you say, Nathan's going to have to take the slow route, and Gabriel probably doesn't quite mind that.
Ach, ten mirror, prawie mirror. Ale tak, sam mały smrodek, widok już tego małego smroda już na aktywie przeciwnika mówi dużo, że będzie śmierdziało. O, ale widzę, że Gabriel 2 gra 2. No, ciekawe, czy po rotacji będzie trzeba grać 2. Nie.
When going into the later stages of the game, but eventually he's gonna realize that both cards are unavailable for Gabriel, the Darkness Energy and the Bloodmurder Saluna.
Absolutely, there'll be a point where those kind of mind games, that mental tug of war really comes into effect, where Nathan realizes, oh my gosh, Gabriel must not have access to those. That's great, I can be a bit riskier with my plays and kind of take chances, which is how you get to a stage like that.
Yeah, Gabriel already knows that and will play with that information, but Nathan is not able to know that until, I mean, he might never figure it out. At some point, I'm sure he will have that intuition. But another Buddy Poffin here for Gabriel. I think we're going to see all 4 Dreepy hit the board. Never mind, it's just going to be 3.
Just 3. That's how the Masters do it. That's how they do it. But no, 2 Buddy Poffin, you really could not ask for more. That is exactly what we want to see in an opening hand for a deck like Dragapult, where pretty much all of your Pokemon need to evolve to be effective. Going in with our Arven, finally with our first supporter of this best of 3. Oh, revealing that Defiance Vest, really nice and early, and an Earthen Vessel for the energy.
If
zaś.
Gabriel, eventually, not in this game, but in other games,
O,
has
zawsze.
access to that monkey turret.
O, ciekawa, powiem szczerze, propozycja Gabriela, bo tu mamy Defiance. Interesting position, co trzeba przyznać. Dziwna pozycja. Coś interesującego widzę, taki Defiance Faced, który jeżeli jesteśmy do tyłu, no to dostajemy 40 mniej. Minus 40, dobra. No i item lock. Item lock. Item lock. Item lock. No jak dobrze wiemy, może to po jakimś czasie doprowadzać do czeskiej kurwicy. O, ale chyba widzę, że Recon Directive, okej, no to wygląda tak krótko.
On the bench and utilize its ability. It's not poisoned, right? It can't be poisoned on the bench. It's just marking that his ability has been used.
Widząc, no tak, no widzę, że przekręciłby to tak dziwnie, co tam
for this finals, being able to look at those top two cards of the deck, choose one to put in your hand and one to the bottom, just gives real flexibility to the deck. Going for another attach on the Dreeby and attacking, using Bite for 40 damage, chomping down on our buddy Badu.
Ach, wredny Badu. Ale mamy już duszki. No ale widać, że coś tu wie. No to jest i on! Cały na biało? Lans! No jest. Lans leci po całości, widzę. Okej, mamy Unfair Stampa.
Triple Dracloak, Serendipity to flip the script. What a turn!
Co za moc! Muszę przyznać, no. Naprawdę, power muszę przyznać. Unfair Stamp. Ja.
Kind of, I guess, took the bait of knocking out that Badu, knowing that items need to be online to make some progress. Obviously, Gabriel was then able to respond.
Unfair Stampa!
Just 2 cards in hand, and Nathan only has 1 Dracloak to help with card draw next turn. So Gabriel has just filled that bench with useful Pokemon like Radiant Alakazam and Serendipity, got a huge draw engine online and is playing the long game.
Usually missing the fire energy though. Did find a psychic. That's not gonna be enough to use that dragon headbutt for 70 damage. I still believe, Amy, we're gonna see the Dracloak attack, not when I thought it would happen, but we need to find that fire energy to help us out.
We really do. Here's the flip the script. It could be big. I don't think I saw the glimpse of a fire energy, so we're still gonna keep digging. That's not a fire energy either. Let's keep going. One more recon directive. No, let's keep going. Oh my gosh, we might miss it.
Yep, I don't see any fire energy available just now, so perhaps no KO. We're gonna move 1 damage counter. Oh, it's already in the active.
A, racja, przecież była.
That both energies were already attached, so that dragon headbutt will happen, and there's our first KO for Gabriel.
We did it! We did it, everyone! Dracloak took a knockout. Master of predictions, me.
No, widać, że tutaj Gabriel chyba mocna reakcja. Unfair Stampy, Lance i jest Dragapult.
Nathan only has 2 cards to work with and that recon directive. I couldn't tell what
Boss Order i Ultra Ball, okay.
Ultra Ball could be good here to find Luminion, to find Iono perhaps, to try to find more pieces. Could also get Arvin if we have a Dragapult, but we need the Earthen Vessel, which has been exhausted, so we need a raw energy and the Sparkling Crystal. We're just gonna see a Lance. Now, Nathan is the one playing defensively, and Gabriel with a super strong setup. Triple Dracloak ready to go to Dragapult and ready to start wrecking Nathan's board.
No, mamy
Gabriel
Lance'a.
definitely looking like he has the advantage right now, but if Nathan manages to evolve into this Dragapult, which we're definitely going to thanks to Lance, we do have 320 HP to get through. So, you know, Gabriel is going to have to work really hard to damage through Nathan's board effectively.
effectively.
No właśnie, no. Gabriel Fernandez robi tutaj takie numery, że o Jezusie. 3 lans, no. Mamy Feza, żeby nam coś...
Is gonna be huge, and he still has access to Luminion V potentially, so big 3 cards here coming with the flip the script.
Czyli tutaj mamy, no ma to sens faktycznie tutaj po stronie Gabriela na temat faktycznie ten tempel, usunięcie tempela nową.
Another Dream Pea is excellent. The Sparkling Crystal as well. Everything's in hand.
Wow, what a response!
Jojkoj! No właśnie teraz widzę. Dorwał wszystko. 3 karty były wszystkim. Zajebiście, że był jeszcze Drippy.
I can't believe that after
No, chyba nikt by nie dowierzał.
I think we need to go and scribble out on that one. Need to rename it entirely, like you say. Unfortunately for Gabriel, Nathan has come back and made quite the recovery and now has a very stable board state going forward to knock out this
Tak.
and
3-3, dobra.
Gabriel's board for later.
Ale tutaj
You could even see Nathan have a sly smile right there, knowing he really drew well off of that flip the script. I really think Serendipity is honoring its ability name because, wow, what a turn of events. Now, don't get me wrong. Gabriel already has a huge hand and has flipped the script and has 2 recon directives, so it's very likely that he's just gonna get his own Phantom Dive activated right now.
Oh, okay, Monkey Dory is
No
hitting the
dobra,
bench,
jest
so we're
małpa,
definitely
tylko
looking
cały
forward
take
to
polega na
seeing
tym,
that
że
come
niestety
around, but
Monkey
also just
Dory...
being there as a bit of a mind game, as a threat to Nathan's board state is a nice feeling. Going for the Crispin there. Crispin lets us attach 1 energy from the deck and put the other in hand, so the other wasn't attached to return, so that's fantastic. Crispin really was a fantastic addition to this deck recently, and I'm so glad to see him being used now just in the perfect moment.
Yeah, I completely missed the 1 copy of Crispin in Gabriel's deck. I thought there wasn't any, but turns out it is available. We're gonna see the Dragapult response, so this game is completely haywire, Amy. Going
madness.
With how both players started, I'm really surprised we're at this stage where we both have turn 3 Dragapult ready to go.
Honestly, it is fantastic, but I tell you what, I am a little bit worried for that bench Dreepy right now from Nathan, as we'll be able to use Radiant Alakazam to painful spoof the 1 damage counter on Dragapult, move it to the Dreepy, and KO it, and we're going to counter catcher the Pheasantipity
chyba tak,
we're
10,
going for the
no.
2 prize cards. I like it, and taking Flip the Script offline after it was so impactful last turn.
Yeah, Gabriel had quite a few options there. Could have gone for the Dust Gloves and the 3P to get 2 prizes. That would have left the Pheasantipity there to draw. Now, by denying the Pheasantipity, it will once again limit Nathan's options. There's no more Drag Cloak in play right now. So, pretty well done, but that does mean there's still a very healthy Dragapult DX in play for Nathan.
Very much
Czy
so.
będzie des...
And that's
O,
the thing
widzę,
with the
że
Dragapult
małpa na
mirror match,
desce
right?
leci.
The Dragapults can't
Monkey on the
KO
board.
one another. So either you've got to find a way around that fact, or it really is
Tak, widzę,
a bit
że
of a
monkey
tussle
on
between
the
both
board,
players
małpa
as
na
they
deseczce,
continue to
małpa
spread
leci
damage counters
sobie na
around and
desce.
just use Phantom Dive again and again until eventually someone goes down.
Now in this war of attrition, there's an opening for Nathan if he's able to find Dusknoir. Actually, I think Dusknoir is prized. If Dusknoir had been available, Nathan could have actually KO'd both the Dragapult and the Dracloak on the bench. So that is one vulnerable spot in Gabriel's current setup. But I think Nathan only has 1 card in hand, so pulling that off might have been a bit difficult.
Maybe indeed. I like this removing the Pheasantipity from play just because it does really make the difference, like you say, from the Flip the Script, as Nathan won't be able to recover much. We don't have any card draws, so we are living in top density.
Te mirrory piękne.
Right, Arven, Energy, a Dragapult available. We can recandy into another Dragapult, right? Get an energy attachment down, and then in the end, if you end up having more Dragapults than your opponent, that seems like a good way to try to win this match.
Absolutely. That Arven was really nice. That has really saved the day a little bit, because otherwise the hand was not looking too great. But we do still have the Dragapult in the active, but it's obviously nice to make sure this Dreepy doesn't go down when it's so low on health.
Seems like Nathan has something else in mind, likely gonna try and recover the serendipity. This does open up a possibility for Gabriel to win the game next turn by taking 3 prize cards.
Absolutely, 3 prize cards in 1 turn. Something Dragapult really specializes in.
No,
Nathan,
Dragapult
what is he
tylko
going
piu
to try
piu.
to piece out? Clearly he has a game plan, something that is different than protecting that Dreep. He feels like he needs more help, perhaps looking for, I don't know, in order to disrupt Gabriel's huge hand. No, we're just gonna get that Dracloak into play.
Going for more card draw instead. I don't dislike this, but we've ended up with a counter catcher and an Iono. Counter catcher can be played, Iono not so. But definitely a tricky decision still, as Nathan still has a really small hand size, so maybe going for the
jak to
Iono
bywa oczywiście.
to repopulate that next turn. But I think we went with the counter catcher in the end.
Yeah, I think he kept the counter catcher this time around. He really wished he could have kept both cards, right? They're both amazing. We do have the rescue board. Make sure that gets attached in case your hand gets disrupted. You don't want to redraw that over again. And we're just gonna see the Phantom Dive doing 200 damage to the active and taking down the Dracloak on the bench.
Yeah, knocking out that Dracloak
Okay,
again, just
come.
keeping Gabriel's board
No
in check,
dobra.
because now we don't have any backups once this Dragapult falters. Okay, over to Gabriel's turn. We've got a really heavily damaged Dragapult in the active and nothing on the bench to evolve this turn. This could be the pivotal turning point that Nathan needed to disrupt Gabriel's gameplay, once having a really solid bench, but now only support Pokemon to be seen.
Yeah, Gabriel has focused so much on denying resources for Nathan. We see an attach being committed to the Monkey Dory at this point in time, which is very interesting to see. We could actually end up seeing a Mind Bend, and this game could end up coming down to a coin flip of confusion, Amy.
I love seeing status conditions at this stage of the game, showing that all of the different mechanics of the Pokemon TCG are worthwhile.
Tak,
Mind Bend
confusing.
can really change things up, so it's worth going for it and
O,
just pulling out
ciekawe.
all of the stops we've used. There we go. Alakazam to move the damage counters around on Nathan's board, because we don't need quite so many on that Dracloak to take a knockout this turn.
With Gabriel not being able to take 2 prizes here, he's gonna go ahead and make sure that the Dusclops is KO'd most likely this turn, or he's saving some damage as he only needs to place 6 on the Dracloak this time around to get a knockout. I feel like you need to deal with the active Dragapult. You will need to KO that over the course of 2 turns, and by preventing the Dusknoir, you prevent a possibility for a
Kolejnego
3
lasu?
prize turn for Nathan.
Absolutely. Prioritizing what's going to keep you in the game, definitely the most important thing right now, because the only way that Nathan can alter the damage that he's putting out each turn is to use those Dusclops. So we're going for, was that another Lance?
No, we're using an Ultra Ball, finding
Ultra Ball.
that Body.
Okay.
Probably just trying to thin the deck before drawing off of that
Seal
Festivity.
Storm,
We're gonna see an Iono. I mean, Nathan
Ah,
doesn't have a lot of cards so far. He's only used 1 Recon Directive last turn, so you know that he probably has 1 card that he kept, but you don't know how good it is. And Gabriel's hand is huge right now, so he will be putting a lot of resources to the bottom of the deck.
Absolutely. Going ahead and putting 2 energy back into the deck using Super Rod. They get shuffled back in, so Gabriel can continue to make sure that energy is definitely part of this strategy, keeping on in there. Now, a large hand size can be good, but it also can be damaging because of the opportunity that you unlock with Radiant Alakazam being able to be used as an attacking Pokemon with these decks. So Gabriel using Iono kind of stabilizes his own hand whilst
O
disrupting
właśnie, co tu się
Nathan.
dzieje?
Right, Gabriel
Czyżby
hasn't even established a
taki
single dream. He
ciężki
didn't
wybór
want to
między
open up the possibility
pozbąć
for
się ducha albo
Nathan
pozbyć
to
się
win the game next turn
potencjalnego
with
Dragapulta?
that Radiant Alakazam that you were mentioning. So
To jest takie,
this is gonna be
pozbąć się
a
ducha,
difficult
który
situation
mógł
for Gabriel. He
żeby
will do
ewoluować
200
dużego
damage to his
ducha.
Dragapult, probably knock out
Właśnie, tu się pojawia ciężki dylemat oczywiście Gabriela. O, czyli jednak wybieramy... Czyli jednak wybieramy pozbądźmy się ducha.
Be such a bad idea. I quite like kind of trying to disrupt and confuse quite literally your opponent and their Pokemon. We've gone and grabbed the Iono off the Dracloak's Recon Directive. A nice card to start with, but what's going to follow up for Nathan?
No właśnie, bo to był taki ciężki dylemat na tej zasadzie, że... No właśnie, Gabriel wybrał oczywiście znokautowanie ducha, żeby potem nie było dużego boomu raczej. Mamy Rotoma.
Gabriel might have been banking on the fact that he could hit the Blood Moon Ursaluna off the prize cards after taking
to jest też taki reklew stylek, że odsiedzę do Ursalunem, no to cóż, kto wie, po rotacji już wciśniesz małpę i no, wszystko jest możliwe. Mamy małego duszka.
So we aren't going to see that Blood Moon Ursaluna come out of hibernation just yet. Nathan still with the open opportunity to take this win by taking out the only Dragapult on Gabriel's
trochę,
board.
że no właśnie, mroczna energia, czyli knockout i 60 w wredną małpę.
Dragapult goes down. I think we are about to see a mind bend if we can find an energy. No other options for Gabriel. Nathan wasn't able to establish another Dragapult, so he's gonna try his best to avoid that.
No właśnie, no ale została ta świńska małpa. Właśnie, tak jak mówię, nie ma niestety tej mrocznej, chyba Gabriel gra tylko jedną niestety.
Unexpected twists and turns to create fantastic battles between strong Pokemon and even stronger trainers.
No właśnie, czy jest w stanie wysetapować kolejną najgorszym pan Gripieg Dragapulta? Tego?
Maybe he would have been able to take a knockout that way. I don't know if he has that many. I don't think so.
To musi być.
Yeah, I really think if we have an energy, we're gonna see a mind bend and the game will come down to confusion, or unless Gabriel still has 2 prize cards left. So if Nathan can find a Dusclops and put 5 damage counters on the Monkey Dory, that would be game.
It very much would be. Nathan looking like they are in a commanding position right now. Gabriel still needing to attach another energy. Doesn't look like he might even have it. Of course, we've got the Darkness energy still in the prize card, so we definitely can't use Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain ability. This is looking really scary. This could really come down to the wire.
2 cards. Can we find an energy? Doesn't seem like he did. So
confident. We've got counter catcher trying to stall the game out a little bit. Can Nathan now retreat? The Rotom just trying to use every single mechanic, every single stride that Gabriel can get to as he is behind on the prize card.
O nie! O, miał Iono! No to pierwszą rundę. Tak, pierwszą rundę wygrywa Nathan, a Iono go uratowało. Turo miał akurat na ręku, więc fajował. Więc no, Iono niby uszkodziła, a jednak pomogło, no bo Turo się znalazło na ręce, który akurat był przydatny. Tak, Turo jest na ręce, no, robi to dużo różnicy. Tak. No, czasami jest tak, że Iono niby... Znaczy ja miałem teraz taką sytuację, Arwen, energia, jeszcze kryształek był. To mi wygrało, wiem.
Feels like odds were always against him in this match.
Honestly, after Gabriel's setup, I was so confident. I was feeling really great for him. I thought, oh, surely Nathan can't bring this back, but Nathan just played so perfectly, and every single odd came out in his favor. Let's check out how that went one more time.
No, nie no, kurde, to Turo uratowało Nathanowi dupę, o Jezu. O tak, to trzeba było być w dupie. Ale sam fakt, że Gabriel sprajzował mroczną energię, która mogła coś zmienić, Ajaj, ale faktycznie miał też Gabriel trudność o tego, że, no wiecie, zapobiegać koldrowi, czy może zniszczyć ducha, który mi strzeli za chwilę z procy. To jest właśnie ten cały trud troszeczkę, no trudno się wylosowało tutaj w tym przypadku. Ta bitwa między... czy idziemy w stronę...
Because he didn't have that backup Dreepy or backup Dragapult established, he wasn't able to overcome, and it didn't end up coming down to Mindbend because there wasn't even an energy played. It all came down to that Professor Turo being the one card off of the Iono. So Nathan drawing pretty well off of those disruption cards so far.
That is a wow with a capital W, Pablo. Wow. Those top decks, the Pheasantipity, everything went Nathan's way, and we saw that aggression has overcome the defensive stance of Gabriel's deck thus far. But will Gabriel's defensive stance overcome the aggression of Nathan's Dust Pops and Dust Noirs on this occasion? We've seen offensive win game 1, can defensive come through and take game 2. Gabriel did everything he could to disrupt Nathan. Nathan still came through, but will the disruption stick in this game 2 of our Pokemon trading card game championships for Europe?
And this is where the pressure starts piling up, right? I think Gabriel should be confident that he really played that well. He got pretty good draws, and he honestly got pretty unlucky.
Okej, tutaj Nathan sprajzował Pulta, Fezana, jedne Puffin, Ognistą oraz Dusknoara i Breaklocka. No, trochę trudne prajzy, ale coś tam się da ugrać. No niestety też Nathan zaczyna z Alkazama, którego może być ciężko wycofać.
Unfortunately, in this game too, it seems unlikely we'll be flipping the script for a while as Pheasantipity sits pretty
Zobaczymy, co tam Gabriel tam sprajzował.
Such fantastic draws, Pheasantipity has decided it needs a rest.
Yep, Pheasantipity gonna be living in the prize cards until the very end of the game. No extra cards for Nathan. That Dragapult and the energy could also prove to be crucial. We are playing only 2 copies of Dragapult DX in our deck for Nathan, so having access to only 1, we do have
znaczy tak, tego Gabriel gra, z tego co można zauważyć, 2 buildy, więc raczej szans. Dobra, tutaj widać Unfarstam, który wcześniej pomógł, jest w Price'ach, tutaj jedna energia, Countercatcher, Vessel, Ultra Ball, fajnie. No, te Price'y są czasami okropne.
Right there, so we're not gonna be disrupting heavily too much until the middle of the game, and that counter catcher at the very top could be crucial as well. These decks really love to disrupt, and Ghosts mess with their opponent's setup, make sure they are taking down the right threat or attacking the right Pokemon, so not having access to that counter catcher throughout this game, or having access to only 1, could actually be very crucial for him.
True. So we've gone for Arven, taking a Buddy Poffin for the Dreepy and the Badoo, assessing that Nathan's turn 1 was, well, quite lackluster. I think that is a good shout. And the other card off our Arven being our rescue board, so that Dreepy can hop on a little board and jump out of the active for free. No retreat cost involved.
Yeah, rescue board, very clutch for sure. Gives you a lot of maneuvering throughout the game, no matter where you attach it, and of course that HE Pollen on your first turn will definitely prevent a quick Dragapult from Nathan.
Absolutely. Turning item cards offline. Will it be enough just to allow Gabriel to get a more solid footing in this game than last time? Slow Nathan right down and allow Gabriel to take this game by storm.
Gabriel being very thorough with the price checking, I believe. This time making sure that he knows exactly what he can count on, what he won't have access to. And this time around, I would love to see the Blood Moon Saluna come into play and the Monkey During. Those are the 2 cards that really distinguish Gabriel's list from the rest of the Dragapults, honestly, Dragapult does more. So I would love to see how he prepared for this mirror match, which I'm sure he knew was going to be the match he was going to play the most at the European International Championships.
Such a popular deck.
A my będziemy mieli chyba taki najbardziej porąbany mecz w Mastersach, wiecie. No ciekawe, jak tam poradzi sobie.
To the bench, attaching a fire type energy to the other Droopy is great foresight for the future, making sure that
No,
we're
jest
going to
ten
get powered up in time. Badu into the active for an itchy pollen, so nasty, and giving 10 damage to our Radiant Alexam.
Pollen ready.
Also, not allowing
Ale
items on
nic nie szkodzi.
Hey, if you had told me before we
No
got
tak
this
będzie
game started that we
lans.
were going to see a bite, we were going to see a dragon headbutt, and we were going to see a mind ruler to deal with the first few prizes, I would not have believed you, but I think that's how Nathan is planning to deal with this Badu and free up his setup.
I think that's just what you've got to think, though. Anything can happen in a Pokemon battle. Every twist and turn is unlike the last, and that's exactly how our players have got to this point, is by being unpredictable, playing well, knowing their outs. And as we carry on with Nathan's turn with an Arven, we get to take an item card and a tool card. The tool can be played, the Sparkling Crystal can be attached to a Pokemon. The item card will be unavailable until Badu has stopped being quite so irritating with that itchy pollen.
Does Nathan have the energy to deal with this Badu, or are we going to see a pass? He does have the psychic energy. That does mean there's only one left outside of Night Stretchers to power up multiple Dragapults. But there's the Mind Ruler doing like 1,000,000 damage to that poor Badu because Gabriel has a very healthy hand. And now it's on Gabriel to make something happen here.
Okay, there we go. We've taken the first prize card of our second game of this seniors finals. We're using Radiant Alakazam's Mind Ruler attack, which does 20 damage to each card in your opponent's hand. I think this is a great attacking option right now for Nathan, and it's lovely that we've seen a plethora of attacking Pokemon in this deck, regardless of Dragapult being in the forefront of our minds.
And that's one of the characteristics of top players, right? It's like, yes, I'm
Znaczy na papierze brzmi dobrze. Znaczy takie disruption.
Disrupt your opponent's plan and make sure that they're not doing their optimal play or attacking the optimal Pokemon that they could is part of how you really make sure you're getting the most out of your cards and making sure you're planning to the best of your ability on how to win each game.
You're not wrong, Pablo. And as we continue with Gabriel's masterful comeback, Luminion comes into play with our fantastic ability, Luminous Sign. On play, Gabriel gets to search his deck for one supporter Pokemon. Of course, there we go. We're getting the Lance played down for those Dracloak, as per last game, making sure that we get that really strong draw engine after Badu bought us a little bit of time.
Now, it's important to note that Gabriel does play 2 copies of Badu, so if he really wishes, he could go into that and try to buy himself another turn, and I think he just drew it. Yep.
Off the flip the script. Now that would be quite fantastic, since we can't really take a knockout this turn. Maybe it's worth continuing Badu's prowess. Yeah, he's going down. Let's go. We get to retreat thanks to Rescue Board, and Badu is
wrócił ten nieprzyjemny przyjemniaczek.
20 damage total now on Radiant Alexam, and no more items still.
No more items. Now Nathan, of course, ready to deal with that Badu. If he's able to find a Dragapult and another energy, he would actually be able to start using Phantom Dive.
No właśnie. Ale on ma Dragapulta, no i chyba będzie bardziej mu przydatne to Iono, mi się tak wydaje. Tak, wziął Iono. Tak, na pewno wyewoluuje Dragapulta, bo chyba już ma go na ręce. Mi się tak wydaje, czy nie?
This will activate flip the script if Nathan takes the knockout. And so if Gabriel takes down Nathan's only Dracloak in play, that Radiant Alakazam is good, but it's no good against a Dragapult.
That's so true. Unfortunately, Radiant Alakazam can't quite stick out for that long.
No Dreepy drawn.
Oh no. And I don't think a Dragapult either, so we can't kind of take that aggressive stance.
Yeah, we can't evolve to protect at the very least, right? So,
No szkoda.
tough situation here for Nathan. He's
Ah,
gonna pass.
pass?
He's not gonna take a knockout. He's not gonna activate Flip the Script to not give Gabriel extra cards. But I think I see
rozumiem.
enough in his hand. I think he might be missing. He has an Orvin, so he might be missing either Dragapult or the
Dwoma
counter
lancami
to
to
pull
też
this
ciężko.
off, Amy.
Yeah, I think we're going to go for the fire energy there rather than Professor Turo, or...
Yeah, it was the Professor Turo kept.
The Turo.
There's a
There's
Dragapult.
Dragapult.
We have Arvin for counter catcher.
No,
Fantastic.
No to niestety chyba
We
będzie
can also
dog.
establish that Force Seal Stone in our hand for later down the line. No, we have the Luminion already, so now Nathan will only have a single Radiant Alakazam. Now he will be able to play item cards. He will be able to buff in for
A można już zaczynać następną.
when staring down a Dragapult,
Kurde, no
this
szkoda,
is
że chłop
really bad
spalił
for Nathan.
kryształa. Ja bym poczekała z tym kryształem, kurde.
Not being able to establish a Dragapult, still going with that Radiant Alakazam, which just can't deal with the Dragapult.
No.
Gabriel's defensive
To jest
and
tak-
disruptive stance is definitely
No
making
właśnie,
a
no
stand
to
in
jest
this
takie
game too.
spalenie trochę niepotrzebne tego
As
kryształu i
Gabriel,
można
you
byłoby
actually,
poczekać.
like, if there's ever a situation where you choose not to reconnect,
Sprzedaj
to
jakby w
minimize
razie
the
był.
damage that Radiant Alakazam can do to your Dragapult, just to make sure that you're as healthy as possible when Nathan finally is able to make something happen.
Absolutely. That's the odd part about this tussle, right? Radiant Alakazam's definitely ready to go. Does Gabriel stop drawing cards to help himself, but not help himself? It's very strange, a very odd conundrum indeed, but your cloak goes down, and Nathan is stuck with a very tricky conundrum.
Nathan is unlikely
Co on
to
by
take
dał
a
radę,
price
tak?
break this turn, so
A w końcu
Gabriel
mamy.
really wishes he had a bench space open to use his own Radiant Alakazam, transfer some of the damage from the active to the Dreepies that will eventually hit the board so that he could take a double price knockout. However, he can search for boss to target down whatever Dreepy eventually gets an energy, right? So Gabriel is in a fantastic spot here. Now, the game's not over by any means. If there's one deck that can make a comeback, it is Dragapult, right? We've seen it over and over throughout the whole weekend. But this situation, that is a tall mountain to climb, Amy.
It really is. Gabriel is firmly in the driver's seat as Nathan struggles to take control of this game. Currently only one Dreepy is not going to be enough. We're going to need to establish more than one to certainly get going with this game and bring it back. We're going to need more, a more definitive stance than this right now to bring this back. Otherwise, Gabriel could just run away with this victory.
You can tell Gabriel is very, very pleased with himself. He's confident. You can see it in his stance, and now Nathan is definitely struggling to piece something out here. I wonder what else is in his hand. And I don't know, this has to be a really good 5 cards, Amy.
It's 5 cards. It's a lot of cards. But you're right. It needs to be a very, very good 5 cards.
Yeah.
Boss, Energy, Rotom. Ooh, I don't dislike the Rotom and the Forest Sealstone, actually, because that would allow us to draw more cards and kind of make this slightly better ready for next turn. So using the Forest Sealstone just to ensure that the board is solidified.
A, właśnie, co my tu szukamy z Forest Stone'em? No bo tak, board pewnie wygląda trochę ciekawiej. Ach, bo tak przepraszam. No, tak, no board nie wygląda interesująco po stronie Neitama. Safagros. Tak, mamy już w końcu body buffin.
Into play 3 extra cards from the instant charge, so I would say it was a pretty good Iono.
Nathan needed to reestablish Dreepy on the
Tak,
board.
no tak, tu musimy wystabilizować trochę boarda.
Yep, now Nathan will need another really good
Jedną
cards here
energię
off
i
of
chyba
this
lecimy
instant
instant
charge to
charge,
finish
tak.
his turn. Combination of Dragapult, Rare Candy, Sparkling Crystal, Ace-Pack, all of those will be very well.
No właśnie, no przez to, że Naitem ma tutaj spalił strasznie, bo liczył na tego kulta, spalił strasznie to wszystko kuźwa, no. Tymczasem oczywiście
staring us down, and we want to minimize that impact as much as possible. We have 5 prize cards left to take. Nathan absolutely can make a comeback, so Gabriel needs to make sure that he's making every move towards disrupting Nathan's board and hand once again.
Oh goodness, Gabriel does have his Professor Turo available, so this does mean he
Tak,
can
no
bench
to
the
mamy
Radiant
Turo.
Alex, can use his own painful spoons, and can take down the Dreepy that has an energy. There we go. Can move some of that damage to the bench.
No
and make
nie.
the best use of the previous damage counters he established the previous turns.
No też są prizy Nathana są no, na badziewnym poziomie.
So even just one itchy pollen from a Badoo can make all the difference
No
in
właśnie,
this
Turo,
matchup.
żeby
Really,
zrobić
Alakazam's
tutaj
painful
miejsce.
spoons dishing out some damage on some Dreepy to really change things up. We're gonna knock out the Radiant Alakazam and the
Ajajaj, ale dała
Dreepy,
nexta
making it really
w
hard
tej
for Nathan to
sytuacji.
come back using every
No bo tutaj
measure
widzę no, nieciekawa
necessary.
sytuacja,
Nathan
bo...
now needs the Sparkling Crystal to make a return
No właśnie,
attack
nieciekawa
on this
sytuacja,
turn.
mamy kolejnego
Gabriel needs to
Draklocka,
evolve
teraz trzeba
both
liczyć nam...
Dreepies at the very least to not lose to a boss's orders.
Ja się ciężko wylosowało Arwen i Lance. Say what?
A choice between Arwen and Lance, not an easy one. I think you essentially need both, and you have Night Stretcher, but you don't have access to Dragapult just yet. That's why this decision is quite tough.
I think personally I'd go with Arven. We can go for the Ultra Ball and the
No,
Sparkling
to
Crystal.
się
And then we
o,
have both.
wybieramy
It's not ideal to be
Arwena,
discarding
mamy
some of these cards in hand
ognisto,
because
no
they are
kuźwa, no,
phenomenal,
ale
but
trudne
at least
wybory
it
się
gives
trafiają.
you the option. It gives the possibility of an attack from a Dragapult on this turn. Going for Night Stretcher. What are we going to take out of the discard pile? Going to go for a Dracloak, maybe taking the slower approach here. Yeah, gone for the slow approach. We're not going to establish this turn.
It's just with that Ultra Ball, I don't think Nathan had enough cards to really discard and have everything. He would have needed to get the energy, get the Sparkling Crystal. So close, right? Arven almost got him there. But now he at least has to evolve so he doesn't lose to the boss that Gabriel knows he has access to with that Forest Seal Stone. Things are looking really bad here for Nathan.
They really are. Unfortunately, Nathan has made every stride to try and make a comeback here, but unfortunately still
No,
just a few
nie pozwala to
cards
troszeczkę
short
faktycznie,
of
no
those
bo...
impressive combinations we need
Co, palimy bossa,
to
tak?
make it back
No
into
to
this
palimy
game. Go
bossa
for the
na
boss's order from the
Alakazama.
Radiant Alakazam, great move, trying to disrupt Gabriel back, kind of give
No
him a
i
taste
to
of his
jak
own
to
medicine,
tylko
and
się
we're gonna
da,
instant charge
widzę.
for 3 more cards and ending our turn with that.
This is so good for Nathan. That boss's order is so key. The Professor Turo has been exhausted. The rescue board is right now attached to the Dracloak on the bench. So I think Nathan will get himself a turn to really have a little bit of breathing room. I don't know that Gabriel can piece out an attack this turn. However, he did Forest Seal Stone for something. I don't know what that is, but that could be the key card to attack this. Oh, he has a switch!
Oh, brilliant! There we go. There's the switch straight
O,
into the Dragapult. Once again, Forest Seal Stone.
No i chyba już boss chyba w Rotoma?
Indeed,
Czy jak?
per game.
For the
Chyba bardziej by już boss Rotoma.
which is so crucial, forcing even more cards from Nathan and preemptively attaches energy to the Radiant Alakazam to make sure that he doesn't find himself in the same spot as he was this turn. Gabriel one turn
No,
away
nie do wygrania już
from
teraz.
potentially winning this game. Everything going well for him.
Big hit, taking down not only the Dracloak inactive with the energy, but placing more damage counters for the future. Rotom looking pretty shaky on the bench there as well, I imagine, because one boss's orders does take that down for a guaranteed game winning move. Nathan going in with a nest ball, exhausting all options. It's not over yet. The game is still afoot. Going for a Duskull. Not a bad option now, thinning the deck, and is still possible to use, but only one would be possible.
Now we do have enough cards in hand, right, to be able to Arven for that Ultra Ball that you were talking about and get our attack finally going, finally get a Dragapult established. That Duskull, though, is very likely going to be the target of some damage counters from the upcoming Phantom Dive.
Very much so.
It's gonna become even ghostlier.
Okay, there's the attach for turn. Now we need an evolution and a Sparkling Crystal to continue to stay in this game.
Have a
Coś tutaj...
counter available
Counter
as
catcher?
well. He's
Tak,
gonna
counter
bring
catcher
up
Luniona,
the
Iono,
Lunion
musimy
now,
jakoś...
and we're gonna Iono now. Important to note, Gabriel has used a Professor Turo, has used his switch,
No
but
się owieć chujowo
more
od
importantly,
razu.
he placed two
Z
copies
Nathan,
of
no tak,
Professor
robimy,
Turo's.
no nie mamy
Finding
wejścia,
it on
robimy
Iron 2 is a
disrupt,
whole other question, but
Gasta.
he does have the possibility, or with a single energy, he's fine, right? But
No i w końcu
taking
jest
a
draga.
Dominion, I think would be really, really powerful, because then you can reuse it to find whatever
Sweet.
support you might need later.
No nie znalazł energii.
Quite right. This, okay. This recon directive a little tricky. A decision between Dracloak and Switch. Neither super useful right now, sadly.
Nathan did not find the sparkling crystal, did find the Dragapult, but Gabriel taking down that energy last turn. So important, and we're just gonna see instant charge. There's
Tak,
the
o
energy
nie,
back
no
up,
to mamy
and
grę
we're gonna go
trzecią.
ahead and go to a game 3.
Congratulations, bringing that back. Gabriel with a big
Tak, no to mamy 1-1, mamy grę trzecią, energia zajona, no to widać. Jezu. Znaczy, no to i tak można było po prostu to oddać i się nie męczyć, ale no kurde, no chłop się męczył, no.
Go in either of their favor for this game 3. Very decisive.
Tak, mamy teraz grę trzecią tym razem. No zobaczymy jak będzie w Mastersach, no bo jeszcze mamy... No. Też wojnę płci. W jeszcze ciekawszym wydaniu. No właśnie, jeden operuje duchami, a drugi właśnie operuje.
To have any sort of decent board. He was never able to find a lance. He couldn't get more than one Dreepy into play, and by the time he got it, it was too late. So let's take a look at what happened in this game 2 so far.
My word, Radiant Alexam didn't expect that, but
No
really
widać, że Nathan już tak się fajnie rozwijał. Dużym błędem faktycznie było w ogóle spalenie kryształu. Mógł zostawić ten kryształ tak naprawdę właściwie w późniejszym momencie. Jakby zostawił ten kryształ, no to kurde, no wyglądałoby to trochę inaczej, no bo spalenie kryształu jest trochę smutne. Tak, no i tym samym mamy 1-1 i mamy grę trzecią.
We saw the complete opposite this game as in game 1. Gabriel was the one who was in a commanding position the whole time, and Nathan had no help from the draw, from the disruption, missed the crucial pieces at the right time, and that's why we are heading into game 3 now. It'll be interesting to see who Nathan decides, Nathan decides whether to go first or second.
Zobaczymy, co tam jeszcze wymyślę. Wsadzić małpiszona, klapery. Zobaczymy. No dobra. No to mamy 1-1, czyli mamy jeszcze grę trzecią. No niestety Nathan miał w drugiej, no prizy. Najgorsze, no jakie się da.
Goodness gracious, Amy, I am ecstatic for this game 3, and I think we have enough time to where time finishing shouldn't be a factor, and we should see a complete game 3.
I completely agree, and I'm nervous, to be honest with you, Pablo. I am really nervous because this is so close. This is down to the wire. You can feel the nerves in the room emanating, and honestly, either player could win. They are both so talented, and this really is coming down to just who manages to disrupt, damage, and take out the other side. Is Badu or Dusk Noir the way to go?
And I mean, so far we haven't really seen both decks at
Albo to i to.
right? We didn't see Monkey Dory come into play.
No to game start. O, Nathan też gra w swojego Bediu, więc... Budef! Aha, tym razem w prizach mamy jednego Drippy, Dragapulta i dwa Bady Buffy z Boss's Order, które najgorzej jak się boss sparizuje.
That's rather lucky, as having two Buddy Puffin prize, but one in the hand. Yes, please. We would love that on turn one of the game. If you are having to go first, then obviously that's a brilliant start. Making sure you're solidifying your own board state before your opponent runs away with it. I think Gabriel has no doubt that he's rather happy with that starting hand. And Nathan's starting with his own Badoo this time.
Tak. No właśnie, Badiuś w końcu jest. Pierwszy raz widzimy u Nathana Badiu, który no tym razem jest teraz, że na aktywie, a dwa...
It's all on the line here. It's the last game of the series. Whoever wins here will be the international champion. So making sure he's very aware of what resources he does and doesn't have access to.
Absolutely. I applaud both players for being able to memorize this. I'd be writing it down because I don't think in this high pressure situation I'd be able to remember, even if I'd established what's in the prize cards. I think I'd be able to remember off the cuff. These are very stressful games. Although both players have been in this position previously, it of course is still very nerve-wracking.
Oh, it certainly is. I don't think like that feeling in the stomach, you know, that you feel when everything is on the line, when you're about to achieve so much success or you have already achieved it. I don't think that feeling ever goes away.
Absolutely, completely agreed. So we're going with the rescue board, of course, on our Dreepy, which is nice to be able to retreat it with no cost. So that's excellent for Gabriel. And now really it's just going to be a case of solidifying that board as much as possible before passing, knowing that an itchy pollen is on its way. But whose pollen will be itchier?
Well, it seems like Gabriel had second thoughts on perhaps retreating into that Badoo, because in the end, whoever attacks the other Badoo first does have a slight advantage, right? If we have a 3-hit KO situation of the Badoos, whoever attacks first will have that advantage.
But I didn't have Itchy Pollen taking a knockout on my potential finals bingo card.
I mean, we could see either player perhaps try to avoid that or be a bit more aggressive with a bite here and there, right? Gabriel does have access to Monkey Dory if he does find that darkness energy, but under item lock it's going to be so much more difficult. So I honestly would not be surprised to see that Itchy Pollen interaction right here, unless Nathan is able to utilize Curse Blast finally this game.
Nathan going for the double Buddy Puffin, having a little look at the prize cards once again. Dustclops in there, double Nest Ball and Pheasantipity. I'm not loving these prize cards, Pablo.
Nope.
No ja, znowu Fez w prizach! Dwa Nestbole, jeszcze Feza! Co tu się odwaliło?
Those are decent. Sometimes you're very glad that you find a boss after you take a prize card, right, of your prizes.
Co tam się odpiernicza? Będziemy mieć, nie.
The next turn, no longer possible, but I think I saw a land, so that's the perfect card to play when you're under the Itchy Pollen lock.
Wow, yeah, that is absolutely ideal. Over on Nathan's side of the board, looking really solid after that double Buddy Puffin with 3 Dreepy, a Fire Energy attached to 1 and a Dusk.
Co tam się odwaliło? Powiedzcie. Znowu Fez w prizach. Say what?
Both boards looking quite good. I think we might finally see both decks running at their full engine, Amy. So far we've had half a Dragapult deck against half a Dragapult deck, and wow, not only the Monkey Dory with the darkness energy, but the lance as well. How does this happen?
This is
znowu się widać. Znowu Gabrielowi udał się lance za to.
Monkey Dory with the darkness energy already attached. Absolutely perfect, giving that deck a good shuffle, and will be able to move damage around with Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain ability momentarily.
Gabriel is so aware that finding all these pieces just like raw in your hand after your opponent Ionos you, the chances of that happening are so low. But in order to become champion, you have to be very good. You have to have a very good deck, and sometimes you need that sprinkling of luck to go your way. And after that game 1,
chyba będziemy się walili Itchy Pollenami jak do samej śmierci.
See that the Monkey Dory might be the factor that takes Gabriel into a leading position in this game 3 of our seniors finals. So going ahead and looking like we're going to go for the item lot. We're going to move that damage counter using Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain ability over to the opposing Badu, and then our own Itchy Pollen will lead our Gabriel's Badu into the lead of the Badu battle.
This is incredible to see. Now the damage from Badu working against itself, and now Nathan in a very awkward spot where if he chooses to go again, his body will go down. So Nathan actually choosing to commit to a knockout with bite once again. How have we seen 2 bites this round, Amy? What?
I love it. Biting their way back, literally. Badu goes down, and now over to Gabriel's turn. Unfortunately for Nathan, board looking not too hot. Otherwise, really on the back foot with no draw engine available, but 2 Duskull. That could be what brings it back. We're really using the differences of these decks against one another. The Radiant Alakazam coming into play with an S-Ball as well.
Now those 2 damage counters on the Badu will be utilized to be able to take a 2-price turn, possibly on double Dreepy, leaving Nathan with no energy on the board.
Jezusie, zawsze ma tego lensa w łapie ten Gabriel.
Running on full steam right now. That Iono feels like he handpicked his 6 cards. How does he do it?
Oh my word, we've seen fantastic draws from both players, but this feels like it's really taking the cake. We're going for those recon directives still. Wowza, I am absolutely astounded. We still need to see the Dragapult evolution. But other than that, we've got the Dracloak on the bench with the energy. We're ready to rumble. We just need to see the evolution and then where those damage counters are going to end up. But the flexibility of being able to move damage counters from Gabriel's deck is astounding.
There's the Dragapult, had an Ultra Ball already, found a Professor Turo as well. Gabriel has all the pieces in his hand right now. There's the Dragapult. Are we going to see a double knockout on the active and a Duskull, or are we going to see a double Dreepy knockout?
Wow, looks like we're going for the double Dreepy as Professor Turo's scenario comes down.
Is that going to pick up the Radiant Alakazam? Make sure it's not a liability for next turn.
We're considering the Pheasantipity instead. Again, Pheasantipity being a little bit of a liability itself, and then we could rebench it later to flip the script. We could also flip the script a second time if we pick it up with Professor Turo's scenario and bench it again now, but I feel like that might be risky.
Nathan ma dużo pecha. Okay.
Quite risky, especially if we don't need too many other cards. We're going to see Luminium preemptively be benched. I'm guessing there's a Force Seal Stone to go along with that.
There we go. Oh, for the unfair stamp, using every single card in Gabriel's pocket, making sure to disrupt Nathan as much as humanly possible. What a play.
Tak, Roya, unfair stamp. Czyli najgorsza zmora.
He's been heavily punished both times. Now he's going to have 2 cards to work with, his top deck, and a single Dreepy in play. Now, we did see him be completely fine in game 1 in that situation, but can he do it 2 games in a row?
I'm not sure. We're going to be living off that top deck one more time. We're going to have 3 cards total for Nathan to make this comeback because there's no card draw on board. So let's see if we can see what those 3 cards are. Oh, we've got a Dracloak at least. That's a handy card. That'll give us an extra.
1 more card potentially. We're gonna see. I have to imagine Gabriel's gonna just knock out 2 Dreepies, right? You take the prizes, and then you're gonna start using Curse Blast. That just gets you closer to winning. So the difference in both players' boards is
let's go.
Like what?
Absolutely. Okay, pop in the Defiance Vest, possibly on the Pheasantipity just to give it a little bit of extra wiggle room, but it only activates if you're behind on the prize cards, and Gabriel is very much about to go ahead in the prize cards. We're going to, yes, put some damage on that other Dreepy and take out 2. Badu, of course, being the choice into the active as it has a free retreat cost, but also we might need to Itchy Pollen in the future.
Goodness gracious, now we're committed to the Dracloak, so no Dragapult this turn.
Oh no.
There is a counter catcher found, but there's no way for them to be trapped. What can Nathan do here? Get another Dreepy into play with that body puffin, and Ichi Pollen, is that all?
It might well be. I mean,
Teraz
we've
znowu
already used our
będzie
rescue
badyka.
board. I suppose we could counter capture something and hope that
Kurde,
Gabriel
trudno
doesn't have
się
the energy in
wylosowało.
hand again to be able to attach and retreat. That might buy us some time with Badu using Itchy Pollen, but it would be a bit of a Hail Mary.
And this is where Gabriel's deck is really making a difference. The Adrenabrain has come into play. The On-First Stamp has come into play. And he also plays a higher energy count than most. He's playing 8 total energy in his Dragapult TX deck, making it more likely we see a Boss's Orders. I'm guessing we're going to see an energy to retreat. We see the damage transferred from the Pheasantipity onto the Dreepy, so now we just need the energy. I'm guessing he has it because he played the boss.
O nie, energię ma, o ja widzę już energię. Tak, Gabriel dorwał energię, którą mu pozwoli. Chyba możemy już się poddawać. Można już kapitulować. No to chyba można już skapitulować. Tak swoją drogą. Więc
I think a comeback is nigh impossible, Pablo.
I always call it and I'm always burned, but I'm gonna call it again.
No tak, Nathan wiedziałem, że będzie tak. Nathan poddaje grę i Gabriel Fernandez wygrywa 2-1. No bo niestety, kurde no. Recon Directive 5. Tak, Gabriel wygrywa. Tak, to będzie przyszły Master. Ale tak propos Master.
The power of Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory with
Kurde, ja cały czas myślę o Monkey Dory, bo Monkey Dory, a ma sens na przykład rekompensuje.
Especially in this mirror match finals. Obviously, that was the right call, making all the difference. Everyone seems so proud, my word.
No i przechodzimy teraz do Mastersów. Do bardzo ciekawego meczu pomiędzy wielgachnym smokiem a krabem. Tak, no to było do przyjścia, że poddać. No kurde, mieć 2 razy Fezana w prizach to jest takie set, że ja cię sunę.
Really powerful turns. Nathan recovered perfectly off of that on first stamp and was able to take over the game because Gabriel ran out of steam.
Absolutely, unfortunately.
No i ciekawe jest. No i teraz będzie taki czy Yuki Okada znowu wygra ten sezon z Invite'em i by dołączył do Henry'ego Chala?
Perfectly at that moment. There's the Dragon Head, but there's the knockout. Then Nathan was able to respond thanks to that amazing flip the script.
It was absolutely bonkers. I am going to live by that being the best flip the script I've ever seen, getting the exact 3 cards we needed to make a colossal comeback.
Yep, and you could tell Nathan was very pleased. Gabriel wasn't with how that game played out. Gabriel tried his best to respond, but it always felt like he was dealing with everything except the Dragapult, and that ultimately
No oczywiście oba buildy mają oczywiście naszego wrednego skurwibonka, który nazywa się oczywiście Buddha. No ale widać, że drugą. Już te 2 rundy były takie pechowe. No gra sabotaży.
Only a field of trappies after that first KO, and Gabriel was just too far ahead and managed to knock out both the Dracloak eventually.
No i za chwilę przejdziemy do Mastersów. Kurde, ale powiem tak, Gabriel ma dużo szczęścia w lansach. A wiesz, że czasami gra 3? Mogę jeszcze tak zrobić, jeszcze, że
perfectly helpful, especially that unfair stamp, which
finally stuck. Tak pomagają.
Yeah, unfair stamp made all the difference. There was no Pheasantipity possibility for Nathan as it was priced, and that allowed Gabriel to close this out. We do have him at the stage ready to go for an interview.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the big stage at EUIC. Adam Skarzik-Watson here with our winner, our EUIC senior champion, Gabriel
Nie ma kamery,
Fernandez.
no cam. Muszę telefon wysłać. Niestety.
All right, let's see what he's got to say, folks. What's going through your head right now?
I just want to thank.
O nie! O nie! O, jeszcze się zepsuło coś. No nie! No i duta. Co się stało? Co się stało? Pewnie problemy techniczne chyba. Justoń, mamy mały problem. Chyba jest problem. Coś się musiało zepsuć niestety. Niestety.
I had a chance to speak with your brother yesterday, and he was giving you big credit for this deck. And are you so excited to just rub his face in it?
So my brother got top 8 as well, and no surprise on the deck list because he played on stream. He did very well. Unfortunately, he lost, but I created this deck originally based off Tord, but I changed so much, and the list just became better. It felt a really good deck while I was testing, and I just didn't lose to anything in tests, so I brought it here, and it got me the dub.
And that is indeed a big dub, Gabriel. Congratulations once again. Give it up for him, folks.
No to już dobra, już.
He found a deck he loved, saw the potential, brought it here fearlessly, and won. And we are going to kick things back over to the desk after one more shout out.
Metafy guide in 1 hour.
You heard it here first, folks. We're kicking it back over to the desk so we can kick off Masters Finals.
No i dobra, mamy Rosa Gilberta, no i przechodzimy oczywiście do chyba głównego mięska armatniego, czyli turnieju Mastersów pomiędzy właśnie Natalie a Ryuki. Czyli Dragapult z Klofem. Takiego połączenia tak, Natalie Miller versus Ryuki Okada. Naprawdę wiele...
And it is a story of this tournament. The presumptive best deck coming in, still a phenomenal deck coming out of this game. And we've got Terapagos and Cloth. They're waiting in the wings. Ryuki's already won regional championships.
No, zacznijmy od tego, że Ryuki Okada ma już na koncie, gdzie rzecz jasna, o, teraz jest a nie, jest. Tak, no tak, Ryuki Okada i Natalia Miller. Ale naprawdę ciekawy. Cloth Terapagos versus Draga. No, warto zaznaczyć, że to Ryuki Okada, no, właśnie wypromował Pulta z duchami, który oczywiście... O, Vini. A tu jest Vini Fernandez, czyli brat Gabriela, tam był chyba, z tego co widzę, w finale. Wcześniej mieliśmy młodszego brata Gabriela, a tutaj jest Vini Fernandez, to jest ten starszy właśnie, bo to są zabrać.
A third game, lots of 2-0s throughout the top cut, but we showed both of the semi-finals on stream yesterday, and I'm talking to a lot of people yesterday, you know, asking them what they think of the final, and I'm hearing a lot of players who are chuffed about the matchup in terms of decks, but are also chuffed about the matchup in terms of players. because these are two popular players, two WoW-like players, two players an awful lot of people are rooting for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we just look at the other side of the bracket, Natalie Miller had to best that Snorlax in top 8, piloted by Rone. In the semi-finals, had to best that Archaludon EX,
No tak,
piloted
no
by
i
Simone, Fiorito,
tak, Vini Fernandez, no bo Gabriel to jest ten od... No odegrał. Ale będzie naprawdę ciekawie.
We know there's a lot of tricks with Terrapagos, but we know that Dragapult is a naturally very, very strong deck. We saw it obviously win in seniors, it kind of had no choice, but it didn't stand up to Lugia in the juniors finals, couldn't quite get that extra step. So for Dragapult, is it 2 out of 3, or is it only winning the mirror?
Well, it's going to be one of the most interesting things because a player like Ryuki, who obviously has already won a regional championships here in Europe, but playing and piloting a Dragapult deck already, so he knows all those intricacies.
He's familiar, yeah.
So again, we've already spoken so many times about both of these players, in fact, just having that adaptability, that versatility to pick up different decks and pilot it to such a high level of standard. I mean, this is what makes this game so interesting.
Yeah, it really is, and I love that storyline where Ryuki comes to Dortmund Regionals, wins the whole thing with Dragapult, when Dragapult was not necessarily the best deck in the format. It was kind of there, but not really number one. Now Dragapult is number one in the format, and it is in the final, but not piloted by Ryuki, piloted by his opponent, Natalie, and he's gone on to Terrapagos Claw, which, I mean, look, at this stage, I don't doubt anything Ryuki does because they won 2 direct
Tak, Natalie gra tu 3.
Europe, and they are a Japanese player. They live in Tokyo. They are not from this region, but they've come over twice, and both times they've taken that direct invite.
Yeah, it's an incredible feat, and I mean, in talking about incredible feats, prior to this European International Championships, both myself
No fajnie byłoby zobaczyć, co tam jeszcze grało, bo tak, wiemy, że Pero grał Goldengo.
You're in a pretty good spot here because one of those cards is actually in the
Cox grał.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we see trainers predictions.
Tak, Dragapult, Klof, tak, kilka nawet Natalii Miller, więc naprawdę będzie interesująco. Warto zaznaczyć, że już Ryuki dostał tego invite'a za oczywiście Dortmund.
Yeah, no, and it coincides with exactly who we think in this particular matchup, that Terrapagos Claw deck.
No więc teraz przechodzimy do finałów Mastersów. No co można by tak naprawdę... O! W sumie pozbyć się kamerki. No i to będzie ten... no, koniec, tak? No i mamy oczywiście dwóch naprawdę utalentowanych zawodników. To też z dużymi osiągnięciami. Ryuki miał jeszcze na końcu oczywiście osiągnięcia w swoim ojczystym kraju. Tak, no Perf top 32, Dortmund właśnie wspomniany czempion, top 16 w Kujace, no a sama Natalii ma oczywiście, no i Kyoto top 16 w zeszłym sezonie, Perf w tym sezonie, no naprawdę bogato. Więc zapnijcie pasy, bo mamy krawa w akcji. Okej, dwa dripli, deska i 2 komplety energii Iono. Co to u Ryokiego? Ja, jeden blending Mochi, Kieran i Budesz, ale gra 2. No właśnie, fakt, że są 2 małe diabongi się sprajzowały, nie, Drippy, moje dzieci się sprajzowały.
Yeah, that binding Mochi, there's 3 of them that can be played, and we were counting them in Ryuki's top 4 game. We spent the whole of that game counting the binding Mochi, seeing how many were left, because, you know, that extra damage was such a big deal for getting so many of those KOs. There's a fist bump, ladies and gentlemen, in the crowd, make some noise!
No i dobra, mamy Fezzy Mopa. Tak, no a teraz już widać pomysł samego prosto z Japonii, czyli... O nie! Czyżby Natalii miała problem? No niestety tutaj obie ręce są bolesne. No niestety. Ajajaj.
From some of those tips and tricks that we've already mentioned and started talking about in Ryuki's deck, those poisoned opportunities with that Petra run to try and take an easy KO and actually end the game sometimes on his first turn. But this is the opportunity to do that first deck search here and actually identify exactly what is available. Actually, hang on, this is actually...
Yeah, that double turbo. Yeah, I took a bit of a... what are we looking at?
The support has been played. Does that mean Natalie actually went first and it was just a pass back over?
Oh, if this is turn 1 for Ryuki after
O
Natalie's
Jezus, jak się rozkręcił! O nie, no to było pierwsze szybkie Game 1. Niestety. Pierwszą rundę wygrywa Ryuki Okada i to bardzo błyskawicznie. Nie minęły nawet wyznaczone minuty, a już... Kurde... Wygrana po stronie Ryukiego, no niestety Natalie miała poważnego donga. Kurde, miał wszystko. Czy Ryuki zdobędzie drugą wygraną? Tak, pierwsza runda była bardzo szybka i to dosłownie nie minęło nawet pół godziny, a już mamy pierwszą szalę przewagi na Ryukiego. Ajajaj, to była szybka runda. Kurde, tak szybka, że nikt by się nie kapnął. Tak, taka szybka, że nikt się nie zorientował, jak poszło szybko. Tak, no i oczywiście mamy te śmieszne kraby.
It makes me happy, but that's why Ryuki was willing to get rid of that double turbo energy, because you only need one. He had a second, and like you say, precious trolley, get the claw and everything else, get that KO. There's my...
Kurde, ale się wysetapował Ryuki? Tak, zanim się zobaczyliście, ciekawe czy jak szybko, może tym razem nie będzie donga i może zobaczymy pełny, soczysty mecz. Co nie, bo pierwsze to było bardzo szybkie. Nie zorientowalibyście, że skończyła się pierwsza runda. Bo to było tak szybkie, jak nie jeden ping-pong.
Yeah, one of the top players in the game. That was just a very unfortunate thing. Right, I've been here since we started doing these EU streams in 2016. I've been here for, well, I'm in my 9th year doing this. I have never seen any game in any match end that quickly. I'm not talking about a final, I'm not talking about an IC, I mean any game in any tournament. I have never seen a 1 minute 10-second game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is actually incredible sort of scenes to actually see what's happening here as our players are still setting up for game 2, of course. But just in the lead up and build up to this actual stream finals match here, just to let everyone know, Natalie actually has bested Cloth Terapagos twice during her run to the finals, whilst Ryuki's also 3-0 against Bolt, or Dragapult EX I should say, so this really can go swings and roundabouts here, back and forth.
So the question is Ryuki really good against Dragapult? And, you know, this is just a Terapagos exception. Or is Natalie's Dragapult really good against Cloth and this is a Dragapult exception? One of these players is going to have their streak broken of being really good against the other decks. One of these players is the exception whereby their deck can go against it, but here we go.
Dobra, tu już mamy lepszy start po stronie Natalii. Dobra, tu mamy dużo lepszy start, no z tego powodu, że mamy już w końcu bolwę. I chyba co ciekawe, mamy już znacznie lepsze narzędzia.
Very small HP Pokemon in the active spot, so we need to get something else going here as well, as there is that discard of that rescue board and the counter catcher for a chance for Natalie to have a little look through those prizes.
O ja, znowu tak? Znaczy teraz już są lepsze, ale...
Dragapult, one Dracloak, not ideal, not the end of the world. Obviously, it's 4-4-3 line is generally standard. Yeah, that's what Natalie's playing here. And then there's that one Dusclops prize, but there are 2 in the deck, so nothing terrible in the prizes for Natalie there. She's going to be able to navigate this one okay. And I know we've seen it on the past 2 games, but just very quickly, Dragapult, you've all been to Dragapult, you've got that attack that does 200 to the active while dropping 6 damage counters on the bench, and that fantastic Stage 1 Drakloak, which has got that recon directive ability, which draws
Tak się gra
extra
4.
cards. Generally speaking, you evolve up into Dragon Ball, you use Phantom Dive to do big damage and take extra prizes, and then we've got some other manipulations of we can get to as we go further into the game.
Yeah, so Natalie Miller right now is just double checking what exactly she has available for the rest of this game. Remember, she's currently 1 game down after just 2 minutes, and will be looking to try and mount a massive comeback here. I believe there is a Dreepy also in hand, does have access now to the Rotom to help set up the board state, use that instant charge, draw cards up so that on future turns we'll be able to start combating back at the Cloth Terrapagos deck.
Yeah, the player that goes first on their first turn is not allowed to play a supporter and not allowed to attack, so we use Rotom's instant charge to draw 3 cards, because if it's going to end your turn anyway, well, you couldn't do anything else, you might as well instant charge. And then we go over to Ryuki and their Terrapagos deck.
No dobra, no co tu się dzieje teraz? No
something that we've seen
dalej.
in more recent times as well, especially combined with that Terrapagos EX and utilizing that Aereo Zero under depths here. So we do see the Ultra Ball discarding, that Carmine and the switch cart, I believe,
Jeden
as well,
Baliu
as we get a
poszedł.
chance for Ryuki
Dał
to
Kiera
work
znowu
out
walnej
his
moci.
prizes now. One of those
Znaczy,
budgies
jeden
again, one of
Baliu,
those
no.
binding mochis, that Kieran's another
Ale
potential
wózek nie.
switching out as well, or opportunity to deal more damage against EX Pokemon. So again, nothing too bad here, and there's an opportunity for Ryuki really just to start the initiative by getting all of those combo pieces.
And it's going to be, this is a game that's going to test our mathematical skills here, Alex, because what we basically got, we got that Terrapagos. It does 30 damage for each of your bench Pokemon. Generally, we use double turbo, so it's reduced by 20. Now, 200
A, może tym razem nie będzie trwało w ogóle, nie wiadomo, jakieś 2 minuty.
It doesn't do enough damage. But then we play around with poison. We use binding mochi, which does extra damage if you are poisoned. Radiant Asui and Sneasler that adds poison damage. And maybe even that Kieran. So we build up that damage much higher than normal. Right now, we've got ourselves Oranguru. When it's in the active, you search for any 2 Pokemon tool cards. That's a good thing.
Yeah, back order, a really, really useful ability.
No jeszcze mamy Kierana tutaj w grze, kurde.
Deck, when you're having to piece together all of those.
Why is there energy on Oranguru?
Doesn't want to discard it away, maybe sort of just going through a different motion here. Remember, trying to utilize that double turbo energy to retreat as well, because it does require 2 energies. Maybe get into something like a Bidoof himself and maybe start locking out Natalie in this game initially, because it's just that one Dreepy.
Yeah, generally speaking, Oranguru not a good attacker, and you only play 4 double turbo energy, and that really is what you use for both Terrapagos or Cloth, which are your 2 attackers in the deck. But it was going to be discarded anyway. Here comes Precious Trolley, and we don't have areas.
No i mamy jeszcze Buzio. No to leci wózeczek z Lidla. No i wózek z Lidla nam tu zaoferuje niemałe doznania. Ciekawe zagranie.
Could we see Oranguru doing 130 damage at some point?
Maybe, but I'd like to think that there's going to be a retreat here, and then with Itchy Pollen and the Brute Bonnet Poison will actually be a potential knockout here into that opposing Bidoof with the poison, because it's 10 damage with Itchy Pollen, and then the Sneasler allowing to tick over the damage counters from the poison. Status check-up between turns.
And very important, as we pointed out on the stream yesterday, 10 damage was done, and the KO happened with poison.
Czym są te hooki i o co tu chodzi?
Check-up, which means Pheasantipity's flip the script does not work. What does work, however, Lance. Go get free Dragon Pokemon.
O, no za to są Lancy. No to mamy go. Mamy to, mamy to.
To see in more recent tournaments, especially since the release of Prismatic Evolutions, and of course that Bidoof in that active position for Ryuki there, because the Lance is able to just be utilized to effectively utilize just like a Buddy Poffin, but you're actually just grabbing any of your Dragon-type Pokemon, and here we do see that he's just going for that Dreepy.
Chociaż udostępnianie to musi być...
Beginning to just start set up that board as well.
No,
Recon
tak,
Director
idziemy
now
chyba w
live
powolny set.
with that energy, fire energy attached Drakloak as well. So one goes to the hand, one goes to the bottom of the deck.
No, Ryuki tak dobrze operuje tym. Czyżby Krab wygrał nad Wielkim Smokiem?
And then Lance will go and get you free Dracloak, and then you've got free Recon Directive, and then you're drawing a whole bunch of cards. The fact that Natalie's got one Dracloak on the board and nothing else tells you two things. But mostly it tells you she didn't get enough Dreepy out on turn one. Not her fault, she didn't have the cards to do it. But it means, you know, even though this game is obviously going better than game one, she's not getting the setup she would generally like. We see a second Dreepy, but the hand is like Arven, Duskull, there's a... Oh, there is another Dreepy. Okay, that's good. I like this.
Yeah, the one other thing is... Maybe we want to have that Rotom V in the active spot. Does elect to use instant charge, drawing 3 cards and ending your turn. Right now, with no Area 0 under depths, there is no space for that Cloth to come down, of course, because that Rotom V is weak to fighting.
It is, but honestly, we see the double turbo coming down on the Terrapagos here. If we see an Area 0
Okej, tutaj mamy znowu oczywiście trującego Budewa.
And a binding Mochi on the Badoo. So Badoo actually does 50 damage here, and then the poison kicks.
Tak, item lock, kurde, no to jest ta piękna zagrywka, polegająca oczywiście na tym, że a dobra, ja będę truł swojego.
Flip the script does not work, and I know I keep saying it, but I keep saying it because it's a huge deal.
Yeah, it's one of the few things
no, największy deal
very, very strong at right now.
Znaczy, to już pult.
Jest.
Dawaj, pulczem.
Allow his opponent not to be able to activate flip the script.
No,
I know Yuki's played against a friend of mine during Swiss rounds.
Czy to będzie zaś jakiś szybki sztyl? Jak to się mówi?
Showing exactly how to do it.
Yeah, he does it over and over again. There was one point on the stream yesterday, he actually took a KO with damage, not poison.
No, jak Yuki grał, no to też był taki dosyć szybki szpil. Delikatnie rzecz ujmując.
TCG Masters final of the European International Competition here. Would we see a Badoo take the first 2 prizes?
Czy ma Arvena? Chyba będzie zagrywać Arvena po Ultrabola i... Co? Chyba na to wygląda, ale jest... A, jeszcze jest A nie, no nie może. No, czyli jednak musi być Silstone. Ultrabol nie może być grany, no. Aha, jajaj.
Last turn. It means that you can get a benefit from having a Pokemon KO'd, but not if it was KO'd by poison during Pokemon checkup. Here comes a Forest Seal Stone on the Rotom to search for any card, which I believe was that Dragapult. Now we're going to be seeing an attack. What you really want, you want them to do on the bench, so you can KO it with the damage counters from Phantom Dive. You don't actually want to do 200 to Badoo in the active.
No, absolutely. You want to get true and maximum value from sort of the attacks that you're launching, especially with a deck when you're manipulating damage with that Phantom Dive.
No, 70, no.
Attack announced here from Natalie in this TCG Masters final that Badoo has gone down, and it looks like just kind of double checking what's available here from
no dobra, co my tu mamy?
Guru goes to the active spot, has free retreat of course because of that Skyliner ability on the Latias EX. So a number of options here because that hand hasn't been disrupted at the same time.
No, here we go with that back order ability.
No dobra, mamy tutaj znowu odchudzanie
poprzez...
poprzez...
remember the name of that Oranguru ability coming into this weekend. It's going to be a long time before I forget it now. But here is the thing. Ryuki won game 1. They went up 2 prizes in game 2. They've not yet had to deal with a fresh Dragapult, and this is the challenge right now. Can you get up to that 320? And the answer is...
No i co tu tak, odchudzanko, chyba będzie wchodzi Vezan.
Let's see how high Ryuki can go. But remember, because you're up by a couple of prizes, and there will be opportunities later, it's not the end of the world if you don't get a one-hit KO. It would just be nice.
No dobra, no już mamy Skibidina.
And there is a flip the script for 3 cards. And again, that Hisuian heavy ball coming down, making life a lot
chyba nie wiem, czy wraca nasza wredna bulwa? Bulwa. No jest, zaraz chyba będzie wredna słodka bulwa.
We've already said on stream before, we've had opportunities to try and search for prizes and actually struggled at times.
There has been more than one time I've searched my deck for a card, been annoyed that it was prized, and then just drawn it 2 turns later because I did not check my deck well enough. It's also worth noting the 2 cards Ryuki probably most wants from his prizes were at the top, so even just shuffling those prizes, putting that Kieran down a space, that is actually pretty nice because that extra damage could be a big deal. So, we're eyeing it up. There's the boss's orders on the Rotom. Why go to all the effort of trying to get a KO on a Dragapult when Rotom works just as well? Now we retreat into Terrapagos, and with the poison, an easy KO on Rotom. We haven't even seen Area Zero Underdepths yet. We don't even need it.
Yeah, Binding Mochi and then the poison ticker.
No i kolejny boss. Czyżby Ryuki wygra?
Has enabled the knockout on that Rodent V once again, Ross. Another sticky scenario for Natalie to find herself in and really backs up against the wall as Ryuki has taken 4 prizes now in this game 2 of this European International Championship.
Okay, so here's a nice little quiz for you, Alex. Was that KO taken by damage or was it taken by poison?
Poison.
Of course it was taken by poison. We had 130 damage plus a 40 for the Binding Mochi is 170 and then the poison came in and KO'd. Fezandipti
Ale w końcu mamy to.
hasn't even benched Fezandipti in this game.
A przynajmniej możemy itemy grać. No to jest ważne. Terrapagos? Ja Terrapagos z krabem. W pierwszej to był w ogóle jakiś szybki sztil. Kiedy wystarczy zacząć z Feza już jesteśmy
in the active spot has 220. Even with a poison ticker, it's only going to go down to 10 HP.
To nie jest zwykły Terrapagos. To jest zatruty. Żółw. To jest top 8? Nie, to są finały. To są finały.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying, but there is the options of utilizing something like the Dusclops, but it's such a bit of a glass cannon right now because you're giving up a prize if you utilize Curse
Oruguruvi? Tak, Oruguruvi, który oczywiście nazywa się w tym cudnym deku jest używany, no. Długo nie był używany, ale dopiero teraz jest używany. Tak. Się zastanawiam się, jak to zrobić. Nie mam pomysłu. No i mamy Iono, żeby zrobić większy disruption.
Boss's orders. Right now, different supporter, it's an Iono.
Yeah, now this is super important here, that Iono just trying to limit what Ryuki may have access to, especially when this is actually quite a difficult knockout to get in from Natalie's side of the board. Right?
No mamy ten Talowsimon, który by tylko utrudnił.
Status checker between turns will still have 10 HP remaining. And that's just when Natalie has to start figuring out her game plan of taking multiple prizes on a particular turn.
And that is really what this Dragapult deck excels in doing. Using the residual damage from Phantom Dive, plus the damage on the active from Phantom Dive, plus your Dusclops, all bundled together into a big
Temple of Simon, żeby właśnie trochę spowolnić. Dobra, to ma sens. Znaczy ja żebym dobrał Ryuki.
The deck is built for that. That Temple of Sinnoh has to go away.
Yeah, this is going to be really vital here. I'm really interested.
No to ma sens. Nie pozwalamy mu dobrać.
As we're just double checking exactly what that Phantom Dive 6 damage counters are going to be dropped onto on Ryuki's side of the board. There, it's back over to Ryuki here. Could be an important turn, of course, to figure out exactly how this is going to work because that Temple of Sinnoh is in play. One of the really cool, interesting interactions, if another double turbo energy is found, it does mean it doesn't.
Najgorsze jest to, że musi spalić 2 energie, kuźwa.
Double turbo energy.
Znaczy, tutaj już pojawia się pewne riski po stronie Rookiego, bo po pierwsze, no jeżeli no, będzie atakował no, Terapagosem, no to dojdzie do oddania 2 prizów. Ciężko to 2 ostatnie prizy ma zgarnąć? Znaczy doszło do Iona.
What do we see?
The stadium straightens a hand with another double turbo energy as well, so that Temple Sinnoh is now not live.
Dobra, wraca, no tylko, że trzeba też tu pamiętać o jednej rzeczy, że Nestball, no dobra, może Bulwa! Dragapult znający życie raz robi 4 demów i zgarnie 5 prizów.
Kieran would hit 320. Kieran would actually get the KO here. Do we have it? No, we've got a Badoo coming in, and I like this. Ryuki saying, look, I don't need to muck about with all that. I'm going to block your items.
Dobra, teraz blokujemy. Znaczy ona ma bossa, tak?
Just kind of slowing the game down that little bit further, trying to buy himself a little bit more time. Does have double turbo energy, remember, in hand already, so that retreat of that
Lumineon, o, to czyli będzie boss's order. Tak, boss order pójdzie w któregoś tu prizera i tak, i mamy grę trzecią. Tak, Natalie Miller właśnie zrobiła właśnie to, co właśnie napisałeś. Zgarnij 5 prizów. Tym razem mamy game free, więc może nie będzie donga. Módlmy się o to. No, a sam Terapagos już też dostał poisonem. To nie był game tu? Tak. Pierwsza skończyła się bardzo szybko, w 2 minuty. Teraz była gra druga i teraz będzie gra trzecia. Tak. Teraz mamy trzecią grę. A, czyli last game, let's go. Więc tutaj to już i tak było dużo lepiej. Faktem widzieć królowa w finale, to jest najpiękniejsza rzecz, jaką możesz nas zobaczyć, kurde, w tych finałach. No.
So let's take a look back at game 2. We saw the KO on the Badoo with the Badoo, nice and early. Then we saw another Badoo coming down with the boss's orders on the Dreepy, getting a second prize. And then we saw Ryuki really start going ahead.
No nie było łatwo, było dużo item lokowania niestety, co powodowało trochę utrudnień. W ogóle obu graczy przy jezdnych chyba? Tak, Japonia i Australia. Tak, Bulwa nie pomogła. No. Tak, to są przyjezdni. No, Ryuki ma już, warto zaznaczyć, no już Invite'a, który zdobył oczywiście w Dortmundzie, grając Dragapultem z ducha. Ale wiadomo, był to wtedy wówczas inny, więc i nie było wtedy Bulwy. Teraz mamy Terapagosa z krabem.
And yeah, both players laughing, smiling, very good spirits. Ryuki hoping for a little bit of luck coming in here.
Let's hear a cheer for Ryuki for this one final game, everyone. One more time, and then let's all
tak, mamy jeszcze jedną grę.
For Natalie as well. Let's get this game going. Come on.
This is the final TCG game of the entire weekend. Make some noise.
No, coś, no. Wiecie, tym razie, że akurat australijska scena ma skromniejszą listę. Więc chyba zdobyć invite w Australii, chociaż i tak pewnie dostanie, bo tak jak wspomniałem wcześniej, Ryuki Okada już invite'a dostał. Więc to poleci na Natalii.
There we go, a couple of thumbs up.
There we go.
But it's not about you, Ross, okay? It's not about you.
It's not about me, it's about our players, and it is about our crowd here. So much more fun doing this with a nice live crowd full of wonderful people enjoying
Tak,
Pokemon.
ach, czasami bolwy lubią się też praizować.
Does have a basic here though, so that means that we can be getting into game 3. We are ready, we are going. It is
No to mamy tutaj Drippy Heavy Ball.
This is big. Hisuian heavy
No,
ball line to check all
niestety
those
nie ma
progress.
nic, ale za to mamy jeden Unshot Booster Capsule, znowu mamy oczywiście Mochi w prizach, Switch Card, Night Stretcher, Ultra Bola i Arena Zero.
Forest Seal Stone comes out straight away. Obviously that ancient booster energy capsule coming out as well. You're going to need that. Those are the obvious choices for back order. And you get to put it straight
Oj, leci wózek z Lidla. No i mamy wózek. Mamy nasze Precious Trolley, czyli dumny wózek. Mamy cały setuping. O ja, Ryuki Okada wygrywa i to znowu jest szybki szpil. Tak. Tak, Ryuki Okada wygrywa. Aczkolwiek i tak Invite przechodzi tutaj na Australię. Tak, Ryuki Okada ponownie wygrał, kurde, Petaranta wyjął. Kurde, jeszcze wózeczek. Z czego chcieć więcej? Chyba lepiej zacząć pierwszym. Tak. Ryuki wygrał! Woo! No to jednak kraby są potężne. Kurde, i znowu mamy bardzo szybkie Game 3, którego zajęło minutę. To też może przynajmniej będziemy mieli triumf kraba przed rotacją. Tak, no chyba tak szybko skończyliśmy. No niestety Mastersi chyba... Tym samym też można powiedzieć, że to były chyba najszybsze finały w historii w tym sezonie. A, Pecharon wszedł i zatruł. Na chwilę... Tak, wszedł Peczerant. A tu po grze. Tak. Tak, w pierwszej tak było, że Crab, Bonnet i let's go. W drugiej... Tak, wszedł Peczerant i po Drippim. Ciekawe, że nie miała... Znaczy, przydałoby się bardziej zabezpieczać jednak przed krabami. Tak, w grze trzeciej nie wiedzieliśmy nawet, co miała na ręce, a chyba nie miała chyba więcej niż Drippiego. No i wszedł wózek, wszedł Pecherant, zatruwamy i mamy. I tak mecz skończył się w przeciągu minuty. Chyba tym samym też dostaliśmy najszybszy matchup. Tak, najszybszy mecz ever, tak. W tym sezonie już chyba szybciej się nie dało. Uda masz 75 minut i tu się skończyło w przeciągu... Chyba nawet pół minuty nie minęło. No tak, ale Natalii dostaje oczywiście też invite'a, no bo tak jak sami wcześniej, no zwycięzca już go dostał. I'm so happy. Ej, niezła hybryda. Terapagos, Pecherant, Klop. Tak! To jeszcze działa. No niestety musiałem go rozbroić, bo on umiera. Ale przynajmniej może się nacieszyć wygraną. I to jeszcze prestiżowy EUIC. Kurde, no, teraz ostatnio będą oczywiście wirtualne Pokemony. No, karciane się już zakończyły i to jest bardzo szybko. Bo właśnie młodsze grupy wiekowe chyba bardziej się nagrały, a my tu dostaliśmy 3 kisz. No, chyba nie to. No. Kurde, nawet. No to Dortmund wygrał, prawda? Tak. On wygrał Dortmund. Tylko, że on wtedy grał Dragapultem, jeszcze Klopp Terapagos nie istniał. Bo nie było tego wózka idłowego. Znaczy też właśnie spopularyzował ogólnie właśnie Dragapulta z duchami, czyli właśnie...
Thank you so much. This is a player with so much to prove, and he has indeed proven it here, folks. Make sure you keep up with him on social media. Follow his Pokemon journey. We're gonna
A właśnie, będziemy już musieli kończyć, no bo jeszcze tak szybko skończyło. Ach, ale przynajmniej popróbowaliśmy Alopet. No zdecydowanie taka overhated gierka. Może graficznie nie strzał, aczkolwiek też tym samym, no... Ale też Natalii dostaje tak invite, tak? Co oznacza, że ona automatycznie dostaje się na Worldsy. No bo teraz jest ten przepis, że no właśnie te invite'y już przechodzą. Co też oznacza, że wtedy invite nie przepada. Przynajmniej Australia będzie miała luzy. No i w ten sposób raczej